everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Fairy tale Saiyan, but captured as a fairy synopsis. By a twist of fate, Cabe awakened the blood of a Saiyan and was thrown into the world of fairy tale. He had no system, no cheats, only the overwhelming power of a Saiyan body. Relying on pure strength alone, he rose to heights the entire magic world could only look up to. But the day he joined fairy tale was a humiliation he would never forget. On a quiet afternoon, a pervy old man with thinning hair grinned at him and declared, "Hey kid, that tail. No mistake. You're a fairy. Come be our guild's mascot." The beginning was terrible. What came after was unexpectedly worse. Kana wanted to pet his fluffy tail. Urza started avoiding Jelal in case Cabe misunderstood. Lucy, smiling sweetly, whispered, "My family's loaded, want to come home with me instead?" And so began the legend of a Saiyan who became fairy tale's most dangerous mascot. Chapter 1 to 50, Chapter 1, I Know It Now. You're the third Hokage. TSK, this is way too cliché. Getting sent to another world because you get hit by some semi-truck or whatever. I was just going home after a totally ordinary shift, so how did I end up in this kind of situation? In a so-called primitive forest, where trees grew thick and lush and the branches wove together overhead, a boy who looked at most 11 or 12 squatted by a small campfire. His black hair stood straight up, he hugged his knees with both arms, poked at the fire with a branch, and muttered to himself under his breath. Did my tragic orphan protagonist constitution finally kick in or something? Damn it, it's not like I volunteered. Come on, I literally just bought a premium membership for that XX site, and I was waiting to get home so I could sit in front of my computer and really take off. Do you have any idea how important that is to an all-night shift pilot who is starving in every possible sense? He let out a long sigh at the sky, then pushed himself up from the ground with his hands on his knees. Having read a number of web novels, he knew full well that no amount of complaining would change anything now. What he needed most at this moment was to figure out what kind of world he had landed in, then think of a way to survive in it. That was the real priority. Still, as much as I say that, unless something really weird is going on, this should be that world, right? He turned his head and looked at the tail behind him that was swaying left and right non-stop. In that instant, a crushing weight slammed down onto his shoulders. There's no way I'm wrong. I've turned into a Saiyan. Even though this body is still my kid self after a check, this monkey tail is absolutely a Saiyan trademark. No, no, no. The Dragon Ball world is insanely dangerous, okay? Things like the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, or Android Cell, that whole lineup is straight up nightmare fuel. He clutched his head in despair and dropped to his knees. He had watched Dragon Ball more times than he could count, and precisely because of that, if he had a choice, he would never have picked this world to transmigrate into. This won't do. This world is way too dangerous. If I don't want to die, I have to train, and I mean really train. Now that he had become a Saiyan, his body was several times stronger than it had been before he crossed over. That newfound strength let him flip to his feet from the ground in a single smooth motion. Right, I'm a Saiyan now. Even if I can't compare to Kakarot or Vegeta, as long as I work hard enough, becoming a Super Saiyan should still be possible, right? Murmuring these words to comfort himself, the boy walked slowly to a massive tree that would take 4 grown men to encircle with their arms. He awkwardly settled his feet apart and dropped into a horse stance. Before I really start training, I should at least test my current strength first. An 11 or 12-year-old Saiyan who isn't on planet Vegeta. What, am I some low-class warrior who got exiled? He exhaled, clearing the stray thoughts from his mind, then stretched his arms out. He pressed his elbows together, bent his 10 fingers like a flower bud, and slowly drew his hands back to his waist. Ha, ka tilde me tilde ha tilde me tilde tilde. Reciting a classic, overly dramatic phrase, the boy suddenly felt a strange power stirring in his lower abdomen, moving restlessly through his body. I can feel it. With the me right now, I might actually be able to fire a wave. Confidence filled his chest. The very next second, he thrust both palms forward without the slightest hesitation. Ha. PFF tilde tilde. A burst of hot gas sprayed out from somewhere just below the base of his tail, carrying a stench so unbearable that the boy froze where he stood, completely petrified. That energy I felt, so it was just a fart. F***ku. He finally snapped, slamming his fist furiously into the tree trunk. The tremendous force made the branches shudder violently, and countless birds exploded out of the canopy, flapping away in a panic. The boy collapsed onto the ground in despair, then threw his head back and screamed at the sky. Help! I can't live in this world. I want to go home. Outside the forest, a bald little old man was holding the latest issue of Weekly Sorcerer. His face was bright red as he read, occasionally letting out creepy little hee-hee laughs. Suddenly his ears twitched. He lifted his head and looked toward a part of the forest where flocks of birds had just taken off, frowning in confusion. Strange, was someone just shouting for help? Uncertain, the short old man rose onto his toes and peered seriously in the direction the sound had come from. No more cries followed, but thanks to his sharp eyes he still caught sight of wisps of pale blue smoke drifting up above the forest, the kind that only came from burning flames. There really is someone there. In that case, I can't just ignore it. I have to go take a look. The moment there was even a chance that some traveler's life might be in danger, the old man completely dropped his lecherous act from a moment ago. He hurriedly pumped his short legs and dashed into the forest. He might have been small, but in just a few breaths, the old man had crossed close to 1,000 meters and was already rushing toward the source of the noise. Thump! Just as he got close, a dull impact reached his ears, the sound of something heavy colliding with something else. Curious, he pushed aside the grass in front of him, and in the next second a small, fair-skinned, handsome boy came into view. Damn it! I can't even fire a single blast. What kind of Saiyan am I supposed to be? The boy's grief-stricken roar carried straight into the old man's ears, leaving him completely bewildered. He had no idea what this brat was going on about, but looking at the scene around them, it did not seem like anything truly life-threatening had just happened. Could he be lost? A kid this small wandering alone in a jungle this full of hidden dangers really is in serious trouble. No matter what, I should get him out of here first. With that thought, the old man immediately arranged what he thought was a kind, benevolent expression on his face and walked out of the bushes. Rustle, rustle. Holy crap, what's that? The heightened senses that came with Saiyan blood let the boy clearly catch the sound of grass rubbing together. He had not forgotten that he was in the middle of a jungle. He spun around at once, body tense, eyes locked on the direction the sound was coming from. In his mind he was already picturing all kinds of savage, ferocious beasts lunging out at him. Yet what finally appeared in his line of sight was not some terrifying alien monster, but a short old man with a kindly smile plastered across his face. Don't be nervous, young man. I am just an ordinary old grandpa who happened to hear some noise and thought you might need help. That was what he said out loud, but in his heart the old man was already silently praising him. Not bad, that alertness is pretty sharp. If he also knows a bit of magic, he would make a decent mage in training. They had only just met, and already the old man's kid-picking-up passive skill was starting to glow bright red. As for the boy, once he saw that the newcomer was not some terrifying alien monster, but just an old man who looked like he had one foot in the grave, he secretly let out a small sigh of relief. Of course, he did not dare look down on the other party. In a Dragon Ball world full of lurking threats, there were plenty of old men like Master Roshi, who looked ancient and frail on the outside but were absolute monsters when it came to fighting power. It was just that, for some reason, he kept feeling like he had seen this old guy's face somewhere before. All of a sudden, his eyes went round with shock. His hand trembled as he pointed at the old man, and he stammered out. Why you. Seeing that expression and that posture, the old man puffed out his chest proudly. So you recognized me. I didn't expect my image to have sunk so deeply into people's hearts that even a child this young would know who I am. That's right, I am. You're the third Hokage, Sarutabi Hiruzen. I am not. Who is that supposed to be? You've got the wrong person completely, okay. Chapter 2, Makaruv, case closed, fairies really do have tails. 1,225 words. The boy's startled shout and the old man's furious roar rang out one after the other. Looking at the short old man whose chest was heaving with rage, the boy rubbed his chin in annoyance and muttered, "Well, yeah, now that I think about it, the third Hokage only had a high hairline. He wasn't actually bald yet. Who are you calling bald? My hair is still very thick, my hairline has just gone a bit higher, that's all." The old man jumped up and down as he yelled, but from where the boy stood, his head was already a sunken basin, with only two sad little strips of hair on the sides stubbornly holding the line. The boy's lips twitched downward. He struggled hard to suppress the urge to laugh, then lowered his voice and offered an apology. "Sorry, I mistook you for someone else. Grandpa ultra-high hairline. Damn brat, really asking for a beating." Inwardly, Makaruv, who was in truth the third guild master of Fairy Tail, cursed with a trembling fist. "Enough, you little punk. I am Makaruv. If you still want to get out of here, then follow me." With that, Makaruv huffed childishly, turned around, and strode off. What he did not see was the way the boy's expression went blank the moment he heard that name, and how his body slowly started to tremble. Makaruv? Isn't that a character from Fairy Tail? So I didn't transmigrate into Dragon Ball, I actually came to the world of Fairy Tail. Staring at the old man's back, the boy began to inspect him carefully. Unlike the clown-like outfit he wore the first time he appeared in the anime, this Makaruv wore a white coat trimmed all over with white fur. On his shoulders rested golden epaulets with yellow tassels. Underneath was an inner layer lined with purple, and below he wore deep blue pants tucked into dark brown high boots. No doubt about it, this is Makaruv from Fairy Tail. And judging from his clothes, he's probably just on his way back from some meeting outside. This is great. It's not Dragon Ball, it's Fairy Tail. From today on, I am invincible. In an instant, the dark clouds that had been hanging over the boy's head dispersed. A ray of light called hope broke through the overcast sky and poured over him. "What on earth are you doing, brat?" Makaruv, who was walking ahead to lead the way, had gone a few steps when he realized there were no footsteps behind him. He turned around in confusion. What he saw was that infuriating little brat standing there with his eyes closed, face lifted to the heavens, arms spread wide as though he had just been saved by a divine revelation. His whole expression screamed bliss. As if to echo his good mood, even the tail he had previously wrapped around his waist had loosened and was now freely swaying behind him in delight. A tea-tail. A tail. The old man was so shocked that even his snot slipped out without him noticing. He hurriedly rubbed his eyes, then focused again to make sure that the thing wagging left and right was indeed growing out of the boy's lower back. Only then did he fall deep into thought. According to legend, fairies take the form of children and move about in forests. Could I have run into a real fairy? No, that's impossible. He shook his head sharply and fixed his gaze once more on that tail. No matter how you look at it, that's a monkey tail. It has nothing to do with fairies at all. So this must be some special race. Yes, that has to be it. Having made up his own explanation, Makaruv wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh of relief. So that's it. Not a fairy. Gave this old man a scare. Whether he was a fairy or not, the boy's rudeness only made Makaruv more interested in this little brat. At that moment, the boy had finally finished silently giving thanks to whatever god of transmigration had sent him to this world, and to that glorious semitruck. He lowered his head again. In that instant, their gazes met. Realizing they were both looking at each other, the two of them, after an initial beat of awkwardness, instantly showed their brightest smiles. *2. They spoke at the same time. Following the fine tradition of respecting one's elders, the boy gestured for Makaruv to go first. Clearing his throat, Makaruv clasped his hands behind his back and walked up to the boy, smiling as he asked, "Young man, I forgot to ask. What is your name?" "My name, huh?" The boy had already decided to abandon his old name the moment he realized he had transmigrated, and give himself a new one to mark the beginning of his new life. Cabe. Just call me Cabe. It was a name he had chosen to fit his new Saiyan identity, taken from the English word cabbage. Makaruv obviously did not catch that little detail. He focused on something else entirely. Cabe. Only a given name, no family name? Is he like those kids in the guild with no parents? He knew that asking might touch on memories the boy would rather not revisit, but Makarov still voiced the question. And your family? How did you end up in this forest? To the first question, Cabe only shook his head and said nothing. To the second, he casually made something up. I was hungry and came into the forest to hunt some prey. Then I got lost. As he spoke, Cabe's stomach let out a perfectly timed, thunderous growl. Makarov sighed inwardly, heart aching a little. Another poor child. Still, this might be for the best. Kids without parents are much easier to lure into the guild. With that thought, Makarov took the initiative to extend his hand and invite him. Since you have nowhere to go, how about coming to my guild, Fairy Tale? It isn't particularly luxurious or refined, but there are lots of kids your age there. You can make friends, and you can treat everyone in the guild as your family. Facing the outstretched hand of the short old man who was still shorter than he was, Cabe's expression softened. His right hand curled into a fist for a moment, then he slowly stretched it out. Seeing this, a smile had just begun to rise at the corner of Makarov's lips when Cabe stuck out his pinky and casually dug at his nose. Sounds pretty nice, I guess. But joining a guild is kind of boring. To be honest, I'm super strong. In the future, I'm planning to found my own guild and even snag a spot among the 10 wizard saints while I'm at it. I've even decided on the guild's name. It'll be called Saiyan Tale. How about it? Sounds cool, right? Makarov. Makarov could not hold it in anymore. He prided himself on having seen every kind of difficult brat there was, especially since his own guild was full of them. But such an infuriating kid, one who made him actually want to start swinging, this Cabe was definitely the first. Chapter 3, Cabe, I'm not a mascot. 1,257 words. Don't get carried away. The short old man jumped up and smacked Cabe hard right on the forehead. Even though he was shorter than 12-year-old Cabe, that one hit still sent Cabe flipping backwards onto the ground. The pain had him clutching his forehead and rolling back and forth. Oh, it hurts. You damn old man, what are you doing? How can you hit such a small kid like me? Do you even deserve to call yourself an adult? I don't believe for 1 second that a brat who can punch a tree so thick it takes several grown men to wrap their arms around it and knock it askew is any kind of ordinary child. Clenching his fist, Makarov shot a glance at the big tree nearby. Its roots had snapped where Cabe had punched it twice earlier, and the trunk now tilted heavily to one side. His voice was vicious as he spoke. He liked to lure, recruit young kids into the guild, yes, that was it. But that did not mean he wanted just any random child. The reason he had invited Cabe, aside from the very interesting tale that came attached, was that he had also taken a serious liking to that terrifying physical strength. So be good and join Fairy Tale already, you clueless little brat. Cabe had never been someone who bowed to authority in his previous life, and even now, in the world of Fairy Tale, he was not going to kneel easily, not even in front of a powerful mage like Makarov who held the title of one of the 10 wizard saints. However, it was a different story when someone grabbed his tail. Wait a second, I was just joking earlier. Actually, I've always secretly admired Fairy Tale, for a long time now. Makarov had grabbed that interesting tale and brought it up to inspect it more closely. Hearing the weak, barely there voice of the brat under his hand, he blinked curiously. You sound a lot quieter than you did just now. Why you're hearing things, maybe I'm just hungry. The old and the young faced each other, one standing, one sprawled on the ground, their gazes locked in midair. Suddenly, Makarov experimentally tightened his grip on the tail in his hand. Cabe's body instantly went limp, as if all his strength had been sucked out in an instant. Even his eyelids drooped weakly. But the moment that grip loosened, Cabe bounced right back, his big, watery eyes staring at Makarov again with fake shining affection, as though nothing had happened at all. After Makarov repeated the pattern of squeezing and releasing a few times, and Cabe's condition swapped back and forth between powerless and full of energy, the old man's lips slowly curved upward. It was the look of someone who had just found a brand new, very entertaining toy. Seeing that, Cabe knew struggling was useless. He completely surrendered, lying flat and motionless, eyes lifelessly fixed on the distant sky. A tiny tear glimmered at the corner of his eye and slipped down. A few minutes later, two small figures emerged one after the other from the forest and stepped onto a proper road. Looking at the road that ran barely 1,000 meters away from where he had been before, Cabe ground his teeth in frustration. He regretted it to death. Why hadn't he tried walking out first instead of messing around and showing off, only to end up as this damned old man's prisoner? Makarov could not care less about what was going on in his head. Walking shoulder to shoulder with him, he laughed and chatted as they went. "Don't overthink it, brat. Our meeting today is a fated encounter. Just look at that tail of yours, you're obviously a member of the legendary fairy race." "Who's a fairy?" "You're the fairy, you bald old kidnapper fairy." Cabe's indignant retorting and mocking did nothing to affect Makarov's good mood. The old man simply continued talking to himself happily. "This is wonderful. Whether or not fairies have tails has finally been answered today. From now on you'll join our guild as a fairy and become our guild's mascot. Ah, I really want to hurry back so little Kana and the others can see you. A mascot this cute is rare among all the guilds. Hey, what are you treating the adorable body of a 10-something pretty boy like? I'll kill you, you dead baldy old man." Cabe cursed non-stop in his heart. If he had not just arrived in this world today, how could he, a dignified future Super Saiyan, have been subdued by some damned old man who could not even keep his hair? Unwilling to accept this, he lowered his head and let his eyes dart around. "No way, I have to escape before he drags me back to Fairy Tale." As he was in the middle of a mental brainstorm, running through one escape plan after another, Makarov suddenly stopped walking. He turned with a smile and spread his arms wide. "We're here, Magnolia, the town where our Fairy Tale Guild is located." "So close." Cabe stared at the road behind them, which was only 300 or 400 meters long, then looked ahead at the bustling little town full of people coming and going. His expression instantly turned ashen. "So I only transmigrated into a little grove just outside Magnolia?" Realizing this, Cabe felt his entire soul go numb. But what could he do? 1 second he had just popped into existence in a dense and unfamiliar patch of forest, and he had never had any experience with wilderness survival. Being able to start a small campfire with random tips he remembered from short videos was already his limit. How could he have dared to blindly wander around in a forest he did not understand at all? The joke fate had played on him was far too cruel. The blow was strong enough that for the rest of the walk he seemed listless and empty. He did not even know exactly how Makarov got him into the Fairy Tale Guild building in the end. All he knew was that when he finally snapped out of it, he was already surrounded by a crowd of faces that were both familiar and strange. Time rolled back to a dozen or so minutes earlier. Makarov, who had been all ready to proudly introduce his beloved town to Cabe, scratched his shiny head in confusion as he watched the boy suddenly wilt, his expression going blank for no apparent reason. "Brat, I was only joking about the mascot thing. Whether you want to join or not, you should at least come to our guild and fill that empty stomach first." Thinking the kid had been scared by his earlier words, Makarov hurried to soften his tone and comfort him. But Cabe still kept his head lowered, looking completely lifeless, which left Makarov totally at a loss as to what exactly he had done wrong. Did his brain stop working from hunger? Sigh, poor kid. Forget it, I'll just take him back to the guild first. Feeling a pang of pity, Makarov patted the boy's arm to signal him to follow. Thankfully, the kid was not completely broken and still responded to the sounds and movements around him on a basic level. Seeing Cabe slowly follow along, Makarov relaxed a little and quickly turned back, leading him toward the guild. Chapter 4, A Sweaty Grey. 1,296 words. Walking down the main street in the center of town, Makarov was greeted warmly on both sides by the local residents. Every so often someone would wave and call out to him, and the old man would always smile and nod in response. As for the lifeless-looking child following at his side, the townsfolk were at most a little curious, giving Cabe a few extra glances, but no one stepped forward to ask anything. After all, they were already used to this. Every now and then, their guild master Makarov would go out for a trip, then come back with 1 or 2 children in tow. At this point, everyone in town would occasionally, and kindly, joke in private that Fairy Tale had gathered up most of the local kids, and that compared to a mage guild, it was starting to look more like a daycare center. The only thing different this time was that the child Makarov brought back seemed especially shy. From the moment he had appeared, he had kept his head down, not saying a single word. They passed almost all the way through town before Makarov finally stopped with Cabe in front of a building near the lakeshore. The building had several stories. Its roof was laid with red tiles, and on the very top a golden dome sat as a decoration. 3 flags flew beside it, fluttering in the wind, bearing the symbols of the Kingdom of Fura, Fairy Tale, and the Magic Council. Across the front of the first floor, in the most eye-catching spot, hung a huge signboard with a pale purple Fairy Tale written over a gold background. You could not mistake it for anywhere else. Makarov glanced sideways at Cabe, who still looked like his soul had left his body, and gave up the idea of proudly introducing the guild to him. Instead, he simply lifted his short leg and kicked the doors of the guild hall wide open, roaring inside. "Quiet down, you brats. I could hear you yelling from way out there. Do none of you know how to restrain yourselves and behave for once?" Such a dramatic entrance naturally drew every eye in the hall at once. But the members were long used to getting yelled at, so none of them took the master's scolding seriously. The first thing they did was look past him, toward the small, listless kid following behind. Hey, master, where did you pick up this unidentified little brat this time? Come on, if you keep doing this, people really are going to think our guild is a daycare. Can't you stop for a bit?" Makarov's sharp gaze snapped toward the complainer. The speaker was a young man with a bit of stubble on his chin and deep blue spiky hair. Right after he finished, the youth next to him, the one with a pompadour hairstyle and sunglasses, chimed in as well. "Yeah, seriously, master. These little brats squawk all day long, it's enough to drive anyone crazy. Next time you go picking, could you please bring back an 18 or 19-year-old, curvy, gorgeous lady instead?" "Oh, that's a good idea. As expected of you, Wakaba." The Pompadour's suggestion immediately won the approval of all the single men in the guild. Only Makarov and the pack of children who had just been despised by the adults looked like they had swallowed a fly, their faces dark with displeasure. "All of you, shut up." As he roared, Makarov's arm swelled up like an inflating balloon. Then, under the terrified eyes of the guild members, his massive fist came crashing down, smashing Macau and Wakaba, chairs and all, straight into the floorboards. "Eek!" the master snapped. Realizing what was happening, the Fairy Tale members scrambled to get as far away from the 2 unlucky guys as possible. But Makarov had no intention of letting the others go. Every single one who had complained just now, without exception, got chased down and punched into the floor, one by one. While Makarov was busy applying violent discipline to the guild, a dark-skinned girl in an orange-yellow checkered dress quietly walked up to Cabe, who was still lost in his thoughts. "Hey, are you okay? Don't mind those 2 stinky old uncles. They just drank a bit too much and were joking around. In Fairy Tale, we don't care about your background or your personality. As long as you like this guild and treat everyone here as comrades, then we'll all be your family." As she spoke, 2 other kids about her age came over to join her, surrounding Cabe. They looked him over from head to toe with all kinds of curious and probing gazes, examining this new partner who kept his head down and would not say a word. From the moment he entered the town, Cabe had been silent. Now, at last, it seemed his internal meltdown had run its course. Slowly, he raised his head. In that instant, he saw 3 faces that were both familiar and strange to him. The girl who had been talking to him was Kana. The boy, bare-chested and barefoot with only a pair of blue shorts on, was Grey. And the girl who had already put on a silver-white armor dress so early was Urza. No Natsu or Myra Jane yet. Looks like I arrived pretty early in the timeline. He had at least watched Fairy Tale 2 or 3 times. It took him only a second to roughly figure out when he was. Grey folded his arms across his chest. Seeing that this guy still had not said a single word after all that time, he frowned, annoyed, and waved his hand in front of Cabe's face. "Hey, you, did you hear me or not? Grey. That's too rude." Urza could not stand Gray's behavior and immediately spoke up to stop him. She had only joined the guild less than half a year ago herself. Looking at Cabe made her think of the way she had been when she had first come to Fairy Tale. Maybe this boy had gone through something bad too, and was at a time when he needed other people's concern and comfort. They should be a little more patient with him. On the other side, Cabe only paused to think for a moment before his awareness fully returned to reality. Seeing Gray looking impatient because he would not speak, Cabe raised his hand, pointed at his own ear, and said apologetically, "Sorry, I can't hear you. Could you speak a bit more slowly? I can read lips." Screech. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on the backs of all three kids. Gray in particular bent forward at a 90-degree angle and apologized in a panic. "I'm sorry, I'm really, really sorry." Seeing this, Cabe's lips curled up. A mischievous smile of success spread across his face. The very next second, a gigantic fist larger than he was came crashing down and sent him flying, slamming him straight into the wooden bar and embedding him there. Kana and the other two stared, mouths hanging open, their minds completely blown. A few seconds later, the massive fist slowly shrank back to normal size. Makarov walked over with a dark expression, scolding as he came. "You little brat, don't play such nasty jokes on your comrades. I don't remember you having any kind of disability," and Cabe, who had been punched into the bar, wriggled out as if nothing had happened. Under the three kids' stunned gazes, he clutched his aching nose and shot back. "Quit talking like you've decided everything on your own, you damn old man. What comrades? I never said I was joining this guild." Chapter 5, Kana, are you really a fairy? 1283 words. Hey, no way, he took a punch from Master and is just standing there like nothing happened. Kana clapped a small hand over her mouth and shouted in surprise. Gray's finger trembled as he pointed at Cabe, then he turned to look at the guild master and immediately exploded in embarrassed anger. "Why you bastard, you were messing with me." As he spoke, he charged at Cabe in a fury, ready to tackle him to the ground. Before he could pounce, a hand came from behind and pinched the back of his neck. Makarov lifted him like a kitten and stopped him in place. All right, you're all comrades of the same guild from now on. I already gave him a good lesson for you. As a senior, you should at least try to show some restraint." Gray struggled free from the guild master's grip. He was still feeling pretty unwilling inside, but considering that bastard had just joined today, and with the master trying to smooth things over, he only snorted, turned his head away, and temporarily swallowed his anger. "TCH. Bastard, remember this. I'll pay you back sooner or later." After Cabe's little stunt, the guild finally quieted down. It was just that now, everyone's eyes on him carried a strange, hard-to-describe look. Especially Kana and Urza, the two girls who had been tricked along with Gray. Their gazes were full of embarrassment and anger. Makarov cleared his throat lightly. Afraid the newbie would be isolated by his comrades the moment he walked in, he hurriedly stepped forward to change the subject and ease the mood. "Let me formally introduce him. This is Cabe, the fairy I picked up in the forest outside Magnolia." "Fairy?" Everyone repeated the word in unison. Makarov nodded solemnly, confirming it again. "That's right, the same kind of fairy you're thinking of." Cabe really wanted to argue that he was definitely not some damn fairy, but when he felt Makarov's warning gaze from the side, he very sensibly chose to shut his mouth. Deep inside, though, he carved today's humiliation into his heart, vowing that one day he would pay this stinking old man back with interest. "All right, from today on you are officially a member of Fairy Tale." Sitting at the bar, Makarov withdrew the magic stamp with a cheerful smile and spoke to Cabe. Cabe tilted his head, glanced at the black Fairy Tale emblem now printed on his left shoulder, gave a small nod, and silently pulled on a brand new black t-shirt. The clothes he had been wearing earlier were smeared with dirt from rolling around in the forest. Makarov had already asked someone to take them away for washing. As for the set he was wearing now, they were from Gray. For reasons the entire guild was very familiar with, that habitual exhibitionist had declared that he did not really need clothes as a concept. So he simply gave them away as a senior's welcome gift to a newcomer. That generosity moved Cabe deeply for a whole 3 seconds, and he swore he absolutely would not prank Gray again for at least 3 days. Since he had already been branded with Fairy Tale's emblem, Cabe put the idea of leaving on hold for the time being. Whatever else, getting a proper meal to fill his stomach came first. "Master, could you please get some food for me as soon as possible? I'm about to starve flat." Maybe it was the way he called him master that hit Makarov right in the heart. The little old man nodded, deeply satisfied, and waved his hand casually. "Relax, I already had someone start cooking for you. After that, you can settle down and live in Fairy Tale without worries. Before you kids have the ability to go out on jobs, the guild will take care of all your meals and lodging." Whoa, really? Free food and a free place to live? I suddenly feel like I'm starting to really like this guild, Gramps Master. Cabe's eyes lit up on the spot. He knew very clearly just how much a Saiyan's stomach could hold. Having a place like Fairy Tale in the early stage, a safe environment that would feed and house him so he could grow without worry, was honestly way too lovable. Makarov lifted his chin with a smile and told him to wait at one of the tables off to the side. In his mind, raising a few kids who could not eat that much grain could not cost that much money anyway. As for lodging, the guild already had separate dorms for boys and girls, more than enough until the kids grew up and could stand on their own. Feeling the master's goodwill, Cabe sat down at an empty table in the main hall, full of gratitude toward both the guild and Makarov. His backside had barely touched the bench when 2 large hands landed on his shoulders from left and right at the same time. Across from him, Kana, Gray, and Urza sat down together with equally serious expressions, facing him as a united front. Meeting the solemn stares of the 3 little ones in front of him, and aware that the 2 hands gripping his shoulders belonged to guys, Cabe's face straightened. His mouth moved on reflex, rattling off smoothly and rapidly. "Cabe, male, prefers females, 12 years old. No parents, no job, no car, no house, no bad habits. Only accepts relationships where being kept is a prerequisite. Kana, Gray, Urza, Macau, Wakaba." Cabe's smooth, practiced self-introduction left the 3 kids completely stunned. But it earned heartfelt admiration from Macau and Wakaba, the 2 uncles pushing 30. Macau slapped Cabe's shoulder heavily and praised him. "Not bad, kid. For someone your age, your lines are already pretty polished. No problem, with that face and those conditions, you'd be very popular in our circles. If you need it, I can ask around for you when I get the chance. Make sure we find you a nice situation." Watching Macau and Wakaba both give him a thumbs up from either side, Cabe replied with a completely serious expression. "I'll be counting on you. I was born with a weak stomach. The doctor said I should really eat more soft rice." His words left the 2 uncles in awe all over again. After a moment of sighing, they shook their heads and stood up, lamenting. He really is a fairy, no mistake. Knowing this much at the age of 12. Yeah, he's not your average brat. I officially acknowledge your title of fairy. Cabe waved them off politely, saying goodbye to the 2 men as they walked away, shaking their heads and sighing about life. Then he turned his gaze back to the 3 kids who still looked dazed and had not fully recovered. Propping his chin up with one hand, he asked lazily, "So, what do you 3 want to ask? Hurry up and get it out. Once the food comes, I won't have time for you." None of these children had yet gone through the washing of time, so there was no way they could catch the conversations that only adults understood. They only felt that Cabe was even more mysterious and unfathomable now, someone who could earn Uncle Macau and Uncle Wakaba's approval with just a few lines. Sitting in the middle, Kana stretched out a hand eagerly, taking the lead in introducing herself. "Let me say it again. I'm Kana, this is Gray, and this is Urza. We just wanted to ask, are you really the legendary fairy? Do fairies actually have tails?" Chapter 6, Training for Awakening Magic. 1,139 words. Cabe had already guessed what they were going to ask. Knew it would be this. Still, he answered honestly. "Whether fairies have one or not, I do not know. What I do know is that I definitely have one." As he spoke, his tail slipped out from the back of his pants, swishing into view right behind him. "Hey, it is real." Kana gasped and immediately tried to lean over the table to grab it. Even Urza, usually so serious, was drawn in by the fluffy tail and reached out as well. Unfortunately for them, Cabe's tail was as nimble as an extra arm. It twisted and flicked away, neatly dodging both their hands. At the same time, he put on a very offended expression and scolded them. Hey, this is not some toy little girls can just grab however they like, it is really sensitive, alright? If you want to play with it, at least wait until you grow up into curvy, sexy women, then you can. Pooh-wah. His head got smashed from above again. He flew straight down, slamming into the table and punching a basin-sized hole into the surface. The one who hit him this time was still Makaruv. Because Cabe was new, he had been secretly watching to make sure the boy could fit in. After observing for a while, he discovered that Cabe was not only way too precocious, he was also trying to fill Kana and Urza's heads with questionable ideas. So Makaruv could not hold back and moved in once more, cutting off the second half of that filthy line. You little brat, where did you even learn to talk like that? If I hear you say that kind of nonsense again, I will throw you into the lake behind the guild and scrub all that filth out of your brain, you hear me? Yeah, I get it, what a naggy old man. Cabe replied weakly, then lifted his head. As always, he was completely uninjured. Makaruv's mouth twitched at the sight and he cursed silently. Little monster. Once the fuming master had stormed off, Cabe lost the mood to joke around. He looked at the three kids and spoke frankly. Honestly, I am just a relatively rare special race. That old geezer must have had something wrong with him, saying I am a fairy and dragging me into Fairy Tale to be the guild mascot. Gray, who had still been sulking because Cabe had tricked him earlier, burst out laughing the moment he heard that. PFF, mascot? You? Ha, now that I think about it, it suits you pretty well, ha ha ha. Once Gray started laughing, the two still somewhat naive girls could not hold back either. They knew it was a little rude to laugh at a new friend, but the idea that this cocky boy had been brought in as a mascot by the master was just too funny. Cabe had fully expected this reaction. He sighed with a tragic, world-weary tone. Go on, laugh. Laugh while you can. I will definitely get my dignity back one day. Even though he had become the butt of their jokes, their conversation had at least brought the four of them closer together. They still felt a little disappointed about not having seen a real fairy, but soon enough the three kids had all shifted their attention to their new companion. Can you tell us what kind of magic you use? Since we are all in the same guild, we might go on jobs together someday. So I think it is necessary to know more about our comrade's magic. This was the first time Urza had spoken to Cabe on her own. From Cabe's guess, she had probably only joined the guild not too long ago either, but she was already starting to turn into the serious, upright Urza he knew. The problem was, this question was hard to answer. To be precise, even Cabe himself did not know yet what he could really do. How should I put it? Right now I cannot use any magic. I am just physically stronger than average. If I have to put a label on it, then I am currently studying my race's unique kind of magic. Hey, you cannot use magic. Kana planted her elbows on the table, propping her cheeks in her hands, her little chubby legs swinging back and forth under the table. Her voice was full of surprise and disbelief. But even if you cannot use magic, you must already be really strong. Even Macau and the other uncles get hurt when Master punches them. You have taken 2 punches and you are completely fine. Cabe shook his head. He did not let her praise go to his head. It is not the same. I can feel it, the Master was holding back. If he had hit me with the same strength he uses on Macau and the others, I would already be face down on the floor. The 3 of them were not sure if he was just being modest or telling the truth. Still, knowing that Cabe could not use magic yet made all 3 of these seniors start scheming in their own way. Gray clenched his fist and spoke up first. It is fine even if you cannot use magic yet. I will be your sparring partner. That race magic of yours might awaken in battle. Cabe rested his chin in one hand and tilted his head, eyeing Gray, whose fighting spirit was ignited, with suspicion. You are not still hung up on that prank from before, are you? Planning to use sparring as an excuse to beat me up and vent? Gray's grin froze. He looked away guiltily. Oh, of course not. I am just trying to help you. If you don't want it, then forget it. You really have zero talent for lying. Cabe shook his head, speechless. He had not expected Gray to be this simple as a kid. Quit talking so much. Just say yes or no. Gray stuck his neck out stubbornly and stared at Cabe, as if Cabe would not be a man unless he agreed. It was ridiculously childish. Unfortunately for him, Cabe happened to need someone to test himself against right now. If Gray was volunteering to be a live practice dummy, there was no reason to refuse. Fine, I agree. All right, you cannot back out now. Gray jumped up, cheering in excitement. Kana, on the other hand, looked worried. Gray, Cabe is a newbie and he cannot use magic yet. It is fine, it is fine. Before she could finish, Gray waved his hand confidently. If it comes down to it, I will just not use magic either. Even without magic, I am still really strong. Chapter 7, A Saiyan's Astonishing Appetite. 1,294 words. Watching Gray roll up his sleeves and flex his muscles, Kana glanced worriedly at Cabe, wanting to say something. She did not expect Urza, standing beside her with a face full of quiet determination, to speak up first. Being a sparring partner to help a comrade awaken magic, that is a great idea. If possible, take me along too. We are all comrades of fairy tale. I want to do my part as well. Urza, even you. Kana started to panic. Urza might be the last to join among the three of them, but her strength had skyrocketed, and not long ago she had officially surpassed both her seniors, Kana and Gray. And with Urza's serious nature, if she got into the fight, she might not hold back properly. If they were not careful, the newbie would be in real trouble. Flustered, Kana was about to try to talk Urza out of her idea. Right at that moment, the food Cabe had ordered finally arrived. With his meal in front of him and his stomach long since shriveled from hunger, he did not overthink anything at all. He simply agreed in one gulp. All right, once I am done eating, we will start training right away. As soon as he finished speaking, he dove straight into the dishes in front of him and began devouring them like a starving beast, sweeping them clean at a terrifying pace. Kana, who had wanted to persuade them all a moment ago, was quickly struck speechless by Cabe's reincarnated starving ghost style of eating. At the bar, after finishing his scolding of Cabe, Makarov had returned to his spot and pulled out the magazine he had not finished reading on the way back. He enjoyed it with great enthusiasm. Hehehe, this one is good, this one is very good. Oh ho, this one is nice too, very eye-catching. Oh, this one is absolutely incredible. Wonderful, too wonderful. This issue of Weekly Sorcerer is really high quality. Just when Makarov was getting a little too worked up, breathing through both his mouth and nose and feeling heat creep up all over his body, the guild interior grew louder and louder with the shouts and exclamations of the brats. The rising noise made him frown in irritation. You have got to be kidding. How many days has that brat gone without eating? Hey, is it just my imagination? He finished that plate of fried rice in 3 bites. Does he think he is performing a magic trick? Hey, he is still eating. Is that brat's stomach a bottomless pit or what? What now? What are they making a racket about this time? Reluctant to tear his eyes away from the magazine, Makarov finally lifted his head and looked toward the source of the noise. He saw that a large group had gathered around one of the tables in the hall. Most of the guild members were standing around it, pointing toward the center and whispering to each other. Honestly, which idiot is doing something stupid again? Because he was short, Makarov could not see what was happening inside the circle. He hopped lightly down from the bar, carefully tucked his magazine away, and walked over toward the crowd, curiosity piqued. At the center of the ring, the long table was already completely covered in empty plates. Stacked on top of each other, more than 100 plates formed a tower so high it completely blocked Kana and the others' view across the table. They had no choice but to move and sit beside Cabe, watching his eating from close range while frantically helping him rearrange and stack the plates. By the time Makarov finally squeezed into the inner circle, Cabe had just tilted back a large bowl the size of a wash basin and drained the last of the meat soup in one go, finishing his first meal in this new world. Burp, that hit the spot. That hit the spot. Being 80% full is just right. Any more is bad for the body. This is only 80% full. That is enough food to last me a whole week. A burly 2-meter-tall man could not help swallowing hard when he heard Cabe's mutter. His voice was full of disbelief. Everyone else also stared at Cabe like he was some kind of monster. None of them dared underestimate this newcomer anymore. Patting his now round belly, Cabe turned and leaned against the table, intending to relax for a moment. As he did, his gaze happened to land on the crowd, and on the gleaming bald spot of Makarov's head that stood out like a beacon among them. Immediately, he raised a hand and waved, smiling in satisfaction. "Gramps Master, the food in our guild is amazing. Please do not worry, just for the sake of these delicious meals alone, I will absolutely never leave the guild." Makarov ignored Cabe's greeting. Instead, he stared at the stack of empty plates on the table and quickly started doing mental math on how much that one meal had cost. Then he multiplied that by 3, then multiplied again by 30. Once he arrived at the total, Makarov could no longer bear it. Under the eyes of the entire guild, he failed to catch his breath, let out a strangled sound, and collapsed on the spot. "Master!" Chaos erupted throughout the guild. Members rushed over in a flurry, surrounding him in a panic. When they turned back to look at Cabe, who stood there looking completely at a loss, a new layer of fear had appeared in their gazes. "It is over." The master miscalculated. "If we let this brat keep eating like this, the guild really will go bankrupt." Thanks to everyone's best efforts, Makarov woke up briefly halfway through. But the moment his eyes opened and he saw Cabe's worried face looming over him, his eyes rolled back again. He managed to get out one last line, "The guild is doomed," before passing out a second time. In the end, with no other choice, the members had to hoist their master onto someone's back and prepare to carry him outside town to see the guild's exclusive physician, Grandma Poliusica. Before leaving, Macau seemed worried that Cabe would blame himself too much. He came over on purpose and patted the boy on the shoulder to comfort him. "Do not take it to heart. Just live here in the guild without worrying about it. Fairy Tale will not miss a few meals for you." Cabe did notice that Macau's lips were trembling as he said this. Even so, he still thanked him with a face full of gratitude and once again emphasized how much care and enthusiasm he felt from Fairy Tale. He earnestly repeated his resolve to absolutely support the guild and stay in Fairy Tale for the rest of his life. "Macau, that really is not necessary." Once Macau and the others had left, only Cabe, Kana, Gray, and Urza remained in the guild, staring at each other. This is one of Master's old problems. Cabe, please do not take it personally." Urza spoke up first, worried that Cabe might shoulder all the blame himself and end up with unnecessary guilt. "Yeah, just eat as much as you want, Cabe. Our Fairy Tale is the strongest guild in Fura. Supplying food for you is just, it should be, probably not a problem." Kana tried to comfort him as well, but the more she talked, the softer her voice became. When her eyes landed on the mountain of empty plates that no one had cleaned up yet, even she lost confidence in her own words. Cabe. Chapter 8, Gray vs. Cabe. 1,431 words. Sensing the air around them turning a little heavy, Gray, who was really not good at comforting people, could only change the subject. "Alright, anyway, didn't we say we were going to help you awaken your magic? Since you've eaten your fill, let's get started. Come with me, I'll take you to the lakeside behind the guild to train. It's spacious there, and the scenery is unbelievably beautiful." As he spoke, he quickly shot a look at Urza and Kana. The two girls understood at once and, without giving Cabe a chance to refuse, they pushed him from front and back and simply rolled him straight out of the guild. Cabe, who had been silent since earlier, could feel the pull and push of the three around him. Although nothing showed on his face, in his heart he could clearly sense each of their different kinds of concern. "Honestly, if you guys keep this up, it is going to be really hard for me to prank you in the future." For the first time, he truly felt the warmth and charm of the guild called Fairy Tale. It was a feeling that went beyond the images on a screen, something you could only understand by being there. It was enough to move even an old fox and attention seeker like Cabe, who had lived a full life before transmigrating, for a brief moment. So, once they stepped out of the guild, he spoke up on his own. All right, I am not that fragile. Besides, this is all the master's fault anyway. He was the one who insisted on dragging me back here and even tried to turn me into a mascot. The three of them all paused at that. They carefully watched Cabe's expression, and only after confirming that he really was not forcing himself to act strong did they quietly let out a breath of relief. Seeing this, Cabe shamelessly reached out and ruffled Kana's deep brown hair and Urza's crimson hair, one after the other, then hooked an arm hard around Grey's neck. You talk like such grown-ups for a bunch of kids. You're all just little runts, but you act like you are so mature. What are you talking about? Grey slapped the arm hooked around his neck in annoyance and grumbled. Before you lecture us, think about your own age. You are the one pretending the most. It is different for me. Big brother here may be young, but my mental age is already that of a full-fledged adult. Where do you even get this kind of twisted logic? Grey pouted, cheeks puffed up in irritation. Kana quietly smoothed down her hair where Cabe had messed it up. She felt a little annoyed at having her ladle-like head patted without permission, but when she watched the way the two boys bickered in front of her, she could not help it and laughed. You are blending in really fast, Cabe. Thinking that, she turned her head toward Urza, only to find the corners of Urza's lips curved in a faint smile as well. It seemed Urza had felt her gaze, because she looked back at Kana. The two girls met each other's eyes, then shared a brief smile before quickly speeding up to catch up with the two boys ahead. They lined up shoulder to shoulder and joined in the argument over whether Cabe counted as a grown-up or not. Wow, what a spectacular sight. When they reached the place Grey had mentioned, Cabe looked at the vast, clear lake stretching out before them and let out a heartfelt sigh. In his previous life, he had never had the chance to see the ocean in person. Not bad, right? This is my favorite spot to practice magic while facing the lake. Grey puffed himself up a little, speaking with the air of someone showing off a secret treasure. Cabe nodded again and again in agreement. It really is a great place. With such a beautiful lake, if you set up a fishing rod here and fished for a whole day, that would be the happiness of life. Hey, why are your hobbies so uncle-like too? Is it really like you said, that inside you're already an uncle like Macau and the others? The three of them could not figure it out at all. What was so fun about sitting there with a shabby wooden pole all day, staring at the water and catching nothing? But for Cabe, who had started fishing with his grandpa at 8 or 9 and had more than 10 years of experience in his previous life, fishing was not just a sport. It was an art that tested patience, technique, and perception. Of course, now was not the time to indulge in that. He took a deep breath, quietly fixing this beautiful scene in his mind, then turned around, itching to get to the main business. All right, which of you is going first? I am warning you, my punches hit very hard. If you get beaten up, don't start crying. He had barely finished speaking when Grey stepped forward and took a stance opposite him. Obviously I am going first. I'll return those words to you exactly as they are. Even if I do not use magic, there is no way you can beat a real mage like me. He still had not forgotten the earlier prank. He had already been itching to teach Cabe a good lesson. Kana and Urza, seeing this, quietly stepped back to give the two boys space. Kana still could not help but call out. Grey, Cabe, it is just a training match, so be careful and don't hurt yourselves. Urza did not say anything. She stood off to the side with her arms crossed, watching Cabe with a serious expression. Anyone who can stand up unharmed after a punch from Master is definitely not simple, magic or no magic. If Grey underestimates him, he will definitely pay for it. In the clearing, the two boys each got into their fighting stance. Grey's was a standard hand-to-hand posture. His feet were slightly apart, his right fist forward and left fist back, carefully guarding his face and especially the jaw. By comparison, Cabe's stance looked strange and full of flaws, yet at the same time carried a kind of inexplicable pressure. He had only ever fought in kindergarten and primary school brawls. He knew nothing about formal fighting stances. He had just suddenly recalled that classic pose from Goku's fight with Vegeta. So he simply started copying it. He stepped forward with his left leg, right leg behind, knees bent slightly so his weight settled on his back leg. His upper body leaned forward just a little. His left hand curled the ring and little fingers back while the other 3 fingers spread like a claw in front of his face to guard it. His right hand clenched into a fist and stayed at his waist, storing power. Combined with the confident grin on his face, it was enough to make the 3 onlookers doubt their own eyes and completely fail to judge his level. "Hey, what kind of weird pose is that? It looks full of openings." "None of your business. Just come at me." Hearing that, Gray swallowed his curiosity and focused. He took a deep breath. Then his legs exploded with power as he sprinted toward Cabe with big strides. His right fist drew back, his waist twisting as he drove his entire upper body behind the punch and shot a straight blow at Cabe's face. From the moment he had taken his stance, Cabe's heart rate had been rising rapidly. The surge of adrenaline forced him to push down the instinctive fear of fighting. Seeing Gray's straight punch flying at him, his body reacted on its own. He raised his left arm to block in front of his face. Without checking if he had actually caught it, he swung his right fist, which had been loaded behind him, with all his strength. Because Cabe did not know magic, Gray had subconsciously held back his strength. Even so, when he felt his own punch get caught and gripped tightly by Cabe's left hand, then saw the other fist rapidly growing larger in his vision, he could not help cursing himself inwardly. "Damn, I underestimated him. Oh." With a single miserable shout, Gray's feet left the ground. His body traced a perfect arc in the air before crashing hard onto the ground behind him. Chapter 9, A Clever Trick, First Victory. 1,184 words. Oh, that hurts, you bastard, you really did not hold back at all." Clutching his eye socket and baring his teeth in pain, Gray dragged himself up from the ground and yelled miserably at Cabe. Cabe only spread his hands with an innocent look. "No, I actually pulled my punch the moment I realized you could not dodge. That last hit, I only used about half my strength." "Half your strength? Are you kidding me?" Gray's head was still buzzing, and when he heard Cabe say he had only used half his power, he let out a broken shout, completely crushed. What bothered him even more was Cabe's speed when he had thrown that punch. It had been so fast that he could see it, yet his body had not been able to react in time. No wonder he took 2 punches from Gramps' master and walked away fine. His physical stats are monstrous. Even so, Gray had no intention of backing down. Whether it was his pride as a senior or his instinct as a mage to charge forward, both drove him to raise his guard again and rush at Cabe once more. That first exchange had completely boosted Cabe's confidence. He also stepped in and swung his fist straight toward Gray. This time, though, Gray was ready. His attacks were no longer as wide open as before. Knowing that he was at a disadvantage in both strength and speed, he switched to a defense and counter style. While Cabe simply relied on hot blood and wild swinging, Gray used his experience. He slipped to the side to avoid a straightforward punch, then barely managed to block a quick jab from Cabe's left hand with both arms. The impact made his arms sting like crazy, but he gritted his teeth and immediately hooked his left leg around Cabe's supporting leg, easily tripping him and sending him to the ground. Seeing Cabe lose his balance, Gray's eyes lit up. He felt his chance had come and moved in to follow up. Right then, however, his own supporting leg suddenly felt as if something had wrapped around it. The next thing he knew, his ankle was yanked hard and he went down just as miserably. What the hell was that? Flat on his back with his arms and legs spread, Gray fought through the dizziness from his head hitting the ground and pushed himself up a little to look at his ankle. Then his eyes went wide. A T-tail. Cabe's smug voice drifted over. "That is right. My tail is just as flexible as an extra arm. When you fight me, you are naturally fighting one limb short." Gray's entire face twisted. This was way too dirty. He was already losing in strength and speed, and now the other guy had an extra arm on top of that. How were they supposed to have a fair fight? Before he could open his mouth to complain, Cabe, who had already bounced back to his feet, launched himself forward and bodyslammed him. No matter how Gray twisted, kicked, or flailed his limbs, Cabe simply used brute force to pin his arms and lock him to the ground. He struggled like a caterpillar for a few minutes before finally giving up. "I surrender. You win." The moment he said it, all the fight went out of him. His eyes turned blank as he stared up at the sky like a salted fish that had lost its dreams. Hearing Gray admit defeat aloud, Cabe could not help throwing both hands up in celebration. His opponent might just be a 10-something kid, but this was still the number 2 male lead of Fairy Tail. Beating Gray while they were about the same age gave Cabe a real sense of accomplishment. Of course, he also knew Gray had not gone all out. If Gray had used his specialty, ice magic, the outcome would not have been so easy to predict. At the very least, a Cabe who still could not fire energy blasts did not have any good ways of dealing with being frozen. After cheering, he quickly got off Gray's body, then smiled and held a hand out to him. Man, that was a really satisfying fight. I did not expect you to be this strong with just hand-to-hand combat, Gray. If you had used magic, there is no way I could have beaten you. Right, I still have magic. Gray's deadfish eyes lit up again. He grabbed Cabe's hand and used it to pull himself up, then crossed his arms, acting as if he did not care about losing at all. Of course. If I had used ice magic, you would have been turned into an ice sculpture already. Wow, and it is ice magic too. That is a really tricky kind of magic. You really are a tough opponent, Gray. Nah, you are not bad yourself. At least when it comes to pure fighting, you really are not my match. Watching Gray grin so hard his mouth was practically crooked from a little flattery, Cabe had to fight the urge to laugh. Kids really are easy. Just a few compliments and they are satisfied. At that moment, Kana and Urza, who had watched the entire fight from beginning to end, came over. Seeing Gray acting all proud despite losing, Kana, who had known him for years and was already very close to him, immediately teased. Before you get too happy, maybe you should make yourself an ice mirror and look at your own face, Mr. Panda. Panda? Gray blinked, confused, but still did as she said and formed an ice mirror to check his reflection. Cabe quickly turned his head away and started whistling like nothing was wrong. The next second. Aya, my eye. Gray grabbed Cabe's collar with one hand and pointed at his left eye socket with the other. That was where Cabe's first punch had landed, and now it was turning a lovely shade of purple. Gray ground his teeth. You bastard, you really did not hold back at all, hitting my face that hard. Cabe coughed lightly, pried his hand off, and defended himself. Do not just blame me. You were aiming for my face first too, remember? Oh, right, since our fight is over, do me a favor and step to the side. I am about to start round 2. You bastard. Gray immediately started yelling that he wanted to go again, but Cabe refused him on the spot, saying he did not fight weaklings. That made Gray so mad he practically jumped up and down. He regretted not using magic from the start and hitting this annoying guy with something big. Ignoring the loser's shouting, Cabe fixed his eyes straight on Urza. He had just beaten Gray and his confidence was through the roof. He could not wait to cut down Urza as well and show off even more. Yet when she met the burning look in his eyes, Urza simply shook her head, calm and decisive. Chapter 10. I can fire energy waves. The Master's warning. 1,228 words. Better forget it for now. I just watched your fight. Other than your strength and reaction speed, which are worth praising, your technique is a complete mess. Compared to how you are now, I would rather fight you after you finish basic training and can use your full power. Feeling Urza's gaze, burning with the same intensity as his own, Cabe only felt his Chunibya soul blaze up. So cool. This kind of duel born from mutual respect, it was exactly like what he had seen in anime. He agreed on the spot without hesitation, then reached out his hand. He and Urza shook hands and sealed their promise. Seeing that, Kana adorably clasped her hands behind her back, stepped up with a bright, expectant smile, and asked curiously, "Now that the fight is over, Cabe, did you feel anything? Like your magic starting to awaken?" The smile on Cabe's face froze. I think I did feel something earlier, but I am not totally sure. He then proceeded to tell them, with absolutely no mental burden, the story of how he had tried to fire a ki blast in the forest, only to end up releasing a fart instead. Naturally, he got a huge round of laughter from the 3 of them. After laughing, they all started sharing their own understanding of magic with great enthusiasm. Kana said, "Gramps Master says magic is the power of the heart, so if you truly put your heart into it, you can definitely use it. Gray added, "It kind of feels like your thoughts becoming reality. I just think about using it and I can make ice appear." Urza said, "More specifically, magic is connected to the magic particles that exist in all things between heaven and earth. Mags are people who can absorb and control these magic particles and fight with them." The three of them did their best to help him understand what magic and magical power were. But Cabe knew very well that the thing he called magic was really just an excuse. It was a different power system entirely from this world. Back on Earth in the Dragon Ball world, among those martial arts traditions passed down generation after generation, that power was called Ki. Of course, the two systems still had a lot in common. Cabe listened very seriously to their explanations and quickly built a rough concept of it in his heart. "All right, I will try it the way you said." Kana cheered, "Go for it, you can definitely do it." Gray said, "Hold on to your conviction. Believe in yourself." Urza told him, "Cast aside distractions. Go." Hearing the encouragement from behind him, Cabe felt his own fighting spirit rise. He stopped thinking about anything else and walked to the lakeshore. Facing the clear green water, he once again took the Kamehameha stance and focused all his attention on sensing and guiding the power inside his body. Me. Maybe it was because their explanations had really helped, or maybe because he had finally grasped the trick on his own. In the next moment, a flash of inspiration ran through him. He thrust his hands forward with all his strength, and a sphere of blue energy erupted from between his palms, shooting out in a straight line. Under his control, it flew more than 10 meters over the lake, then smashed into the surface, blasting up a pillar of water 5 or 6 meters high. The scattered droplets fell back down like rain, soaking his clothes, but he did not seem to notice at all. He stared blankly at his open hands, dazed. "I did it." Excited shouts rang out from behind him. The three kids ran over like they were the ones who had just learned magic, laughing and yelling as they surrounded Cabe. "That was amazing. What kind of magic is that?" For a first spell, the power is already really strong. In answer to Kana's question, Cabe clenched his fists tight, his voice trembling with excitement. "It is Kamehameha, a type of Ki blast. This is great, I can finally fire a wave." Urza placed a hand on his shoulder. She understood how he felt. After all, she herself had only awakened her magic a little over half a year ago. That made her even happier for her friend now that he had taken this step. "Congratulations. To celebrate your first successful spell, I will treat you to my favorite strawberry cake. Though I do not have much money, so I can only afford one slice." Obviously, Urza had not forgotten about the terrifying capacity of Cabe's stomach, so she quickly added that second line. His excitement was instantly wrapped in warmth by that cute little clarification. "One is enough. Good food is not about how much there is, it is about who you share it with. I am sure this will be the most delicious slice of strawberry cake I ever eat in my life." Hearing that, Gray and Kana both jumped up in delight and cheered. "Yay, strawberry cake time." Just like that, the four of them walked away from the training ground they had only just begun to use, laughing and teasing each other the whole way. Chattering and bickering, they headed toward Magnolia's lively shopping street, going together to buy what might just be the best strawberry cake in this world. They spent the entire afternoon wandering through almost all of Magnolia. The cake shop and clothing shop Urza always visited, the magic item store where Kana bought her divination cards, the ice drink shop Gray loved most. They even passed by iconic places like Cardia Cathedral, Southgate Park, and Magnolia Hospital. All of it helped the newly joined Cabe quickly grow familiar with the city. It was not until evening that the four of them returned to the guild together and saw Makarov, who had just come back from Pauliusica's place. "So, how was your half-day in Magnolia?" Makarov sat cross-legged at the bar, eyes half closed, as if nothing at all had happened earlier. Cabe first nodded to his three small partners, signaling them to go wait at an empty table, then he walked over to a seat at the bar and sat down by himself. "It was great. I awakened my magic, made 3 enthusiastic friends, and got to know the town properly." "Oh, you even awakened magic. You really have some talent, brat." Makarov opened one eye and glanced at him in surprise, clearly impressed. Then his expression turned serious and his tone grew heavy. Remember this. Magic is, above all, a power to protect. If I ever find out you are abusing it, using it to hurt ordinary people or your comrades, I will not hesitate to kick you out of the guild and hand you over to the Magic Council myself. Hi there, I will take one of everything on this menu. I want to try each dish once first. If that is not enough, I will order more later. Thanks. Cabe completely ignored Makarov's warning. After wandering around all afternoon, his stomach was already caving in. He grabbed the menu from the bar and eagerly rattled off a huge order to the bar's waitress, a counter girl who had never appeared in the original story. Chapter 11, The Cathedral of Chaldea. 1,282 words. Did you even hear a word I just said, you arrogant little brat? Makarov's face twitched with anger. He grabbed Cabe by one ear and bellowed directly into it. Hiss. I heard you. I am not some bloodthirsty maniac. As long as people do not mess with me first, I cannot be bothered to go around causing trouble. After snapping back, he dug at his ear hard, cursing in his heart about how loud this old man shouted. If he damaged his hearing like this, he was definitely going to turn into a great ape one day and stomp this baldy into paste. His tone was perfunctory, but Makarov had gotten the answer he wanted, so he could not be bothered to keep arguing. He snorted, then pulled out a key he had prepared earlier and tossed it to Cabe. This is the key to the boys' dorm. Your room is right next to Gray's. Tomorrow I am arranging for you to study together with Gray, Urza, and the others. So you had better sleep early tonight. If you are late tomorrow, I will personally go to your room and use my fists to wake you up. Study. So this was training in magic and combat. That was something he absolutely could not slack off on. Power was the only real guarantee for staying alive. Cabe, who understood the importance of strength better than anyone, nodded for once in a serious way. He carefully pocketed the key, planning to head back to the dorm with Gray after he finished eating. After that, he chatted with Makarov for a bit about what he had seen during the day. While they talked, the dishes he had ordered began coming out one after another. Starving and impatient, Cabe hurriedly said goodbye to Makarov, then rushed over to the table Kana and the others had saved for him. Under the cheers and exclamations of the onlookers, he began his second live eating performance. This brat. Watching plate after plate vanish into Cabe's mouth like a magic trick, Makarov felt like his heart was bleeding. Each bite hurt to watch. But a brat he had picked up himself. No matter how much he ate, he still had to feed him. At worst, he could go out to the forest east of town and hunt for meat himself. There was no way he would let the kids go hungry. Damn it, a guild master reduced to this. I am probably the only one in the whole kingdom in this situation. I really want to retire already. Pang pang pang. Pang pang pang. Hey, Cabe, wake up, it is time for class. At dawn, when the rising sun had just begun to light the sky, Cabe, who had gone to bed late again, was still lost in a sweet dream. Obviously, that was the end of his peaceful sleep. Outside the door, Gray kept knocking over and over, his banging growing more and more frantic. Hey, Cabe, we are going to be late. If you do not get up, Master is going to come grab you himself. On the bed, Cabe rolled over in annoyance and dragged the blanket over his head. Quit shouting, let me sleep a bit more. I cannot. We really are going to be late. After yelling, Gray pressed his ear to the door and listened. 10 seconds passed. When he still heard nothing from inside, his face darkened. He twisted the doorknob and stormed in. He scanned the room. His gaze quickly locked onto the lump of blanket on the bed in the far corner. He strode over and shook the bundle hard, speaking urgently. Hey, seriously, we are out of time. Weren't you the one swearing yesterday that you were going to work hard in class? If you are late on the very first day, Master is absolutely going to chew you out. Class. Lessons. Did he not already graduate? That thought floated lazily through Cabe's half-asleep brain like a snooze alarm. Then, in the next second, he jolted awake and shot upright. Right, class. Quick, clothes, I am going to be late. He flung the blanket aside. Wearing only a pair of underwear, He started tearing around the room searching for his clothes. Seeing that he was finally awake, Gray let out a sigh of relief and began helping him look. By the time Cabe was finally dressed and had splashed some water on his face, then sprinted out of the dorm with Gray, it was already close to 8 in the morning. 8 o'clock was the time he had agreed on with Makarov the night before for the start of class. They ran as fast as they could, but still arrived late at the day's classroom, Cardia Cathedral. Cabe could not help wondering why they had to come to a church to learn magic. Couldn't they just teach at the guild? But since he was late, he did not dare ask anything. He simply followed Gray into the cathedral, circling past the large central nave used for worship, and into a side room. "I am sorry, Sister Mary, we are late." As soon as they entered the classroom, Gray bowed his head and apologized to the woman standing by the blackboard, an older nun in her 50s, dressed in a habit. It was Cabe's first time there, so he copied Gray and bowed his head as well. Sister Mary glanced at the two late boys, then smiled kindly and waved them over. "Come in, Gray, and our new student. Just remember not to be late next time." Gray nodded gratefully, then hurriedly dragged Cabe to 2 empty seats in the back row. On the way, Cabe caught sight of Kana and Urza looking at him with expressions that clearly said knew it. He could not chat with them in class, so he only gave them a small nod and then sat properly in his seat. Each desk was single, with only one lonely textbook laid on top, or more accurately, a Bible. Once they were settled, Sister Mary picked up her own Bible again and resumed the lesson. "Now then, everyone turn to page 63. We will start from the 3rd paragraph. Read along with me. Love is patient and kind. Love does not envy. Love does not boast. It is not proud." Cabe held the Bible of this world in a daze and recited along with the others like a machine. After the group finished the passage, Sister Mary wrote the key sentences on the blackboard and began teaching them to recognize the characters one by one. Only then did enlightenment finally dawn on Cabe. So much for magic and combat. This studying was just learning how to read. The gorgeous scenes in his head of learning powerful magic and full-contact martial arts shattered instantly and turned into dry, boring literacy lessons. His mood was like a roller coaster that had just climbed to the highest point, then dropped straight off the cliff. Even so, he still obediently hugged his Bible and read along word by word. He did not know why he had no problem talking to Makarov, Kana, and the others as soon as he arrived in this world. Spoken language was fine. But when it came to the written script of the fairy tale world, he was completely blind. To avoid the humiliation of being unable to even read the job descriptions in the future, Cabe gritted his teeth, forced himself back into a school mode he had not used since his previous life, and threw himself into studying with rare seriousness. Chapter 12, A Chance Encounter with Levi. 1,145 words. More than 2 hours later, Sister Mary closed the Bible and announced that today's lesson was over. Cabe let out a long breath of relief. At the same time he felt like all the strength had been drained out of him and slumped bonelessly over his desk. Totally burned out, studying really is the most painful thing in this world. He groaned quietly, then suddenly felt a presence. He slowly lifted his head from the desk. Right in front of him was Sister Mary's gentle, kindly face. She crouched down so their eyes were level, then reached out a wrinkled, calloused hand and gently rubbed his hair. "You are Cabe, right? Master Makarov told me about you. It is your first day in class today, so you might have trouble keeping up. But you must not lose interest in knowledge. Whenever there's something you do not understand, you can come and ask me. I will always be happy to answer." Looking at her warm, motherly expression, Cabe nodded solemnly, his tone serious. "I understand. At the very least, I'll learn all the characters." If you can learn all the characters, that is already enough." Still smiling, Sister Mary patted him on the head and straightened up. Seeing Gray, Kana, and the others gathering around him, she added with a smile. "All right then, go play with your friends. Just remember not to be late tomorrow." With that, she hugged the Bible to her chest and left the classroom. Cabe watched her back as she walked away and scratched his cheek with a finger, muttering under his breath. "Seriously, from yesterday until now, everyone I've met has been so nice. My luck is pretty amazing." What are you mumbling about? Gray walked over with his hands stuffed in his pockets. For once, he was actually wearing a shirt today. After throwing in that jab at Cabe, he turned around and started complaining to Kana and Urza about Cabe's shameless habit of sleeping in. On that point, Cabe had nothing to say in his own defense. Last night he had stayed up way too late watching Macau and the others drinking and playing cards. If Gray had not dragged him back by force, he would probably still be in bed right now. Suddenly, Cabe rubbed his chin very seriously. Why do I feel like my self-control is worse than that of a 10-year-old kid? Finally realizing that, he could not help sinking into thought. While Gray grumbled and Cabe reflected on himself, a small group of 3 walked over, led by a blue-haired girl, with one black-haired and one orange-haired boy following behind her. Hey, Kana-chan, Urza-chan, and Gray, do you want to come play with us today? Hearing the voice, Kana brightened and waved. Levi, are you guys playing house again today? This time we are using my script, okay? The blue-haired girl, Levi, nodded happily and agreed at once. Sure. Urza, Gray, do you want to come too? I will come, Urza said, a little shy, but she still nodded in the end. Gray just turned his head away bluntly and said he had zero interest in playing house. The 3 girls clearly had not expected him to say yes anyway, so they immediately started chattering among themselves, excitedly discussing today's story script. None of them noticed that Cabe was staring at Levi with wide eyes, a head full of question marks. Levi, why is she here already? Did she really join in this early? That can't be right. I did not see her at the guild yesterday at all. She was supposed to be one of the later kids to join compared to others her age. Just as he was getting nowhere and wondering how a little butterfly like him could have flapped its wings for only one day and already caused such a big storm, one of the boys behind Levi suddenly spoke up. Hey, you, spiky head, why are you staring at our Levi like that? The moment he said it, all eyes turned toward Cabe. Kana, Levi, Urza, everyone looked over. The boy who spoke and his companion glared at Cabe as if he would charge in and throw hands the second Cabe dared nod and admit it. Cabe did not pay much attention to the 2 jealous guard dogs. Since he could not figure it out, he simply stood up and asked Kana directly. Kana, are these 3 guildmates too? Why didn't I see them at the guild yesterday? Nope, Kana replied with a smile, shaking her head before explaining. Levi, Jet, and Droy are all locals from Magnolia. Just like us, they come to the church school every day for lessons. As she spoke, Kana turned and took the initiative to introduce him. He is Cabe, a newbie who joined our guild yesterday. He is really strong. He beat Gray as soon as he arrived and even awakened a really powerful magic. Hey, what do you mean, beat me? I did not use magic yesterday. Gray protested loudly, scrambling to defend his pride. Levi acted like she had not heard him. Her eyes went wide with surprise. Wow, amazing, you even beat Gray, the strongest boy in the school. Nice to meet you, I am Levi McGarden. I am not a member of Fairy Tail yet, but joining Fairy Tail is my dream too. She held out her small hand like a little grown-up. Under the death stares of the 2 would-be guardians, Cabe calmly took her hand and gave it a light shake. I am Cabe. No family name. Current appointed Fairy Tail mascot. Mascot. Who introduces themselves like that? You are funny. Levi giggled, covering her mouth. Seeing their goddess laughing and chatting with Cabe so quickly, Jet and Droy felt a huge surge of crisis. The hostility in their eyes only grew stronger. Thankfully, what eased their hearts a little was that when Levi invited Cabe to join them in playing house, he refused just as firmly. So the 7 of them split up in front of the church. Kana and Urza went off with Levi's trio to play house. Cabe and Gray, by silent agreement, chose to head back to the guild. Imitating what he had seen from Makarov yesterday, Cabe walked up and slammed a heavy kick into the guild doors. Under the gaze of the members who had not gone out on jobs, he swaggered straight up to the bar and threw both arms high. Quiet, all of you washed-up uncles who do nothing but drink and play cards instead of working properly. Anyone here who is willing to give up your current boring, empty life and spare a little time to train me, the future #1 genius of the entire Ishgar continent? Chapter 13, Chapter 13, 1 month later tilde. 1,232 words. The moment his words fell, the entire guild went dead silent. This hyperactive idiot brat. On the second floor, Makarov leaned over the railing when he heard the commotion, his face dark as he muttered under his breath. A beat later, the rest of the guild members burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, Cabe, brat, are you having a delusional episode? If you can become the strongest in Ishgar, then I would already be one of the 4 heavenly kings at the top of the 10 wizard saints. Exactly, little Cabe, if you want your big brothers to teach you how to fight, you have to ask nicely. That kind of line does not work on us. Hey, idiot brat, here, take this. Go buy yourself some milk and stop bothering us while we drink. Ha 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 ha. Watching these stubborn uncles who were not moved in the slightest, Cabe stomped his foot in anger and shouted at them. Hey, all of you, do none of you have any ambition at all? This is a rare chance, you know. Someday you will be able to brag to outsiders that you were once the teachers of the future strongest mage in the world, me. You mean you are not even tempted? Right now, nobody in the guild bothered responding. Everyone went back to what they were doing, not taking his words seriously at all. At his side, Gray walked over with an expression that said he had seen this coming. He patted Cabe on the shoulder and comforted him. Forget it. Do not expect anything from these uncles whose souls have already rotted. This afternoon, just follow me. I will train you. Gray. Cabe looked at him, eyes shining with gratitude, tears almost glimmering in them. Gray got goosebumps all over from that look. He shoved Cabe away and turned to the smiling barmaid behind the counter. Miss Evie, same as usual, 1 Gray special set for me. He paused, then jerked a thumb toward Cabe behind him. And bring this guy, 50 regular meals. Sorry to trouble you. Got it. You two go grab a seat first. Evie's lips twitched slightly when she heard the second half of that order. Half an hour later, after Cabe had eaten his way through enough food to feed the entire guild for a day in one sitting, Makarov, who had just come downstairs from the second floor, regretted everything all over again. This glutton, I should have just left him in the forest and let him fend for himself. Cabe was completely oblivious to Makarov's mood. Hugging his round stomach, he let out a satisfied burp. While picking his teeth, he casually asked the Grey beside him. So, Grey, does the guild cover your meals too? Do you have to do jobs or anything? I mean, I have thick skin, but even I feel like eating for free every day is a bit much. Grey stared at the guy in front of him who had just eaten his half-month food budget in one go. He had a mountain of complaints piled up in his chest. Unlike you, I am already a proper mage who can fully use magic. Outstanding mags like me do not get free food and board. All our living expenses come from taking on whatever jobs we can handle. For example, Cabe pressed. Grey did not hide anything. He listed them one by one. For example, someone's pet runs away and we have to help find it. Or some out-of-town visitors hire us to guide them around the city. Or rich people's kids in town need playmates their age. Things like that. There are a lot of small jobs like these. Take Kana, for instance. She is really good at card divination, so people from town post requests specifically asking for her to do readings all the time. Oh, so that is how it is. Cabe suddenly understood. So after all this, he was the only one freeloading in the entire guild. The other kids his age could more or less handle some simple requests that did not cost the guild much. In that case, Cabe's eyes sparkled and he turned toward the bar where Makarov was. But before he could even open his mouth, Makarov cut him off flatly. No, I do not agree. The old man had heard their conversation, which was why he rejected him so decisively. Drop it, brat. Someone who only awakened magic yesterday does not count as a mage. You are a long way from being qualified to go out on jobs. He took a proud sip of his drink, watching to see what kind of disappointed expression Cabe would show. Instead, Cabe calmly dug at his nose and answered like it was the most natural thing in the world. What nonsense are you talking about, old man? There is no way I am letting go of such a great free food and lodging opportunity. Relax. Before I have the ability to protect myself, I will not step outside this guild even once. You damn brat, I never should have brought you back." Makarov jumped up and down in rage again, but Cabe had already turned away and stopped looking at him. In truth, despite what he said, Cabe did want to experience what it was like to take a job. However, since the master refused, there was nothing he could do. Instead of throwing a tantrum and shamelessly pestering Makarov to assign him a job, only to end up causing trouble or losses for the guild due to his lack of strength and experience, it was better to honestly stay in the guild, get used to his own abilities, and only take jobs after he became strong enough, so he could pay the guild back. Once he had thought it through, Cabe's smile returned. He raised his hand and shouted, "Excuse me, another 20 glasses of juice, on the master's tab." "Makarov, who is paying, you little brat? Do not push your luck. Get out there and go practice your magic properly." The guild erupted in laughter again. And so, Cabe spent his mornings in class and his afternoons training with Gray, Urza, and the others. After the first few days of discomfort, he more or less settled into this new world. In the blink of an eye, a whole month passed. That afternoon, after saying goodbye to Sister Mary and Levy's trio, the four of them were walking back toward the guild when Cabe, walking in the middle, suddenly declared loudly, "I have decided. Today, I am going to take on my very first job since joining the guild." The other three jumped at his sudden announcement and all stared at him in surprise. Kana was the first to speak. "There is no need to rush. I only started taking jobs in my 3rd year after joining the guild." Cabe said, "That is because you joined young. You are our super senior who entered the guild at 6 years old." Gray added, "What about me? I did not start taking jobs until more than half a year after I joined either." Cabe shot back, "Shut it, defeated underling. You have been taking jobs for so long and it does not look like you have improved at all." Gray exploded. "What did you say?" Chapter 14. Chapter 14 Team Up, First Mission. 1190 words. Seeing the two of them about to start swinging, little disciplinarian Urza quickly stepped in between them and pushed them apart. "Say whatever you want, but no fighting." After stopping the two, especially Gray, who looked like he had been deeply wronged, Urza cleared her throat and calmly gave an opinion that was different from Kana and Gray's. "I actually think it is fine. In terms of strength, Cabe, you have already beaten Gray several times in our recent spars. The only thing you lack is actual job experience. How about this? Let me talk to Master for you. I happen to have my eye on a certain request. This afternoon, we can go complete it together." Watching Urza settle the matter in just a few sentences, Cabe gave her a big, sincere thumbs up. "Urza, you are definitely going to become an excellent wife in the future." Meeting Cabe's earnest gaze, Urza's face turned bright red in an instant. Wife. What are you even saying, you idiot?" Her cheeks turned the same crimson as her hair. Flustered and angry, she swung her hand on reflex. Cabe failed to dodge and took the slap full on. His body spun through the air in a full circle, then crashed to the ground like a rag doll. Thud. Seeing Cabe's tragic state, Gray gulped and quietly shuffled a step farther away from Urza. Kana hurriedly grabbed Urza by the shoulders, trying to shake her back to her senses, then turned her head to snap at Cabe. "Idiot, what kind of nonsense are you spouting at a lady?" Cabe struggled up from the ground and immediately apologized. "Sorry, I will not say something like that again." He wiped a finger under his nose, looked at the smear of blood on his fingertip, and sighed from the bottom of his heart. Terrifying. I walked away from the old man without a scratch, but a shy slap from Urza actually gave me a nosebleed. So this is the power of the main cast. I am scared now. Thinking about it, Cabe already had a rough idea of his current strength. He figured he was about on par with Kid Goku when he first appeared in Dragon Ball. The only difference was that unlike Goku, who had been trained by his martial artist grandpa son Gohan from childhood, Cabe knew absolutely nothing about martial arts forms or techniques. So honestly, he was probably a little weaker than 10-year-old Goku. 12 years old and my battle power is not even 10. Guess I really am born to be a low-class warrior. He mocked himself in his heart, but he did not feel discouraged. After Kana's repeated comfort, Urza finally calmed down. Once they had both apologized to each other, the four of them continued along the road back to the guild. Compared to earlier, though, the atmosphere between them was much quieter. Every now and then, Cabe noticed that Urza was actually avoiding his gaze. This discovery made cold sweat break out all over his back. He hurriedly swore over and over in his heart. I am absolutely not a lolicon, that was just an honest feeling in the moment. Fortunately, their earlier promise had not been cancelled by this little accident. As soon as they returned to the guild, Urza pulled Cabe along to find Makarov, who was sitting on the bar as usual, drinking. He raised his eyes and looked at the two little ones standing side by side in front of him, then put down his mug and asked curiously, "So it is you two? What is it?" "Master." Urza greeted him properly, then stated their purpose directly. "About the request to subjugate Gryan that was delivered to the guild last night, is it still available? Cabe and I would like to take it together." Gryan. Hearing that name, Cabe immediately remembered. Back when he had just joined the guild, the master and the others had warned him not to wander alone into the forest east of town. There was a type of monster there called Gryan, very vicious. He had not expected Urza to be taking on monster subjugation jobs at such a young age. But would the master really agree to send two kids that young out to do something that dangerous? Makarov hesitated, just like Cabe had imagined. Gryan were intelligent monsters that could speak and had high IQs. Their individual strength was not that great and any random adult from the guild could take one down. The trouble with the job was that they were not being asked to subjugate just one of them, but 10. And the ones wanting to take this request were Urza and Cabe, two children. Just as Makarov was thinking it was too soon and about to refuse, Cabe suddenly stepped forward. He raised his right hand, a fist-sized blue light orb forming in his palm, and looked straight at Makarov with firm eyes. "Relax, old man. I am the one who beat Grey. I am a proper mage now. No matter what danger we run into, I guarantee I will protect Urza." Feeling the confidence in Cabe's gaze, and sensing the faintly violent energy pulsing inside the light orb in his palm, Makarov fell silent for a long moment. Then, against his better judgment, he nodded to Urza. "All right then, I will leave it to you two." The next second, he spun his head around and snapped at Cabe, his face dark. "Idiot brat, you only just joined and you are already trying to act cool. You just need to follow Urza's lead and not drag her down. Got that, newbie?" Yeah, I hear you, you biased old man." Cabe answered perfunctorily, then hurriedly dragged Urza off to stand in front of the job board. He scanned the board quickly, eyes moving from request to request, then suddenly lit up. He jumped and snatched a sheet off the board, waving it at the girl beside him. "This is the one, right?" I think so." Noticing how strange Urza sounded, Cabe gave her a puzzled look, but his attention was quickly grabbed by the big reward printed on the sheet. "It is actually 100,000J. That is not a small amount. In the original story, Luce's little apartment with its own bath cost only 70,000J a month. In the hands of someone who could manage their money, 100,000J would be enough to live on for a month easily." Hearing his exclamation, Urza finally snapped out of her daze. She shook her head hard, then explained. "The reward is good, but these are not monsters that live in groups. At most you will run into 2 or 3 at once. On top of that, they live scattered throughout a huge forest. If you are unlucky, it is normal to spend a whole week and still not manage to defeat 10 of them." "Oh, I see. No wonder all the uncles in the guild are not interested in this job that pays well and is so close to home." Chapter 15, Preparation, the Eastern Forest. 1,244 words. Cabe nodded in understanding, then took the request sheet and went back with Urza to stand in front of Makarov. After confirming there was nothing wrong with the request, Makarov added a bit more detailed information for them. This request was posted by the mayor of Magnolia. It is just a routine cleanup job, so there is no need to rush. Take your time. The main thing is to keep yourselves safe. For once, Cabe was serious. He and Urza nodded together and promised. "We will be careful, Master." After saying goodbye to the Master and giving Kana and Grey a quick word, the two of them left the guild together. They walked out under Gray's envious gaze and Kana's worried expression. Once they stepped outside, Urza did not head straight for the city gates. Instead, she led Cabe to a magic item shop he had visited a few times before and pushed the door open. "Welcome." As soon as they stepped in, a warm greeting floated over. Urza nodded toward the young man behind the counter, who looked to be around 20, and replied, "Big brother Nate, I brought Cabe to buy some supplies for going out on a job." Nate did not brush them off just because they were only kids. On the contrary, he came out from behind the counter with genuine enthusiasm and personally started picking things out for them. "I see, so little brother Cabe is already going out on jobs, huh? Then we really do need to get you properly equipped." As he spoke, Nate reached up to a shelf and took down a small brown leather pouch. He began stuffing things into it at high speed, explaining as he worked. "This new model spatial canteen can store a full liter of fresh water. These 2 vials are antidote, basically essential if you are heading into the wild. Here is a coil of rope that can extend and retract on its own, a compass that will never lead you astray, a signal flare you can fire for help in an emergency." Watching Nate keep cramming items into the pouch, Cabe wanted to reach out and stop him, but every single thing really was something you would want when going out on a job. Not a single piece was something he could call unnecessary. Just as he was agonizing over how to tactfully hint that he did not have a single jewel to his name, Nate closed the pouch, now stuffed full, and handed it to him with a grin. "These are all cheap little tools anyway. Just take them as a gift to congratulate you on officially becoming a mage. Once you start making money, remember to come shop here often." For a moment, Cabe was speechless and did not know whether he should accept it. In the end, he took a deep breath and accepted the pouch with both hands, his tone earnest. "Thank you, big brother Nate. I will definitely come by often in the future. That is all I need to hear. Be careful out there on your job and make sure you protect yourself." They waved and said goodbye as Nate walked them to the door. Outside, Cabe weighed the pouch in his hand. It was practically weightless. He sighed softly and slung it onto his back. "Great, now I owe someone else a big favor. Feels like ever since I came here, I have been relying on everyone's kindness." Urza chuckled and explained. "Big brother Nate is always like that. He says it is to tie customers to his shop better, but anyone who buys from him will always get the best price. Yeah, he is a good person." Once they had settled their feelings, the two of them finally set out and left the town for real. By coincidence, the forest to the east where their job was located was the very same forest Cabe had woken up in when he first arrived in this world. The only difference was that he had been on the outskirts back then, while this time their job would take them deep into the woods, where they were far more likely to encounter Gryan. The moment they entered the forest, Urza drew the knight's sword at her waist. Cabe also raised his guard, watching their surroundings carefully and ready for an ambush at any time. Amid that tense atmosphere, Urza scanned the trees with her sword in one hand, then suddenly spoke. "Cabe, let me make one thing clear first. I am not someone who needs protecting. When the fighting starts, I will go in first. You can support from the side." "Huh. So you have been sulking all this way just to worry about that?" Cabe had already noticed that Urza had something stuck in her chest she wanted to tell him. He just had not expected this to be the cause. He sighed and answered as if it were obvious. "Of course you should go in first. When it comes to fighting monsters, you are the senior here. I do at least understand that much." Urza quietly let out a breath. She did not want her comrades to think she was weak or fragile. "But," Cabe added, "if you really do get in danger, then as your big brother, standing in front of you and protecting his little sister is only natural." "Got it, Urza, my dear little sister who is 1 year younger than me. You." Hearing him actually use age as an argument, Urza was about to snap back in outrage when she saw Cabe suddenly dash toward a nearby tree, as if he had found something. She could only swallow her irritation and follow after him at a quick pace. They stopped before a tree as thick as an adult's waist. Cabe reached out and touched the deep overlapping claw marks carved into the trunk, analyzing with a serious face. "Some of these are old and some are new. Whoever made these must come here often to sharpen their claws. It all lines up. This has to be from Brian. Next, all we need to do is search the ground for droppings or footprints and we will be able to track them down. After his confident analysis, he promptly bent over, but sticking out, and began poking around the forest floor for tracks. Urza examined the claw marks on the tree carefully, then cleared her throat and quietly reminded him. Ahem. Brian do not have a habit of sharpening their claws like this. And because their intelligence is close to that of humans, they usually only relieve themselves near their nests. Cabe froze in place mid-crouch, then stood up as if nothing had happened and patted the dirt off his knees. Let us keep going. We are still a long way from their nest. If we are lucky, we can at least find one today and finish 1/10 of the job. Watching Cabe's stiff back as he tried to act calm, Urza could not help letting out a soft laugh. For the sake of his pride, she chose not to expose his clumsy performance. She was just about to step forward and follow when she suddenly felt a faint tremor through the ground beneath her feet. Her expression changed at once. She brought her sword up horizontally in front of her chest and shouted, "Careful, something is coming." Chapter 16, Overly Dramatic Urza. 1,237 words. Almost before the words left her mouth, a hulking figure burst out of the trees behind them. A green-furred, humanoid ape-like monster 5 or 6 meters tall crashed down in front of them with a heavy thud. Hey, look what I have found, 2 human brats who wandered into the forest. You both look very tasty. Urza's pupils shrank the instant she saw the creature. Instead of fear, her voice was full of excitement. It appeared, it is a Gryan, our target for the job. At that exact moment, a pale blue key blast streaked past Urza's side, whistling through the air before slamming straight into the Gryan that had just made its dramatic entrance and had not even finished showing off. Boom! The explosion shook the trees. From behind her, Cabe's excited shout rang out. I knew it. Go, Urza, I will cover you. Right. The first target will be claimed by me, Urza Scarlet. She swung her knight's sword, then charged toward the spot where the blast had landed, now shrouded in thick smoke. After a few steps, though, something felt off. Her charge slowed. Behind her, Cabe, already gathering ki for another Kamehameha, saw this and shouted anxiously. What are you doing, Urza? This is not the time to space out. Urza did not answer. As Cabe grew more impatient and confused, a breeze swept through the forest and slowly blew the smoke away. What it revealed was the Gryan, its entire body charred black, sprawled motionless on the ground with no trace of life left in it. Cabe. He let his hands drop in embarrassment, hurried around Urza and walked up to the corpse. He gave the monster 2 firm kicks. Hey, big guy, knock it off and stop playing dead. Ever heard of smoke inhalation? There is no way a monster that pathetic would get killed by a single ki blast. Get up already. While he talked, he turned his head and forced a grin at Urza. So, Urza, how about you give it another slash, just in case? Maybe it is trying to trick us by pretending to be dead. Monsters can be really crafty. Urza's head was lowered, her eyes hidden behind her bangs. A heavy depression seemed to radiate from her entire body. The moment she thought back to herself raising her sword and shouting a hot-blooded line, only for the target to already be dead the next second, she wanted nothing more than to curl her toes through her steel boots. The awkwardness in the air was so thick Cabe could almost taste it. Very considerately, he rushed to change the subject. So, how do we handle the corpse? Cut off the head, or do we need some specific part as proof? Tee the tail, we only need to take the tail. Cabe glanced at the Gryan's green tail and reached out, only to hesitate for a moment. He could not quite bring himself to do it. When he thought about the monkey tail hanging behind him, he inexplicably felt like he was about to commit some kind of tail-on-tail crime. Screw that, we are not the same species. With a roar, he chopped his left hand into a blade and neatly severed the Gryan's tail, which was much thicker than his own. Holding the green monkey tail in his hand, Cabe even felt a faint phantom sting run along his own tail. He slid a hand back and gently stroked his most precious appendage, speaking softly. Do not worry. I will never let anyone cut you off. His goofy movements and muttered nonsense finally coaxed a laugh out of Urza. Seeing the smile return to her face, Cabe secretly wiped the cold sweat that did not exist from his forehead. Kids are so hard to handle. Good thing I have some tricks. After that little episode, the two tidied up the scene and continued deeper into the forest. The eastern woods were already close to human settlements, and Gryan were practically the strongest monsters in the area. Once they saw how easily the so-called ruler of the eastern forest had gone down, both of them relaxed noticeably. Their confidence grew. Unfortunately, their luck afterward was not great. All afternoon, they only ran into one more target. This time, Cabe did not make a move and let Urza handle it alone. He watched her lightly dodge the Gryan's massive swinging arm, then drive her blade straight into its heart. Once she cut off its tail, Cabe finally walked up and made a suggestion. "Let us call it a day. We can head back to the guild and come search from another direction tomorrow." Urza glanced up through the canopy at the sky that had already gone completely dark, then nodded. "That works. If we stay out longer, Master is going to start worrying." They packed up and turned back toward town. Thanks to the compass Nate had given them, even in the thick darkness of the forest they did not lose their way. They walked side by side. Only when they were nearly out of the woods did they both finally relax and start complaining about the job. No wonder the uncles do not like this request. At today's pace, we have to run into the forest at least 4 more times to finish it. Urza nodded in agreement. And since we are in a forest that is unfamiliar, we have to stay tense the entire time, always paying attention to our surroundings and staying on guard against danger that could appear at any moment. Having to keep your nerves tight all the time is probably another reason the uncles do not want to take this job. They continued chatting back and forth like that as they left the trees and stepped onto the main road. Without the dense branches and leaves blocking the sky, the bright moonlight poured down, lighting up everything before them. Using the moon as a guide, they confirmed the direction, then picked up their pace toward the guild. At night, the guild was as rowdy as ever. The usual drunks who had nothing better to do were clustered together, drinking and making a racket. Normally, Makarov would be in the middle of them. Tonight, though, as he watched the sky outside grow darker, he could not help growing increasingly anxious. Why are those 2 brats still not back? They did not actually run into something dangerous, did they? Gray and Kana sat at a long table in the hall, the 2 kids just as worried about their friend's safety. Thankfully, before long, the guild doors were kicked open hard. Cabe and Urza appeared in their line of sight one after the other. Gray and Kana immediately jumped down from their chairs and dashed over to them. Makarov let out a breath of relief in his heart, then quickly put on a furious face and yelled, "Cabe, you thick-headed brat, how many times have I told you already? Open the door properly. No kicking. Are your ears not working?" Cabe raised the trophy tails in his hands so the 2 kids running up could see, shaking them proudly. Only then did he look back at Makarov and respond lazily. "I learned it from you, Master. Maybe you should reflect on your own behavior before you try to educate me." Chapter 17, A Shy Laxus. 1,155 words. The moment he said that, Makarov was left speechless, just glaring at Cabe with bulging eyes. Urza took the 2 tails that were their only spoils of the day from Cabe's hands and set them on the counter in front of Makarov. "Master, we only ran into 2 Gryan today. The job will have to continue." Makarov did not seem surprised at all. He had expected this from the start. That is normal. This is basically the only troublesome part of this job. Just keep at it tomorrow. Speaking of which, Cabe, these guys are your kin, right? You hit pretty hard for a brat. He lifted one of the Gryan tails and waved it in front of Cabe's face, grinning as he teased him. "Who are you calling a wild monkey, you Mediterranean old man? Believe it or not, I will transform into a great ape right now and stomp you into a shiny bald freak. Idiot brat, who are you calling a bald old corpse? How many times have I told you, I just have a slightly higher hairline than everyone else. Hair. Whose hairline starts at their forehead and runs all the way to the back of their head? Did a Gryan mistake your skull for an egg and chew on it? You little punk, you are getting more and more out of control. I will show you what the guild master's authority looks like today. Come on then, old fossil, I will blast your last 2 strands of hair clean off with one wave." As they watched Cabe and the master trade insults the moment he got back, the three little ones looked at each other and could not help smiling helplessly. They had seen this scene countless times in the past month. They were almost used to it. The rest of the guild saw the two of them arguing again and immediately started egging them on from the sidelines, delighted to watch the show. They were all hoping it would not stop at trash talk and that the two of them would actually trade blows for once. Nobody noticed that at the entrance of the guild, a blonde boy with spiky hair and punky-studded headphones was standing just outside the door, staring expressionlessly at Cabe as he bickered with Makarov. Suddenly, he spoke and cut off their shouting match. "Hey, old man, and you, monkey-tailed brat. I am back." At the sound of that voice, both Cabe and Makarov froze for a moment, then turned toward the speaker. When he saw who it was, Makarov's face shifted from anger to joy. He waved cheerfully. "So you are back, Laxus. How did the job go? All smooth?" It was all right." He brushed it off casually. Under everyone's gaze, Laxus walked in with one hand in his pocket, the other holding his pack slung behind him, and came to a stop right in front of Cabe, locking eyes with him. Cabe had seen Laxus before, but the two of them had never exchanged a single word. Now that Laxus was staring so openly, Cabe frowned and asked in a not very friendly tone, "What is it?" Laxus did not answer. He just kept staring at Cabe with an intense pressure, like he could attack at any second. Everyone else felt the strange tension between them and slowly lowered their voices until the whole guild grew quiet. Cabe might not know exactly what kind of Tsunda Laxus was in the original story, or what he had done to offend him, but he was absolutely not afraid. If Laxus dared to make a move on him, then even if he had to take a beating, he was going to give this guy a proper thrashing in return. Just as everyone began to sense that something was wrong, and even Makarov was about to speak up, Laxus suddenly looked away, visibly awkward. "So your tail really is real? I thought it was just decoration." Thump. 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 A few people almost fell over on the spot. "So all this time, that is what you wanted to ask?" The entire guild exploded, shouting in disbelief. Cabe was so stunned by the sudden turn that he toppled off his chair head first. He sprang back up at once, grabbed the chair, and snapped. "Of course it is real. Who in their right mind would stick a tail on themselves just for decoration? And where would you even attach it? Your back door?" Makarov immediately bonked him on the head. "Idiot, what goes on in that brain of yours?" After disciplining Cabe, he turned to scold his grandson with the same helpless expression. "Honestly, Laxus, you clearly inherited my handsome face from back in the day. Can you not smile a little more? Do you have any idea how scary you look walking over in silence like that? You almost gave me a heart attack." Beside them, Urza, Kana, and Grey all nodded vigorously. Laxus' stone-faced approach had scared the life out of them too. Laxus froze for a moment, not expecting his idle curiosity to cause such a big misunderstanding. Instantly, he felt like he had lost face. His cheeks burned and he turned, ready to leave. "Wait." Rubbing his sore head, Cabe got up and called out to him. "Seriously, next time you are curious about something, just ask. What are you doing acting like a grown-up at your age?" He waved at Evie behind the bar. "Miss Evie, bring some food for me and this blonde idiot. Put it on the Baldy's tab." "Who are you calling an idiot, and who are you calling a baldy, you poser of a brat?" The two of them snapped at the same time. Grandfather and grandson spoke in perfect unison, then both paused and looked at each other in surprise. It had been a long time since Makarov had seen Laxus this flustered. He forced down a laugh and cleared his throat lightly. "Well, anyway, you are here, so you might as well sit down and eat." "Laxus." Before Laxus could react, Makarov raised his mug high and shouted, "To celebrate Cabe completing his first job and Laxus' safe return, let us all drink together. Cheers." Everyone echoed him at once. Cabe, Urza, and the others all raised the glasses of juice Evie had just brought over and shouted along with the rest. Looking at everyone raising their drinks for him, something stirred in Laxus' chest. He muttered two quiet words. "So lame." Then he dropped his pack on the floor, plunked himself down at the bar, picked up his drink and started sipping it in small gulps. Over the next few days, Cabe and Urza were busy with their mission to subjugate Gryan. Finally, on the 6th day, they met the jobs quota and could return to the guild to turn it in. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. Decision. My legs are the means of travel. 1,323 words. Here you go, brat. This is the full 100,000J reward for the job. I will handle the follow-up with the mayor myself. You can take a good 2-day rest. Cabe took the money from the master and practically bounced away, happily counting the thick stack of bills as he went back to his friends. He peeled off 50,000 and shoved it toward Urza, satisfaction written all over his face. This is your share. Normally a part of every request has to be handed over to the guild, but master said this was my first job, so he waived it for me. Urza did not turn down the pay he offered. In Fairy Tale, whenever you completed a team request, everyone would usually just split the reward evenly by head count. That was how it had always been. Now that he finally had money in his hands, Cabe was not stingy at all. He immediately dragged the 3 of them out to a dessert shop, treating them to a little feast as his way of thanking them for looking after him all month. They sat together in the shop. Kana chewed on the tip of her spoon and stared at the tiny piece of chocolate cake in front of Cabe, which was nowhere near enough to fill the gaps between his teeth, and could not help worrying. Since you have started taking jobs now, the guild probably cancelled your food and lodging subsidy, right, Cabe? Are you sure you will be okay? With your appetite, this little bit of job money is not going to be enough, is it? It is fine, it is fine. Meals are pretty cheap at the guild. If I take jobs often enough, I can still afford it. Worst case, there is prey in the East Forest and fish in the lake behind the guild. I at least will not starve. The 3 of them thought that over and felt it made sense. No matter what, the guild would never let its own members starve to death. And if all else failed, Master would probably open the back door for Cabe anyway. Cabe stuffed the last bite of his cake into his mouth, then stood up and waved at them. The bill is paid already. Take your time eating. I am going back to grab a job. So soon? You just finished a job. All 3 of them were shocked and tried to talk him into resting for a day. But Cabe already had his plan laid out. At this point, he could read almost all of the writing in this world. It was time to start earning a living properly while leveling up his training at the same time. So he ignored their persuasion, waved goodbye, and hurried off. After he left, Gray suddenly sped up, shoveling the last of his macarons into his mouth in a few bites. He stood up too, eyes burning. I am going to train too. If that guy Cabe is working this hard, I, as the senior, cannot let him leave me too far behind. He did not rush to go. Instead he turned to look at Urza expectantly. She did not let him down. After savoring the final bite of her strawberry cake, she dabbed her lips with a napkin like a proper lady and nodded. Let us go together. I am not planning to lose either. Since the 2 of them had already made up their minds, Kana could only sigh and jump in as well. If you are all saying that, then I will come too. But let me be clear, I am not like you monsters. Forget physical training. I am just going to practice magic. So, under Cabe's inspiration, the 3 children all started doubling down on their own training with competitive fire in their eyes. Meanwhile, Cabe jogged all the way back to the guild and went straight for Makarov again. Master, are there any jobs I can handle right now, preferably subjugation-type requests? Seeing the kid who had only finished his very first job a few hours ago already back to ask for another, Makarov was both moved and worried. Brat, being diligent is good, but you cannot get too obsessed with jobs. 50,000 J is enough for you to spend, enough for you to eat for a few meals. Wait until the day after tomorrow. I will introduce a job for you then. Cabe knew the master meant well, but he did not accept it. He ran over to the request board instead and scanned it roughly. Soon, he pulled down a subjugation job worth 90,000 J. He took the request back to Makarov to report. This one, Master. The difficulty is not high, please approve it. This one. Makarov read the details and saw that it was indeed a low-difficulty beast-driving job. His resolve wavered. He also understood Cabe's situation very well. Those pitiful eyes staring straight at him made the old man's heart soften. Fine, I will make an exception this once. But the job location is a bit far. Do you know how to buy a magic carriage ticket? Cabe happily shoved the request slip into his pack, then took out a map of the Kingdom of Fura and the compass Nate had sold him. He grinned. It is all right. I will run there. I can count it as training. He said goodbye to Makarov, then shot out of the guild like an arrow. He kicked into full speed in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, his figure shrank into a tiny dot at the edge of their vision. Only then did Makarov belatedly react. Oh, running there, that is fine then, fine your head. He hopped down from the tabletop and stomped it furiously, glaring in the direction Cabe had vanished. You little brat, do you have any idea how far it is from Magnolia to that job location? By the time you get there, even cold leftovers will be gone. After yelling, Makarov grabbed his few remaining strands of hair with both hands in despair. Damn it, I should never have gone soft and agreed to that brat. This is bad. I have to think about how to write a letter apologizing to the employer. Evie leaned forward on the bar, half her body over the counter. She watched Cabe's figure shrink away like a magic four-wheeler at full speed, then turned around, eyes wide with admiration, and patted Makarov's back to console him. Do not be upset, master. Since little Cabe already made up his mind, he must be confident. That child will not cause trouble for the guild. You really are the best, little Evie. Makarov raised his head with a pitiful look and gazed at the gentle, beautiful Evie. With a sniffle, he lunged, clearly intending to throw himself into her arms. Before his plan could succeed, Evie's face darkened. She planted a fist squarely in his face. Drop dead, you dirty old man. She huffed, flicked her long hair, and stomped away from the bar in a puff of anger. Heart and body both shattered, Makarov toppled backward off the bar with 2 bloody streams running from his nose. His sorry state immediately drew laughter from some of the guild members. Shut it, you lot who only know how to drink and cause trouble all day. Even little Cabe knows how to work hard, and then look at you. You are not even as good as a child. Makarov, furious and humiliated, pointed at them and vented every bit of his pent-up anger. Once he was done dumping everything on their heads, the entire guild exploded with indignation. Soon enough, angry words turned into heated arguments and shoving matches, which then escalated into a full-blown brawl that spread through the entire hall. Chapter 19. 2 years later, Magnolia's eccentric. 1,180 words. Ever since that first job, Cabe had been pouring almost all his time and energy into missions. Only, unlike most people who treated requests as work, Cabe treated them as training. On the way to every job, he never used transport. He ran if he could run, swam if he had to cross water, never missing a single chance to push his body. It was a method he had come up with after thinking about the training Son Goku went through under Master Roshi. Clumsy, maybe, but very effective. Just like that, another 2 years flew by. During that time, plenty of new faces joined the guild, including Natsu, the protagonist of the original story. However, because Cabe spent so much time away on jobs, he was not as close to most of them as he was to Gray and the others. The only exception was Natsu. Since Natsu kept challenging him and kept getting beaten to a pulp for it, they actually ended up getting along pretty well. That day, an odd scene appeared on the streets of Magnolia. Pedestrians were stopped on both sides of the road, pointing and whispering about the figure walking down the middle of the street. A young man who had only arrived that morning as a tourist stood among the crowd, watching for a long while before finally blurting out, "Does that kid have some kind of mental problem?" You could not really blame him for wondering. The object of everyone's curiosity was a weirdo walking on his hands, a bundle strapped to his body with ropes. Other than thinking the guy's head was not screwed on right, the young man really could not come up with a more reasonable explanation. Hey, kid, you should not say things like that. Bad-mouthing people when you do not know the truth is not a good habit. A rebuking voice sounded behind him. The young man turned around on reflex and bowed his head. I am really sorry. I am new in town and did not know about the local sites. The man who had scolded him was a middle-aged uncle with a face full of stubble. Seeing how cleanly the youth apologized, and hearing that he was not from Magnolia, The uncle let it slide with a nod. Sensing that this uncle was not actually that hard to talk to, the young man plucked up his courage and asked, "Sir, could you tell me about that child? I am actually a traveling writer looking for inspiration. Here is my card." The uncle accepted the business card and glanced over it. He had never heard of the name before, but he still puffed up a little and said in an enthusiastic tone that screamed, "You picked the right guy. That kid was picked up outside town by Master Makarov more than 2 years ago." He had just finished the first sentence when the young man suddenly cut in. "Wait. Master Makarov, do you mean Makarov, one of the 10 wizard saints?" "Of course. Who else named Makarov would there be in all of Magnolia?" The uncle shot him an annoyed look, displeased at being interrupted. The young man chuckled awkwardly, but his hands were already moving. He pulled out a notebook and pen and started scribbling at high speed. "See his waist there, that furry thing wrapped around it? That is actually his tail." "A tail? A human with a tail?" The young man's eyes widened. He quickly followed the direction of the uncle's finger. The boy had already walked quite a distance by now, but the young man could still clearly see the monkey-like tail wrapped around his waist. His curiosity was instantly hooked. "Please, tell me more." The uncle clearly enjoyed having an audience to brag to and continued with relish. Maybe it was because he was so different that his parents abandoned him. Luckily, Master Makarov is a kind soul who takes in children with tragic backgrounds and brings them into the guild. He sighed, then went on. "In order to repay Makarov and Fairy Tale for taking him in, that kid trains like crazy every day. His goal is to become a powerful mage as soon as possible and pay back the kindness he owes." "So that kid is training?" The young man stared at the small figure in the distance that was almost out of sight, feeling a strange tug in his chest. "That is right. He is incredibly diligent. No matter where the job is, he insists on running there on his own feet. Even so, in 2 years he has never been late for a single request. He is a true genius who is climbing forward step by step through sweat and hard work. This is..." The young man was at a loss for words. The information packed into that short explanation was so shocking he almost could not process it. Crossing from town to town on nothing but his own legs and still finishing every job on time, that is incredible. With his imagination, he could already picture the hardships and grit that had filled the boy's journey. His interest in this child, born under misfortune yet still filled with gratitude, shot through the roof. He insisted on dragging the uncle to a cafe so he could hear the story in full detail. The uncle had nothing better to do anyway, and the young man was very enthusiastic, so he had no reason to refuse. Before they left, the young man looked back one last time at the figure that was already nowhere to be seen and finally asked the question that had just occurred to him. "Sir, what is the boy's name?" "Him. He is Cabe, Fairy Tale's mage and mascot." "Huh? Did you say mascot?" Cabe, currently in his Might Guy the second form, continued walking on his hands with effort while mentally ranting non-stop. He knew very well that his bizarre behavior would attract attention. But he had a single-minded obsession with getting stronger and did not care what others said. What he really could not handle were the heartfelt, melodramatic stories the townsfolk kept making up about him. Honestly, that uncle's version was one of the closer ones to the truth. The others, like he is the child of a human and a Gryan, or he insists on traveling on foot because he gets motion sickness, or he works this hard because he wants to save the girl he has secretly loved since childhood who was kidnapped by bad guys, were so far off they were orbiting another planet. He had heard those kinds of ridiculous stories more times than he could count. At first they made him angry, but now he was just used to it. After walking on his hands the entire day, all he wanted now was to hurry back to that noisy guild, eat a mountain of food, head back to his apartment for a hot bath, then sleep like a log. Chapter 20. The Three Strauss Siblings. 1,228 words. Thinking about food made his stomach start growling loudly, and he could almost smell the aroma drifting out of the guild hall already. Hold it together, just a little more. No way, I am collapsing right before the finish line. Gritting his teeth, Cabe forced his body, pushed to its limit by hunger and exhaustion, to keep going. Bit by bit, he walked toward the Fairy Tale Guild. After a few more handstand steps, he suddenly felt himself bump into something. He strained to lift his head. With his blood having flowed upside down for so long, and sweat running into his eyes, his vision was blurry. All he could make out was the hem of a black robe hanging down over a small body, and a pair of dainty black leather boots. Sorry, I was not watching where I was going. The owner of the little boots, a white-haired girl in a black robe with 2 floppy ear-like decorations hanging from the hood, was clearly seeing this kind of weirdo for the first time. No, it is fine. Go on. She stepped to the side to let him pass, then watched this strange person laboriously walk on his hands, one step at a time, all the way through the doors of Fairy Tale. That weirdo is a guild member too? The thought had barely formed when the girl's gaze dimmed. Her slender left hand crept up to cover her right arm. Hey, a demon like me actually calling someone else a freak. She gave herself a bitter little joke in her heart, silently apologized to that guy, then stepped through the doors of Fairy Tale as well. Inside, Cabe forced himself across the threshold of the guild. The moment he passed the doorway, he could not hold on any longer. His body crashed heavily onto the floor. Water, food, anything is fine. Just bring me something, please. After a heartbeat of silence, the guild exploded into noise again. Cabe is back. Hang in there, you can have my fried rice first. Oi, what did you pull this time, you crazy brat? Why do you always look like you are on death's door whenever you come back? It has been 2 years and you still have not changed. Keep this up and we will all die of fright from you before we die of old age. They complained, but their hands were honest. A few people quickly lifted Cabe and hauled him over to a table, seating him down. Others plunked their plates in front of him one after another. The barmaid Evie could only smile helplessly and turn back toward the kitchen to have more food prepared. Seeing all that familiar food laid out after so long, Cabe completely lost control. He grabbed a spoon and shoveled food into his mouth in huge mouthfuls. Even as he ate, he did not forget to thank the comrades who had helped him. Thanks. MMPH. Everyone stared at him in speechless silence. Macau simply smacked him on the back and said, Yeah, just eat. What a troublesome kid. With that, he waved everyone away. The slap made Cabe choke. He gulped down 2 big glasses of water before the food finally went down, then immediately went back to his one-man war against the mountain of dishes in front of him. The white-haired girl who had come in after him walked through the door just in time to see that same weirdo sprawled over the table, devouring food. In the blink of an eye, more than half of an entire table's worth of dishes had vanished into his stomach. What is with this guy? How long has he been starving to eat like that? Myra. Her arrival was quickly noticed by a boy and a girl about her age. They abandoned whoever they had been with and ran up to her, calling her name. Elfman, Lizanna. Myra Jane pulled her gaze away from Cabe and forced a smile for her younger brother and sister, reaching out to ruffle their hair. Lizanna clung to her sister's arm, staring at Cabe with wide eyes as he inhaled his food, and squeaked. Big sis, look at that big brother, he is amazing. He is eating so much all at once. Why yeah, really amazing, Myra Jane answered stiffly. In her head, though, she was thinking, if he eats that much, is he not going to explode? Elfman, who was technically a boy but timid by nature, seemed completely intimidated by Cabe's wild eating style and instinctively hid behind his sister. Seeing how interested the 3 siblings were, Kana, who had grown a fair bit taller over the past 2 years, walked over with a grin to introduce him. That idiot is Cabe. Even in our guild, he is a very special kind of weirdo. But all that is just what people outside who do not know him call prejudice. She giggled. In reality, he is super hardworking, easy to talk to, and has a really goofy personality. She had barely finished when a shout came from outside the guild. Cabe, I heard you are back. Fight me. This time I am not going to lose. A heartbeat later, the 3 siblings watched as the boy named Natsu, whom they had met over the last few days, came barreling in with his fists clenched, charging straight at Cabe. But you 3 have to be careful. What Cabe hates most is someone disturbing him while he is eating. Whoever does that, ends up like Natsu. As Kana spoke, she slid neatly to the side. The next second, Natsu, who had just reached Cabe's side, was sent flying back the way he had come even faster than he had arrived. He shot out of the guild like a cannonball and vanished somewhere outside. The siblings' eyes went round with shock. What stunned them even more was that Cabe had not moved his hands at all when he launched Natsu. It was the furry, flexible tail behind him that had done the striking. His tail, all three of them cried at once. Hick! Ah, I am alive again. I really thought I was going to die this time. Full and content, Cabe bit down on a toothpick and pulled out the request slip signed off by the client. He walked over to the bar. The old man is out again, huh? Evie, can I trouble you to pass this on to him? Evie nodded and carefully accepted the slip, then smiled and explained. The master was called out early this morning by the Regional Guild Alliance for a meeting. If you had come back a little earlier, you might have caught him. TCH, why would I want to see that old fossil? After throwing a jab at Makarov, Cabe turned and scanned the guild. Kana just happened to be walking over then, bringing Myra Jane and her siblings along. She called out familiarly. Cabe, you idiot, how did you come back this time? Why do you have to make such a big scene every time you return? Oh, Kana. And, some new faces. He glanced over the four of them and immediately recognized the cloaked girl as the one he had run into at the guild doors earlier. Chapter 21. Cabe, where's my huge house? 1,287 words. The other boy and girl had nothing covering their faces, so Cabe recognized them at a glance. The Strauss siblings, did not think they joined around this time. He did not make a fuss about it. He just nodded casually to the three of them and said, well, I felt like trying handstands this time, so I walked all the way back from Clover Town on my hands. Clover? That is the town north of Magnolia, right? You walked all the way back from there on your hands. It was not just Kana who was stunned. Even the three siblings, who had no impression of the name Clover Town at first, all dropped their jaws once they processed what that meant. Monster. For the first time, Myra Jane felt that, compared to herself, who was always feared as a demon, this boy who looked around her age was the one who truly deserved to be called a monster. While the others were still gaping, Cabe opened his mouth and let out a huge yawn. Hurried on the road all day, I am dead tired. Whatever it is, talk tonight. I am going to catch up on some sleep. He tossed that line over his shoulder, picked up his little pack and walked straight out of the guild. Oi, Natsu, why are you sleeping in the middle of the road? If you are tired, go home and sleep. His voice drifted in from outside, getting farther and farther away. Kana snapped out of it, scratched her head in embarrassment, then turned back to the three siblings and apologized. Sorry, I forgot to introduce you. But seeing the spaced-out state he is in right now, he will probably forget even if I do. I will properly introduce you to each other tonight. Elfman and Lizana nodded again and again. They were still just kids. All they saw was that Cabe was strong and cool, and both of them really wanted to be friends with this amazing big brother. Only Myra Jane kept her face blank, lips pressed tight, no telling what she was thinking. Training was not just endless grinding. You had to understand the balance between work and rest. So when Cabe left the guild again, he dropped the whole handstand routine and walked properly toward the boys' dorm. Only, when he reached the hillside behind the guild where the boys' dorm used to stand, all he saw was an empty patch of ground and the rubble of a demolished building. He stared at the ruins, completely lost. Wait, where is my huge dorm? The boys' dorm was gone. Fortunately, the girls' dorm not far away was still intact. Cabe thought about thickening his skin and bunking in the girls' dorm for a while, but the dorm matron, old lady Hilda, chased him out with a broom before he could even get close. Brat, as long as this old woman is here, do not you even think about setting one foot in there. But my dorm is gone. The guild cannot seriously be planning to leave me homeless, right? Cabe pulled a long face and protested. Hilda did not care. Her job was simple and absolute, guarding the girls' dorm so not a single male life form could enter. Stop making excuses. Either rent a room in town or stay at an inn. In any case, this is the girls' secret garden. Boys are not allowed. Secret garden, sure. As if I do not know that girls' rooms are probably even messier than boys'. He grumbled under his breath, very quietly, or so he thought. Hilda heard every word loud and clear. What was that, you little brat? Get lost and do not let me see you here again. Seeing Hilda brandishing her broom like she was ready to fight to the death, Cabe could only raise his hands in defeat, grab his pack and run for it. 20 minutes later, wearing the sourest expression, Cabe slapped money on a counter, took a key and checked into a small inn. Damn it, so the guild boys' dorm blew up while I was away, huh? That has to be those idiots Gray and Natsu again. I am going to hang those two morons up and beat them later tonight. Muttering complaints under his breath, he climbed up to the second floor and found his room. It was a simple single room with its own shower and toilet. For a short stay, it was good enough. As soon as the door closed, he stripped off his filthy clothes at the door, the stench of sweat sour enough to make his nose wrinkle. That was when he suddenly remembered that all his spare clothes were still buried somewhere in the rubble behind the guild. He cursed Natsu and the others again in his heart, then walked into the bathroom stark naked and turned on the water. A few minutes later, squeaky clean and feeling several kilos lighter, Cabe threw himself onto the soft bed and sank into sleep almost instantly. When night fell, the guild hall was as lively and rowdy as ever. At a long table reserved for the kids, Natsu, whose face was still mottled with bruises, was still sulking about what had happened earlier. Damn Cabe, leaving without accepting my challenge. I will never admit that a gutless guy like that is stronger than me. At the neighboring table, Kana rested her chin on one hand and watched the adults drinking themselves silly. Hearing that, she shot Natsu a look full of contempt and said, "What nonsense are you spouting, Natsu? You rushed him and got sent flying. Anyone watching would say you lost. That did not count as a fight." Natsu's face turned bright red. He slapped both hands on the table and jumped to his feet, insisting loudly, "When I say challenge, I mean a real fight, fists against fists. Not some fooling around where he just whacks me with his tail. Are your brains broken or something? You cannot even beat his tail, you idiot. What makes you think he would take you seriously?" Kana felt completely defeated by Natsu's single-track mind. Just how many times did this hot-blooded moron need to lose before he could finally see the gap between himself and that monster Cabe? That guy was already the strongest among their age group in the guild. Apart from Laxus, the older kid Cabe had never actually fought yet. Even most of the adults in Fairy Tail could not beat Cabe anymore. As for Natsu, this blockhead could not even beat Urza. He really should stop dreaming about defeating Cabe. She thought this as she roasted Natsu in her heart, but her own mood was far from relaxed. Watching one after another of her friends who had joined later surpass her, while she herself was stuck in place with nothing but a deck of cards that could barely impress ordinary people and rookies, Kana felt both anxious and frustrated. She had tried everything she could think of. But no matter if it was Cabe's self-torment level training methods, or the natural gifts that Urza, Gray, Natsu, and the others were born with, those were not things she could copy just because she wanted to. As she grew older, that sense of difference, that widening gap, only grew stronger. More and more, Kana felt that someone as weak as her had no right to stand in front of that man. Sometimes she even wanted to be like Uncle Macau and the rest, using alcohol to numb herself, to forget all these nagging worries for a while. Chapter 22, Cabe Gets Angry. 1,318 words. No one at the table noticed the flicker of sadness that had flashed through Kana's eyes. After all, the ones sitting with her were either a hot-blooded idiot like Natsu, or the Strauss siblings who were seated a little farther away and still not really familiar with them yet. Among them, Myra kept her head lowered and hardly said a word the whole time. Even so, her ears were quietly pricked, secretly listening to every conversation happening in the guild. On one hand, she was judging whether this guild was worth entrusting Elfman and Lizana to, whether it was a place they could stay. On the other hand, she was deeply curious about that boy whose body was as different from normal people as her own. If it is him, maybe he would understand how I feel. Myra thought this to herself in silence. Elfman and Lizana, who had always followed their sister's lead, were getting anxious in their own way. Seeing Big Sis looking so gloomy every day, they desperately wanted to make her smile again, yet had no idea how. Suddenly, Natsu, who had been loudly boasting about how he was going to beat Cabe, Urza, Gray, and the others one by one, stopped talking and sniffed. In an instant, his face lit up. He stared excitedly toward the guild doors and shouted, "I smell him, that is Cabe's scent. Cabe, come and fight me one-on-one." In a heartbeat, everyone in the guild, including the 3 Strauss siblings, turned to look at the entrance. Sure enough, the next moment the doors were kicked open with a bang. The kick was so strong that one of the door panels flew clean off its hinges and smashed straight into an unlucky guild member. Fairy Tale might have people who were not that strong, but after years and years of brawls, every single one of them could take a hit. The unlucky guy with the rooster comb hairstyle who got flattened by the flying door panel jumped up, clutching the rapidly swelling lump on his forehead, and pointed at Cabe. "Cabe, you little brat, what the hell are you doing? Smashing the guild doors and attacking your seniors. You looking for a beating, you damn brat?" He knew perfectly well he was no match for Cabe, but when it came to starting a fight, Roosterhead was not the type to chicken out. Today, though, Cabe was in a very bad mood, so it was not going to be business as usual. Wearing a brand new pair of shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, Cabe cracked his knuckles one by one. He had not grown much taller than 2 years before, still short, but with the gloomy look on his face and the sharp glint in his eyes, the pressure he emitted made Roosterhead's back prickle. "You want to fight? Great, I happen to be in a foul mood. If you dare tell me you were one of the bastards who tore down the boys' dorm, I promise I will kindly make sure you cannot get out of bed for the next 3 months." A chill swept through the air. In an instant, Roosterhead and all the men in the guild who had been laughing, ready to watch a show, broke out in cold sweat down their backs. Only now did Kana remember that she had completely forgotten to tell Cabe the boys' dorm had been wrecked. She gave the guild's group of men a sympathetic look, then quietly pulled the 3 Strauss siblings to one side, away from the blast zone. As for Roosterhead, who had just been shouting about how he wanted to fight Cabe, he instantly threw both hands up in a soldierly salute and shook his head like a rattle, trying to wash his hands of the whole affair. Don't look at me. I moved out half a month ago to live with my girlfriend. This has nothing to do with me, I really did not." He did not even get to finish before Cabe thrust out his palm. A burst of ki blasted him, slapping Roosterhead straight into the wall. "Girlfriend? Living together? That just makes you more guilty." Cabe said this with a blank face, then turned his gaze on the rest of the guild. The moment everyone met those icy eyes, they frantically scrambled for excuses. Some claimed they had been drunk that day and knew nothing. Others insisted they had been out on jobs and were not at the scene at all. In short, they all tried to paint themselves as victims, just like Cabe, and joined him in condemning the real culprits. Aside from the women, the only ones completely at ease were the likes of Macau and Wakaba, the married uncles who had long since moved into town and could safely stand back and watch the show. Still, everyone pointing fingers at each other was not going to solve anything. The dorm was gone, someone had to take the blame. Just as the men were glancing around, calculating which poor soul to push forward as scapegoat, a hero stepped out on his own. "Oi, Cabe, stop ignoring me. The boys' dorm thing was me and Gray. That means you have no excuse to run away from our duel." The moment those words left Natsu's mouth, the men looked at him with tear-filled eyes. In their hearts, they were all roaring, "A hero. Natsu, just carry this pot properly. We will take care of your funeral." Hearing this, Cabe only looked like his suspicions had been confirmed. He let out a cold laugh. "Of course. Any time something gets smashed up in this guild, you are always involved somehow. Natsu, it has been a while since we had a proper match, right? Come on, go all out. Let us have a real fight." Having his challenge finally accepted, Natsu, the brainless one, actually bounced twice on the spot in excitement. Flames burst into life around his fists as he swung them up into a fighting stance. Pulled over to the corner with Kana, Myra watched this and could not help asking, He is using magic inside the guild. Is that really allowed?" "It is fine. He won't be able to use it in a minute anyway." Kana answered as if this was the most natural thing in the world. Myra's heart lurched. She thought Natsu was about to get killed by Cabe, her eyes filling with panic. "Watch this, Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Shouting the name of his spell, Natsu charged at Cabe. The flaming punch, however, was just a little sparkly and still soft. Cabe did not even bother dodging. He simply opened his hand and caught Natsu's fist in his palm. Out loud, though, he still gave praise. Not bad. Now it is my turn. Before Natsu could even process that sentence, Cabe grabbed his arm and spun him around like a human top. You like fighting, like smashing things, like taking the blame? Then you little idiot can get lost and go wash that pig brain of yours in the lake before you come back. With that shout, Cabe hurled Natsu with all his strength toward the lake behind the guild. Accompanied by a long, shrill scream, Natsu blasted through the wall and shot out into the night sky like a falling star, disappearing into the darkness. It was a long time before a distant splash drifted back to them. Everyone in the guild felt their hearts leap into their throats at Cabe's brutal way of handling things. Falling at that speed, even into water, was not going to be pleasant. Thanks to his dragon slayer body, Natsu would not die, but he was definitely going to be flat on his back in the infirmary for a while. Chapter 23, Guiding Myra, the three siblings learn magic. 1,261 words. The crowd was still shaken when Cabe's shout rang out again, making everyone jolt in unison. And the rest of you, do not think you are off the hook just because you pushed everything onto Natsu. How many times has the boys' dorm been demolished already? You idiots really cannot behave yourselves at night. As he spoke, Cabe pointed at the kicked-off door panel and the fresh hole Natsu had just blown out, his tone icy. I am giving you 1 hour. You fix the guild properly, or every last one of you can go jump in the lake and keep Natsu company. Yes, Boss Cabe. Relief washed over their faces the moment they received clear orders. Everyone scrambled to their feet and rushed into action. Those good with tools grabbed tools, those better with magic used magic. In no time at all, they were busily and efficiently patching the guild back together like they had done this 100 times already. After that little purge, most of the fire in Cabe's chest had finally burned out. He raised his voice to the bar, ordering a glass of juice. Evie looked like she had long since gotten used to scenes like this. Smiling as always, she handed a cup over to him as naturally as breathing. Cabe thanked her, took the drink, and wandered over to an empty table where he flopped into a seat. Only then did Kana dare bring the Strauss siblings over. The moment she sat down, Kana scratched her cheek, looking a bit guilty as she apologized. Sorry, Cabe. I forgot to remind you about the boys' dorm during the day. It is fine. This is already the 3rd time in 2 years. I am used to it. Cabe sighed after a sip of juice. Back when the dorm had been destroyed last time, Makarov had already warned them. If the same thing happened again, the guild would not pay to rebuild the boys' dorm anymore. Sure, the guild housing also charged rent, but compared to houses outside, it was still a lot cheaper. A place like Luce's 1-bedroom apartment with private bath for only 70,000 a month was not something you found every day. Watching Cabe worry, Kana had no idea how to comfort him. Then suddenly, she thought of the Strauss trio beside her. Quickly changing the subject, she began introducing them. Right, Cabe, I forgot to introduce them earlier. These are the Strauss siblings who joined the guild 3 days ago. Big sister Myra Jane, little brother Elfman and the youngest, sister Lisanna. After witnessing Cabe's brutal side just now, Elfman and Lisanna were clearly a little afraid of him. Once Kana finished the introduction, both quickly lowered their heads and greeted him. Big brother Cabe, please take care of us from now on. Yeah, pleased to meet you. Cabe did not act overly familiar. He just nodded back in response. The one he actively spoke to was Myra Jane, wrapped in her black cloak and keeping quiet. About this morning, sorry about running into you. Since we are all part of the same guild now, if there is anything you do not understand, you can come ask me. I am not in the guild very often, though. This time, Myra actually reacted to something Cabe said. It is fine. I did not notice you either. Hearing their tone, it was obvious the two of them had bumped into each other earlier. Kana instantly felt like she had stumbled across a juicy secret. Her eyes glittered as she glanced between them with interest. Ignoring Kana's nosy stare, Cabe focused on the right arm Myra kept hidden under her cloak, and spoke in a way that felt like he was seeing straight through her. "I can feel a presence on you that does not belong to you." At those words, Myra instinctively clutched her deformed, demonized right arm. Panic flashed briefly in her eyes. "You should have awakened takeover magic, right? I have sensed a similar kind of aura from other takeover mags before." That last follow-up sentence finally let Myra breathe again. So that is what he meant. He did not discover my arm after all. I asked Master about it. I am different from everyone else. The thing I took in is a demon. Back when they joined the guild, Makarov had already explained takeover magic to the three siblings. Takeover was not some extremely rare magic. There were plenty of people in the world who used it. However, most takeover mags merely took in ordinary beasts. The more capable ones might manage a type of monster. Someone like Myra, who had taken in a demon the moment she awakened her magic, was truly unusual. That was one of the biggest reasons she could not let go of it and kept treating herself as something different from normal people. Elfman and Lizana both sensed their sister's mood dipping again and hurried closer, trying to warm her with their presence. As for Cabe, having seen the original story, he knew very well where her worries lay. He spoke like someone who had already been through it. "You know, your problem is that you overthink things. Magic is tied to your heart. The more you reject it, the more it will go against you. If you like takeover magic, you can go learn other magics as well. Just do not think of magic as some kind of burden or curse." As he went on, Cabe ran a hand roughly through his hair, looking annoyed. "Seriously, asking a Saiyan like me, who only knows how to talk with his fists, to give pep talks is really pushing it. Anyway, all you need to remember is that power has many sides. How it is used is entirely up to you. Once you really understand that, the little problem you have will sort itself out. You want me to accept it." Myra muttered those words under her breath. The moment she thought of all the cold stares and fear she had suffered because of this arm, her heart instinctively tried to push everything away. Right then, Lizana suddenly clapped her hands, as if a bright idea had popped into her head. "Yeah, exactly, it is just another kind of magic. If you feel lonely, then Brother Elfman and I will learn it too. Since we joined the guild and we want to be mags, then I am going to learn the same magic as you, sis. That way you will not be alone anymore. Right, Brother Elfman?" Elfman was a little slow on the uptake. He froze for a moment, but quickly decided Lysana's idea was great. He nodded again and again, eyes shining. "Yeah. Once we learn the same magic, you will not be alone anymore, sis." The two little ones then looked up at Myra with hopeful eyes. Myra was utterly stunned by her siblings' decision. Her first instinct was to refuse. But Cabe beat her to the punch. "Oh, you want to learn takeover? Not bad. Takeover is a very well-rounded kind of magic. Once you three get good at it, people in the guild will be lining up to team up with you on jobs." Kana chimed in enthusiastically from the side. "Exactly. Once you master takeover you can turn into fish or birds and all sorts of things. It is super cool." Patreon Advanced Chapters, patreon.com ElvenKing20. Chapter 24, Chapter 24, Myra's Request, Transforming into a Great Ape. 1,314 words. With two real fairy tale mags backing them up, Elfman and Lysana's resolve only grew firmer. Even Myra's own heart loosened, just a little. In the end, Lysana and Elfman spoke together. "Myra, say yes. We will always be with you." Under the repeated persuasion of her younger siblings, and the encouragement from Cabe and Kana, Myra finally relented. "The demon's power is something I never wanted. But if it is for my family, then I am willing to try." Cabe's lips curled in satisfaction. He lifted his juice, took a small sip, and smugly thought to himself, "Done. In the end she is just a little girl. Easy to handle." He had not even enjoyed that feeling for 2 seconds before Myra turned, and all three Strauss siblings fixed their eyes on him. Then they bowed together. "Then we will be in your care, Teacher Cabe. Please teach us takeover magic. PFF. The juice in Cabe's mouth exploded out in a spray and splashed all over Myra's cloak. Slamming the wooden cup back onto the table, He grumbled loudly. What kind of joke is that? Why should I be the one teaching you? My time is very precious. I do not have the spare energy to tutor 3 little brats. Besides, I do not even know takeover magic. How am I supposed to teach you? Myra pulled back the juice-soaked hood and stood up, revealing her now unhidden beautiful face and snow-white hair. With the weight on her heart lifted, her delinquent big sister side immediately came back online. She planted one boot on the table, reached out and grabbed Cabe, who had just turned to slip away, by the wrist. Myra's expression was sour as she snarled. "Huh! You bastard, run your mouth with a whole bunch of stuff no one understands, and then you want to run off. Since those words came out of your own mouth, you can take responsibility for them." Cabe's face twisted like he had just swallowed a bug. He really should not have tried to imitate that damn old man and started doing inspirational counseling for people. He turned around, suddenly putting on a delighted expression as he waved over Myra's shoulder. "Oh, Master, you are back. There are 3 problem children here. I will leave them to you." The moment she heard that, Myra whipped her head around. Behind her was nothing but empty air, not even Makarov's shadow. A second later, her hand felt light. By the time she snapped back and turned around again, Cabe was already gone without a trace. Myra clicked her tongue and muttered under her breath. "TCH, I just wanted to mess with him a little. I did not think he would actually take it seriously." With the person gone, there was nothing more she could do. The thanks she had not had the chance to say could only be tucked away in her heart for now. She would have to find another chance to thank him properly some other time. Kana tugged at the corner of her mouth, staring at this Myra whose personality was completely different from the silent, gloomy girl from before. Clicking her tongue in secret amazement, she took the initiative to lead the 3 siblings into the guild's library. That place held all the magic collections that the guild masters of each generation had gathered. It was one of fairy tales' most precious treasures. From that day on, the Strauss siblings officially began studying magic and took their very first step on the road to becoming mags. At the same time, Cabe's figure had already appeared above an uninhabited little island more than 10 kilometers from Magnolia. Without relying on any external force, his body floated in midair over the island. This was the air dance technique he had figured out on his own over the past 2 years, continuously refined until it became proper flight. He had not come this far just to hide from Myra and wait for her temper to pass though. Tonight, the moon hung in the sky like a silver plate. A rare, perfect full moon. After taking off his clothes and carefully hiding them at the edge of the island, he rose into the air again, lifted his head, and stared straight at the moon. When Cabe's eyes received over 17 million units of blitz waves, his tail suddenly twitched. The next second, his body began to swell at a terrifying speed. Thick black fur burst out and wrapped his entire body. At the same time, power started surging from deep within, flooding outward without end. Rua. In no more than 20 seconds, a great ape nearly 20 meters tall took Cabe's place and crashed down onto the deserted island. Roar. With one furious bellow, the great ape swung its arm. The wind from that casual motion snapped a whole swath of trees in front of it, and a lazy stomp of its foot shattered the ground into jagged cracks. The violent aura pouring off its body scared away who knew how many feral beasts and monsters. Those rulers of the food chain bolted in every direction, running for their lives. Yet aside from the initial rampage that flattened a chunk of the forest, the great ape gradually calmed down. That was Cabe's own consciousness, brutally suppressing the great ape's instinct to destroy everything. He had guessed this a long time ago. Says, even low-class warriors, once they received a certain amount of training, should be able to restrain the berserk instincts that came with the great ape transformation. Otherwise, back when the Saiyans were sent out to wipe planets, there is no way they would have used the great ape tactic at all. If every great ape could not tell friend from foe and only knew how to wreck things, they would have torn each other apart before they ever finished off the enemy. In reality, after 2 years of running off to transform every full moon, all that practice had paid off. He really could, to some extent, keep himself from turning into a mindless war machine. Huff, huff. This much is good enough for now. Transforming into a great ape is without question my biggest trump card at the moment, and now this card is finally usable. Controlling that massive body, Cabe dropped down on his rear. His whole frame was tense as he sat cross-legged, quietly waiting for the moon to sink. Once everything quieted down, his mind could not help wandering to another question. I have barely managed to control the great ape form. I wonder if I can recreate an artificial moon. Cabe was very jealous of Vegeta's little party trick, crumpling up a ball of light in his hand and throwing out his own moon. If he could master that move, then he would be able to transform anytime, anywhere. The move looked simple enough. Just make a ball and toss it into the sky. Actually doing it though, he had not the faintest clue where to start. He racked his brain for a long time and finally recalled that when Vegeta used that move, he had mentioned the word oxygen. So how does this actually work? Do I mix my ki with the oxygen in the air? No, it probably is not that simple. There must be something else added in. After turning it over in his mind for ages, Cabe did manage to come up with a few ideas. But right now, just keeping himself from losing control was already his limit. He had no spare focus left to test out any new techniques. Forget it. I will take my time and study it after I turn back. With that thought, Cabe settled on the ground, patiently waiting for sunrise while wrestling with the great ape's raging instincts. Chapter 25, Gildarts, the Mysterious GIF. 1,329 words. Around noon, when Cabe finally dragged himself out of bed at the inn, rushed through a quick wash, and made his way back to the guild, he was greeted by the sight of yet another fresh gaping hole in the guild wall. Pushing the door open, he walked in with an impatient face and started complaining. Hey, which bastard is wrecking the guild this time? Hurry up and figure out how to patch that hole yourselves, or when the old man comes back and starts yelling, every single one of us is going to get it. As he grumbled, his gaze instinctively drifted around in search of a certain human husky, Natsu, already mentally dumping the blame on him. But just as his eyes swept past the bar, his line of sight crashed into a very familiar figure. Yo, if it isn't Cabe. Been a year and you are still the same shorty, have not grown even a little, have you? The one talking was a scruffy middle-aged man with stubble on his chin, short orange hair and a tattered cloak thrown over his shoulders. Cabe's face had just brightened at the sight of him, but the moment he heard those words, his expression dropped like a stone. Damn you, Gildarts, how many times do I have to tell you, I am not like normal people. Forsares, our whole race stays this small until we hit adulthood. Is that so? I always thought that was just an excuse you made up because you could not grow taller. Looks like I misunderstood you. Ah, ha ha ha. Gildarts scratched the back of his head and laughed foolishly. Just looking at this idiot, no one would ever imagine that he was Fairy Tail's S-Class ace, a monster many whispered had strength on par with the 10 wizard saints. Aside from being a terrifying mage, Gildarts also had an identity hardly anyone knew about. He was the biological father of Cabe's friend, Kana. It was just that his nerves were as thick as steel cable. All this time he had never realized that Kana was his daughter. And Kana herself had always felt she was not strong enough to stand before him and reveal the truth. Thinking of Kana, Cabe's gaze slid sideways and immediately found the brown-haired girl sitting a little ways off, sneaking nervous glances in their direction. This idiot probably rushed over the moment she heard Gildarts was back. In the end she still does not dare go up and acknowledge him, just hiding there and watching from a distance again. He sighed in his heart for how stubborn and twisted the girl was, but for the moment he could not think of any good way to help her untie that knot. Right then, Gildarts crooked a finger at him mysteriously. Hey, Cabe, long time no see. I got you a present. Heh, you, a broke bum, had money to buy me a present. It is not some junk you picked up off the road, is it? Cabe could not imagine this middle-aged disaster magnate, who could not even control his own magic and wrecked whatever he touched, having anything good on him. But curiosity was still curiosity, so he walked over, eyes full of expectation in spite of himself. Gildarts glanced around furtively, then grabbed his travel bag. Gray and Natsu are not old enough yet, this batch is specially for you. Here, pick out the ones you like best and take them. As he spoke, he unzipped the bag and revealed a corner of what was inside. In an instant, Cabe was staring at a neat stack of snow-white covers, racy magazines whose very titles would never get past a censor. His pupils widened sharply. His hand actually trembled as he reached into the bag, pulled one out and flipped a page. He gave it a quick glance, then yanked his hand back and barked in righteous fury. "You bastard, who do you think I am? How could I possibly need this kind of thing?" With that, he snatched the entire bag out of Gildart's hands and hugged it to his chest as he turned to march away. "For the sake of your mental and physical health, I will be confiscating these. From now on, just focus on doing your jobs. As for this kind of depraved trash that corrodes the mind, you do not need to touch it ever again." Gildart's jaw dropped. Clearly he had not expected Cabe to react like this at all. He sat there blankly for a few seconds, then suddenly snapped back to himself and hurried after him, grabbing onto his travel bag with both hands. "You little brat, do not go too far. There are a lot of rare treasures in there I could not bear to throw away. I can lend you a few, but if you want to take them all, I am absolutely not agreeing to that." "What? You think I am trying to rob you because I have my eye on that stuff? Of course. You already grabbed my whole bag. If that is not robbery, what is it? That is crap. I am taking it home to destroy it. I do not have a single impure thought in my head." Watching Cabe bicker noisily with Gildart's, Kana could not help feeling a sour, complicated envy. He was her father. The one who should be squabbling with him like that should be her. Yet every time she could only sit in the shadows, watching Gildart's joke and mess around with Cabe and Natsu from a distance. Just as she was secretly drowning in envy, Cabe and Gildart's had moved from arguing to actually pulling at the same corner of the travel bag. As the tug-of-war escalated and the two looked about ready to start throwing punches, Kana pushed down the bitterness in her chest and stood up, preparing to step in. "Quit arguing, Cabe, Gildart's, you two." She had only just reached them when there was a sharp ripping sound. With a piteous tear, the poor battered cloth bag, which could no longer endure the abuse, split cleanly in two. In the next instant, a rain of indecent books and magazines spilled everywhere, scattering in a messy heap. Flat on his back on the floor from losing his balance, Gildart's did not even have time to mourn for his loyal old companion who had accompanied him for so many years. He could only stare in horror as Kana crouched down, picked up one of the magazines and flipped it open curiously. His face went chalk white. He shot out a hand in panic. "No, Kana, close that book right now. You are not old enough to be looking at that." He was, of course, far too late. Only a quick glance at the contents was enough to make Kana's face turn scarlet from chin to ears. Expressionless, she snapped the magazine shut. Under Gildart's horrified gaze and Cabe's heartbroken one, she tore it into confetti with a few sharp jerks. Then she flicked her wrist, several cards appearing between her fingers, and hurled them at the two idiots with a furious roar. "You two brainless scumbags, go die." "Wait, Kana, Two screams rang out as one big and one small figure were blasted clear out of the guild. They hit the hard ground outside with a pair of very solid thuds. Ignoring the pain, Gildart scrambled upright, but all that remained of his beloved treasures were a few drifting curls of ash. His heart ached so badly it felt like it might bleed. He turned at once, ready to tear a certain someone a new one. Only to see Cabe, sneaky as anything, pull a single magazine from inside his shirt, the one he had managed to swipe in that last split second, and happily start flipping through it with a very pleased smile. Chapter 26, Guild Special, Cabe vs. Gildarts vs. Makaruv. 1,328 words. EA, nice, very nice. Gildarts was so mad he almost rushed up to strangle the brat on the spot. But out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed two people slowly walking over, and his gaze spun slyly as a wicked grin crept onto his face. Cabe, who was completely absorbed in the magazine in his hands, did not sense at all that danger was quietly approaching. Hiss, unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. Is that really a size a human can have? It is bigger than my head. Ah, this one, no good, I have not watched any anime in 2 years, and now that I am suddenly looking at this, my primordial instincts are about to break loose. But still, this stuff is just too good. Just as Cabe was getting into it, a faint fragrance slipped into his nose. At the same time, a flash of striking crimson appeared at the edge of his vision, accompanied by a voice he knew far too well, Urza's familiar gentle tone. "What are you looking at?" Shock. "Urza, why, you are back." Cabe's body jolted. He snapped the magazine shut and hurriedly hid it behind his back. But that one fleeting glimpse was more than enough for Urza to see what was inside. Purer even than Kana, Urza's brain went white-hot in an instant. Her hands and feet moved on their own as she grabbed Cabe by the collar and exploded. Do not you dare look at that kind of thing." With that, she hoisted him up and executed a textbook shoulder throw, slamming half of his body straight into the ground. Now stuck in the floor like a turnip, Cabe could only watch as Urza huffed, tucked the magazine away, and stomped off in a puff of righteous fury. Gildarts, grinning like the devil, strolled over to the Cabe turnip and snickered. "Serves you right, you little brat. That is what you get for snatching my books. Now Urza and Kana have seen your true colors. From now on, those two little girlfriends of yours will not be paying you any attention." Laughing uproariously, Gildarts was in such high spirits that the sight made the newly returned Makarov's face go dark. Fresh from a joint meeting with the Regional Guild Alliance, Makarov shot out a kick and booted the smug Gildarts flat onto his back. "What are you so happy about, you idiot? Who told you you could wreck the ground in front of the guild door?" Flattened by the kick, Gildarts pushed himself back up with an aggrieved face. "It was not me, master, that was Urz. Save the excuses. You caused this, so you are paying for it. Do not even think about dumping it on someone else." Under Makarov's tone that brooked no argument, Gildarts sulkily dug around in his pockets, finally fishing out barely over 1,000 jewels in small change. "Haha, there was a little accident on the way back, so all my money went into compensation." Scratching his head in embarrassment and fretting over his empty wallet, Gildarts suddenly noticed Cabe quietly levering himself out of the crater and dusting himself off. His eyes lit up at once. He reached out and grabbed the kid by the tail, his gaze turning vicious. "Hey, brat, I think it is about time we settled the debt between us." After 2 years of training, Cabe was never going to forget that his tail was a big, shiny weak point. Scowling, he yanked his tail out of Gildart's grip, smoothed the fur back down, then turned to Makarov and started complaining. "Master, why has the men's dorm been demolished again? What kind of guild master are you? Can you not keep Natsu and the others under control for once? My secret stash of 100 million jewels in that dorm is gone now. How is the guild going to compensate me?" Now that the ball had been kicked right back into his hands, Makarov's face grew even darker. "What nonsense are you spouting? Where would you get 100 million jewels from? Do not think I do not know everything you have is sitting in Fura's national bank. Extorting money from your own guild now, are you, you little brat? You trying to get yourself kicked out? I do not care. I say I had 100 million, so I had 100 million. Either you pay me back, or you bring proof that I did not. Then why do you not bring proof you did have 100 million? Seeing that Makarov had absolutely no intention of paying up, Cabe turned around and spread his hands helplessly at Gildarts. "See? The old man refuses to cough up, nothing I can do about it. How about we just write this whole thing off, pretend nothing ever happened? As if we could just write it off, X2. In the blink of an eye, things deadlocked. The three of them each owed the other something, and none of them were willing to take a step back. Cabe knew simple arguing was not going to get them anywhere now. He let out a cold chuckle, flexed his hands, and took the initiative. If no one can convince anyone else, then we let our fists do the talking. Gildarts gave a sharp, delighted grin and was the first to accept. Exactly what I was thinking. Let me see just how much you have grown in this time, little brat. Of the three, Makarov was clearly the least enthusiastic. He had only just gotten back from that meeting. But faced with two young men burning with fighting spirit, his refusal to admit he was getting old would not let him back down. You stand by your own words, you hear me, brat. Get ready to pay up. The three reached an agreement with a single clap. They immediately decided to head out to East Forest outside the town and settle it once and for all. The news that the guild's strongest of the old, middle, and young generations were heading out of town for a brawl spread through Fairy Tale like wildfire as some member rushed back to share the story. The moment they heard that their own top 3 were going all out, the members could not sit still. They poured out of Magnolia in droves, all eager to go spectate. Kana and Urza, who had still been mad at Cabe over what happened just now, hurriedly joined the crowd as soon as they heard about it. Up in the guild's library, the Strauss siblings set aside their magic texts and got ready to run after everyone to watch as well. Only Natsu, badly injured and still stuck in the hospital, had no idea any of this was happening. Each of the 3 fighters had a rough sense of the other's strength. So they very sensibly chose the depths of East Forest, far from Magnolia, for their battleground. The thought that he was about to fight the 2 strongest mags in the guild made it hard for Cabe to suppress the excitement rising from the depths of his Saiyan blood. Seeing his body tremble slightly, Gildarts folded his arms and teased him. "What is wrong, Cabe? Are you shaking from fear already? Afraid? It is just 2 over-the-hill old geezers, a scruffy uncle and a bald fossil. How could I possibly be afraid?" Compared to 2 years ago, Makarov's hairline had receded even further, and he was even more sensitive now about others mentioning it. "You little brat, looks like it is time I taught you the meaning of respecting your betters. Do not kid yourself. Not every bald head belongs to a strong guy." As the words left his mouth, Cabe moved without a frame's delay. He thrust both palms out toward the 2 of them and fired off a barrage of ki blasts. Chapter 27, Kana, I'm done tilde. 1,325 words. The pupils of both men shrank, and they reacted at almost the same moment. Makarov crossed his arms in front of his chest and took the blast head on. The next instant the incoming ki blast slammed into him, and an explosion roared out, a cloud of dust rising and swallowing up his figure. Gildarts, on the other hand, spread his palm toward the barrage of ki blasts and urged his magic into motion. Crash! An invisible wave of magic rippled out. The incoming ki blasts shattered one after another into their most basic energy and faded into the air. But before Gildarts could relax, Cabe's figure followed right on the heels of his attack and burst into his close range. Caught off guard, Gildarts could only throw up his right arm to block. Thump! A dull impact rang out as flesh collided with flesh, and the air around them seemed to ripple like water. Driven back by that punch, Gildart's body skidded across the ground for a good dozen meters before he finally dug his heels in and stopped. He lowered his arm and glanced at the clear fist-shaped mark on his forearm, unable to help praising him. "Nice power. You have gotten stronger again, Cabe." "Of course I have. I have not slacked off for even a single day." With a shout, Cabe sprang up again. In an instant his fists and legs flashed out dozens of times, sharp and clean, without a hint of wasted motion. The flurry of blows was fierce enough that even Gildarts did not dare take him lightly anymore. He raised his other arm so that both hands were up, blocking one strike after another. Just as the 2 of them were trading rapid blows and counters, a shadow so huge it almost blotted out the sky fell over them. They both broke off at once and looked up. A heartbeat later, a giant fist bigger than a house came crashing down, covering them both in its shadow. "Do not underestimate this old man, you 2 brats." Having cultivated giant magic, Makarov, when he unleashed it at full power, became a true giant. Every casual swing of his fist carried enough force to pulverize a small mountain. Gildarts braced both hands upward and caught the falling fist. The price was that his already ragged coat and pants were torn even more under the crushing pressure, and his legs from the knees down were driven deep into the earth. Sirake clenching his teeth, he looked like he was barely holding on, but his mouth still found room for a jab. "Getting on in years, old man. Even your punches feel soft now. Go on, brat, show this almost retired geezer what real youth looks like." At the same time, Cabe, using his skydance technique to skim low around the enormous fist, had already flown down to Makarov's feet. With a body that huge, Makarov inevitably had blind spots in his field of vision. And that was exactly what Cabe was waiting for. "You do not have to tell me. I was already planning to let you both have a good look at what I can really do." He shot upward, fist cocked back, then swung it with all his might straight at Makarov's face. Caught completely unprepared, Makarov took the punch full on. His gigantic body staggered back several steps before he finally steadied himself again. Seeing that, Cabe clicked his tongue, eyes serious. What a troublesome old fossil. It is not just your size, your bones and skin are as tough as a real giant now. In truth, while Makarov looked mostly unaffected on the outside, his head was ringing like a bell on the inside. This brat, does he not know how to pull his punches at all? If he gets a few years older, this old bag of bones is going to get torn apart. Cursing in his heart, Makarov gritted his teeth, swung his fist at Cabe again, and the gale that howled around his punch felt even fiercer than before. This old man is insane. Is he trying to beat me to death? Cabe frantically weaved around the incoming giant fists, nimble as an annoying mosquito. While Cabe and Makarov tangled in midair, Gildarts was not exactly idle. He stirred his magic to its peak, and with a sweep of his power unleashed a wide-area disassembly spell aimed at both of them. The moment Cabe and Makarov sensed what he was doing, they both immediately moved to dodge. That spell was not as lethal as crash magic, but if it hit, it would break its target down into countless tiny mini versions of themselves, stripping them of any fighting ability. So the three of them clashed back and forth like this, blows flying, magic raging, the battle growing more and more intense. By the time the fairy tale crowd finally arrived, panting from their rush to get there, they could only stand far off at the edge of the battlefield, staring at the scene before them with their jaws hanging open. It was nothing less than a clash of gods. Having only just taken her first steps into the world of magic, Myra stared blankly at the guild master, who now stood a towering 30 to 40 meters tall. Her jaw nearly hit the ground. Let alone the fact that among the ones fighting such a colossal giant was that shorty Cabe. Thinking of how that boy who was still not even as tall as she was fighting toe-to-toe with such an incredible giant, Myra felt something ignite inside her, a blazing fire roaring in her chest. So strong. So this is what the Battle of Top Mags looks like. I have to work hard and learn magic as soon as I can, then hurry up and gain power like theirs. Urza, too, stood there with a complicated look in her eyes, watching Cabe dart through the air, slipping past each massive attack with ease. A storm of feelings welled up inside her. So you have already grown this far, Cabe. In front of a genius like you, even I can only stare at your back. She quietly clenched her fist. But do not think I will just roll over and admit defeat. Do not relax. I will catch up sooner or later. If the younger generation still had the heart to chase after him, then the likes of Macau, Wakaba, and the other uncles who were already stepping into, or firmly in, middle age, had long since embraced giving up. After their initial shock at how fast Cabe had grown, they had, with a few old gambling addicts taking the lead, already started placing bets. The only one really worth mentioning was Kana, who by now was completely numb from the repeated blows to her pride. She clutched a wad of cash in her hand, face full of misery as she mixed in with the uncles. Uncle, put 20,000 J on Cabe to win. Hey, Kana, you finally came around. Come on, since it is your first time, we will count it as 40,000 for you. Big brother here will cover the rest. Hee, thanks, uncle. All the little human dramas unfolding in the distance did nothing to affect the raging fight between the three. After a round of probing, Cabe and Makarov had both come to the same conclusion. Without using any of their real trump cards, this old and young pair really were no match for Gildarts, who was still in his physical prime. So, very naturally, after sharing a glance, the two of them turned together and launched a joint offensive at Gildarts. While Makarov tied Gildarts up frontally, Cabe dropped back down to the ground, planted his feet, and brought both fists tight to his sides, starting to gather power. Ha! Chapter 28, finished, all three badly wounded. 1,381 words. The blue, translucent aura around his body flared up so intensely it was visible to the naked eye. With him as the center, grass and twigs in the area were flattened outward by the waves of surging energy pouring off his body. Even Gildarts, who had been held in place by Makarov a moment ago, felt that level spike like a punch to the senses. That brat still has power to spare. What Cabe was doing now was the classic kind of power-up. By gathering his strength for a sustained period, he forced every bit of energy in his body into motion, boosting his combat power, even doubling it for a short time. "Move, old man, I am going in." As soon as the words left his mouth, he bent his knees slightly, then exploded forward the next second, aura flaring. Before Gildarts could even react, Cabe's raised knee slammed into his stomach and drove him back like a cannonball, sending him flying hundreds of meters and smashing through who knew how many trees that would take 2 or 3 men to encircle. Gwa! Gildarts could not hold back a mouthful of blood. Through the blue flames wrapping Cabe's body, he saw the boy's cold, sharp eyes bearing down on him. He just managed to open his mouth when Cabe grabbed both of his legs and started spinning in place at high speed. Whoosh! 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 After 40 or 50 dizzying revolutions, Cabe finally let go. Gildarts, whose brain felt like it had swollen 2 sizes, flew wobbling toward the sky, stomach churning, close to throwing up. Cabe powered up again and shot after him into the clouds, but Gildarts, head throbbing or not, refused to let himself be dragged along at his pace. He thrust out his hand to aim at Cabe rocketing up toward him, ready to unleash crash and shatter him. Yet just as their paths were about to intersect, Gildarts' vision blurred and Cabe's figure vanished from the center of his sight. The next instant, a heavy blow hammered into his back, followed by a tight, unrelenting chain of strikes, fists and feet slamming into every part of his body without a single wasted motion. The brutal impact made Gildarts feel like his organs had all been knocked out of place. "How much does this brat hate me, exactly?" Blood sprayed from his mouth and nose. Even Gildarts could not help but get genuinely fired up from that beating. But before he could regain control, Cabe whipped one leg around in a vicious roundhouse kick and smashed it into his waist, sending him plummeting toward the ground at high speed. As Gildarts fell, Cabe twisted his body. The back of his right hand pressed to his left palm, and an extremely dangerous mass of purple energy began to swirl between his hands. Gallic cannon. A beam as thick as a water barrel tore through the air, aimed straight at the point where Gildarts would hit. Down on the ground, seeing that purple-red beam lance toward him, Gildarts leapt out of the crater his own body had just created, clutching his aching chest and snarled through his teeth. "Do not underestimate your seniors, brat." He condensed all his magic into his tightly clenched right fist, then drove an uppercut upward with unstoppable force. Righteous break, one heaven. This was Gildarts' strongest spell, powerful enough to send an enemy flying for thousands of kilometers, crushing their body beneath the pressure of that forced flight. The 2 strongest attacks collided in midair, and the entire ground of East Forest trembled in response. Several kilometers away, the fairy tale members could only stare as a visible shockwave exploded at the point where the purple and white beams met. The resulting gusts of wind were so fierce that even at that distance the onlookers were blown stumbling, staggering back on unsteady feet. That was not even counting the sand and shattered stone spraying everywhere, the dead branches, the rotting leaves whipping across the ground. Myra hurriedly pulled her younger brother and sister behind her and retreated with them again and again. Macau jumped up to snatch a banknote that was about to be blown away by the wind, stuffed it sneakily into his pocket, then shouted at the others. "Move, all of you, back, as far as you can. Those 3 monsters are not playing around." He did not need to tell them twice. The old hands had already grabbed their winnings and were bolting. On the battlefield, the fight had reached white heat. Facing Gildarts' strongest spell, Cabe was still just a little short. He held on for only a few seconds before his Gallic cannon was blown apart, and the remaining air pressure slammed into him and blasted him even higher into the sky. Having dealt with Cabe, Gildarts barely had time to take a breath. Makarov, who had already withdrawn his giant magic and shrunk back down to his usual tiny size, immediately went for a sneak attack. He pressed the index and middle finger of his left hand together and traced a magic circle quickly in front of him, shouting in a low voice. "Heaven's radiance, 100 styles, fall." In an instant, 7 enormous golden magic circles layered themselves around Gildarts, hemming him in from every direction. He had not even caught his breath yet. Staring up at the familiar pattern glowing above his head, Gildarts let out a strangled cry. "You have got to be kidding me, you two are taking this way too seriously." The words had barely left his mouth when a gigantic white sphere of light dropped down and swallowed him completely. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth shook again. When the dust finally began to clear, there was not a single tree left standing within a full kilometer. All that remained was a huge, ugly crater in the ground, like a spoon had gouged a chunk right out of the earth and left only scorched soil behind. At the bottom of that crater, Gildarts lay spread-eagled in a big X, clothes hanging off him in tatters, staring blankly up at the sky. Cough, cough. I really cannot take you too. I surrender, all right? Once Gildarts admitted defeat, Cabe, covered in injuries and with his clothes in rags, finally drifted down from the sky a while later. The moment his feet touched the ground, he bent over with his hands on his knees and started gulping air. Ha, ha, you said it, you surrendered, right? Ha ha ha, looks like the old fossil and I win. Cabe grinned in satisfaction. It was not the victory itself that delighted him. What satisfied him was finally getting to cut loose in a proper fight. That burst just now was the strongest output he could squeeze out of his current normal state in a short time. To be 14 years old, with just 2 years of training behind him, and already be able to fight like this against Gildarts, a top-tier powerhouse across the whole Ishgar continent, what more could he possibly ask for? On the other side, Makarov might have looked the least beat up, but he was not in much better shape. It had been many years since he had gone all out in such a fierce battle. Now that he let himself relax, his old back was starting to give out. Oh, my back, my poor back. Cabe, you little brat, hurry up and come help your elder here. Cabe's mouth twitched. He was injured from head to toe and honestly in worse shape than Makarov. Just lie there and wait to die, you useless old monster. He flopped down on the ground with no strength left, legs giving out beneath him. Makarov could see that Cabe was already at his limit. Even though he was shocked in his heart by the boy's current strength, the old man still muttered stubbornly, "TCH, youngsters today really cannot take anything. Not even as tough as an old man." With that, he pointed a finger toward the sky and fired a small yellow orb of light upward. New book setting sale, begging for flowers, bookmarks, monthly tickets, reviews, urges for more chapters, rewards, begging for everything. Chapter 29, Urza's Unusual Concern tilde. 1,302 words. Cabe recognized it immediately. That was the magic signal a guild master fired when they needed support. Seeing it, he finally relaxed, flopped straight back onto the ground, and simply lay there waiting for Fairy Tail to come pick them up. Sure enough, before long Macau, Urza, and the others who had seen the signal came pouring into the forest and quickly found the three of them. When they arrived, they were first stunned by the utter devastation of the surroundings. Only then did their attention shift to Cabe, who looked absolutely miserable, and to Gildarts, who still had not managed to climb out of his crater. Kana, Urza, Myra, and the other kids their age rushed to Cabe at once. The moment they saw him in rags like a beggar, his whole body covered in wounds big and small, the three girls were startled half to death and immediately started fussing over him, asking after his injuries one after another. Over on Gildart's side, Macau and a few others jumped down into the pit to check his condition. Judging from the pained screams echoing from down there, he was clearly in no better shape than he looked on the surface. Only Makarov, who outwardly seemed to be in the best condition, was left standing there all alone, with not a single person coming over to check on him. That made the little old man so jealous he could hardly stand it. He huffed and snapped. "Hey, you lot, can you not see there is another injured person here? I am an old man and your guild master, should you not be worrying about me first?" He really should not have said that. The moment the words left his mouth, Urza's face went dark. "Master, it is exactly because you are the master that I do not understand why you went along with Cabe and Gildarts in this nonsense. We are all comrades of the same guild, we should be getting along more peacefully and affectionately. How can you act like children, sneaking off to duel in private over a small quarrel, and even fight until all three of you are hurt? On this point, as Fairy Tail's master you should be the first to reflect." Watching Makarov, head bowed and unable to look up in front of little adult Urza, and then looking at Cabe leaning on Kana and Gildarts grimacing as Macau supported him out of the pit, The two idiots forgot their pain for a moment and grinned from ear to ear. And you too. Urza suddenly turned, her sharp gaze sweeping over the pair who were snickering. This time the master bears the main responsibility for the mess, but you two do not get to escape either. Tomorrow, each of you will write a 10,000-word self-reflection, and the master will write 20,000. Hand them in to me. I will check them. Cabe and Gildarts immediately stopped laughing. The same two who had been tearing up heaven and earth just moments ago now drooped their heads pitifully in front of hall monitor Urza. In the end, after a long round of pleading and wheedling, the three of them finally managed to lean on their status as injured patients and talk Urza into cancelling their punishment. By evening, Cabe had been wrapped up like a mummy. His eyes were dead and glassy as he lay there, passively accepting the food that Urza was spooning into his mouth. Come on, say ah. Looking at the strawberry cake arriving at his lips, Cabe dry heaved and tried to twist his whole body away in protest. Spare me, Urza, I really cannot eat any more. Urza set the spoon down with a frown and started lecturing him like a mother scolding a disobedient son. No. You are injured, so you have to eat more and replenish your energy. You usually eat so much, how can you be full after just this little bit? But you are only feeding me strawberry cake. This stuff is nothing but cream, anybody would be sick of it after eating 40 slices in a row. Cabe screamed in his heart. If he had known it would turn out like this, he never would have accepted Urza's kindness and let her bandage him, turning him into a mummy. Of course, he absolutely did not dare speak ill of Urza's beloved strawberry cake out loud. All he could do was force a smile and jerk his chin at the whole glossy roast chicken on the other side of the table. Then how about that? Feed me that instead. Meat is better for healing injuries. No. That is too oily, you are not allowed to have it. The takoyaki over there is pretty good too. Seafood is also not allowed. Bread, I can at least have bread, right? Something with no nutrition, eat less. Every suggestion he made was shot down by Urza. Cabe felt so wronged he was almost ready to cry. At the same table, the three Strauss siblings could not stand watching anymore. Seeing the state he was in, they could not help feeling sorry for him and several times almost spoke up on his behalf. Just when Cabe himself was about to resign himself to his fate, Urza seemed to notice the reluctance in his eyes and let out a helpless sigh. Honestly, there is just no dealing with you. Since that is the case, you will let me eat the chicken? Cabe brightened, color returning to his eyes. I will hold you while you eat. Huh. Before Cabe could even process what she meant, Urza's face had already gone red. She pulled him straight into her arms. If it had been any other girl doing this, Cabe would have been grinning from ear to ear. But this particular girl was Urza, who wore armor all year round. Thump. So hard, he yelped. A big lump swelled up on Cabe's forehead at a speed visible to the naked eye. Urza, however, seemed completely unaware. Cheeks flushed, one hand supporting Cabe's shoulder, she calmly picked the spoon back up with the other. All right, this should give you a bit more appetite, right? Not at all. Are you treating me like a 3-year-old who cannot leave his mother's arms for a single bite? Cabe could not accept this in the slightest. He felt like his glorious reputation had just gone up in smoke. Myra Jane, sitting at the same table, finally could not take it anymore. She slapped the table and stood up, face burning with a mix of shame and anger as she pointed straight at Urza and shouted. You shameless woman. In front of me and in front of the whole guild, what exactly are you planning to do to Cabe? A shameless woman? It was the first time anyone had ever slandered Urza like that. She felt a string inside her, called reason, snap. She shoved Cabe away, which hurt, then stood up, eyes blazing as she glared back at Myra and shot back. Who are you calling shameless, you belly-bearing little delinquent? Who else but you, armor girl? I have had it with you for a long time. Taking advantage of Cabe being injured to torment him, and then taking the chance to. Myra suddenly faltered, stammering in embarrassment. In short, I cannot keep watching. I absolutely will not allow a woman like you, who only knows how to play little tricks, to get anywhere near Cabe. Since when did I need your permission to spend time with my friends? Sounds to me like you are just itching for a fight. Perfect, I do not like having little punk girls as comrades anyway. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. Father and daughter reunited, everyone shocked. 1,142 words. The more the two girls argued, the more explosive it got. In the end, they even grabbed each other's hands and started pushing against one another like two bulls locking horns. Elfman and Lizana tried to step in at first, but Myra Jane, who had already decided Urza was taking advantage of Cabe, refused to listen to anything they said. Likewise, Urza, who had spent the afternoon seriously lecturing Makarov and the others about not fighting with guildmates, was now a little fired up herself when faced with a punk girl who had come looking for trouble and was openly slandering her. Only poor Cabe, tossed casually onto the floor, stared dumbly at the two girls squaring off, completely stunned. What the hell? Urza and Myra's childhood rivalry is actually my fault. Admittedly, thinking that might have been a little shameless, but from now on Cabe could proudly declare one thing. He was a man two beautiful girls fought over. Seeing that a clash between their sister and Urza was now inevitable, Elfman and Lizana finally gave up trying to mediate. Only then did they remember the poor guy who had been thrown on the ground like a sack of potatoes. Ah, big brother Cabe. The siblings walked around the table and helped hoist Cabe. Elfman very carefully pushed the strawberry cake to one side, then pulled over the roast chicken Cabe had been eyeing for so long and held it to his mouth. Elfman, Lizana, you two really are the best. Eyes misty, Cabe decided to stop dreaming and simply opened his jaws wide, tearing into the chicken with savage joy. Lizana stood beside him, gently rubbing his back, and together with her brother they served him from left and right like attentive attendants. Over at the bar, Gildarts, his entire upper body wrapped in bandages and his right arm in a cast hanging against his chest, watched Cabe getting fought over by two cute girls, then watched him being lovingly fed by the Strauss siblings. His eyes went red with jealousy on the spot. That brat is way too lucky. Master, how about you use your authority and kick that little punk out of the guild? Makarov was just as envious. His first instinct was to nod along, but the scorching gaze that landed on him from somewhere nearby forced him to quickly change tone. What nonsense are you talking about? As the guild master, how could I ever do such a thing? That is right. The master's authority is not for you two to abuse in something like this. Kana slammed a pot of freshly cooked magic beast stew from the kitchen down on the bar with a heavy thud. After giving Gildarts a vicious glare, she picked up two small bowls and ladled out a portion for both Makarov and Gildarts. Thanks, little Kana. I always knew, out of all the kids in the guild, you are the cutest. Gildarts grinned as he flattered her, reaching out to take the bowl from her hands. Kana's heart gave a little jump at her father's approval, but when she saw his movement, her expression immediately turned serious. She slapped his hand away and dragged over a chair to sit beside him. She scooped up a spoonful, blew it cool, then raised the spoon up to his lips. Stop pretending to be tough, you old man with one busted arm. Let me feed you. Looking at her little face, stern yet full of expectation, lifted toward him as she waited for him to open his mouth, Gildarts suddenly thought of another woman he could never forget, who had fed him soup just like this, sharp-tongued yet gentle, when he was injured. For a moment, the two faces overlapped. Gildart's heart clenched tight and he lost control for a second, grabbing Kana's small hand that held the spoon. Kana, have we met somewhere a long time ago? Kana had been about to yelp from how hard he squeezed, but when she heard that question and saw the anxious face so close to hers, all the complicated feelings she had buried in her heart for years exploded at once. Resentment, admiration, longing, everything surged up together and turned into hot tears that spilled from her eyes. She nodded with a choked little and answered softly, full of nervous hope. In that little village of Leiro. Do you still remember it? That was the village where her mother, Cornelia, had settled with Gildarts after they married. If this man still remembered her mother, he would remember that village. Gildarts looked like he had been struck by lightning. Staring at Kana with a mix of shock, regret and guilt, he recalled the small figure that had always watched him from the sidelines. Until now he had only ever thought Kana was a fan of his. It was only in this moment that he finally understood the truth. He wrapped his good left arm tightly around the girl, pulling her into his chest. Tears and snot ran together down his face. His voice, hoarse with confusion and remorse, trembled. "Why did you not tell me sooner? Why did I not realize earlier?" Kana sank into the warm embrace she had longed for all these years, smiling through her tears. "Because I could not say it. You idiot dad. I am sorry, Kana. My daughter." Hey. On the side, completely ignored through this whole scene, Makarov was so shocked by this sudden, touching father-daughter reunion that he bounced straight up off the bar. He stared in disbelief first at scruffy, unshaven, slob of a Gildarts, then at cute, well-behaved Kana, who had been in the guild since she was little. He blurted out, utterly flabbergasted. "Kana, Gildarts, you two are father and daughter. Blood-related." The other guild members had been too far away to hear their conversation. It was only when Makarov shouted that everyone turned, stunned, to stare at the pair hugging and crying. *N. Hearing the chorus of exclamations, Gildarts, in an excellent mood after finally recognizing his daughter, decided to properly compensate her. He scooped Kana up in one arm and, both proud and overjoyed, loudly announced to everyone. "That is right. Kana is my daughter. You bastards better open your eyes and take a good look. How is it? My daughter is super cute, right?" Kana, who had been deeply moved just a moment ago, watched Gildarts showing her off so stupidly and immediately shrank her head, burying her face into his chest in embarrassment. "Idiot, do not do that, it is way too embarrassing." Gildarts did not care in the slightest and continued showing off his girl to everyone without restraint. "Ha ha ha, little Kana is shy. Too cute, just what you would expect of my daughter." Chapter 31, Smiling for Family, Crying for Family. 1249 words. For a moment, Urza and Myra stopped fighting. Elfman and Lizana also forgot all about feeding Cabe. Macau and the other guild members just stared at the father and daughter, emotions swirling in their hearts. Wakaba muttered, completely unaccepting of reality. "Impossible, I refuse this. Why are you so lucky, Gildarts? How come you get such a cute daughter?" Urza smiled slightly. "So Kana's father is Gildarts. Congratulations, Kana. Congratulations on being reunited with your father." Myra snorted, folding her arms. "HMPH. In that case, our battle can wait until next time. For now, we should be celebrating our friend Kana first." They still did not quite understand how those two suddenly turned out to be father and daughter. But right now, thinking about that was meaningless. All they needed to do was give the loudest, warmest congratulations. Makarov grabbed his mug, sprang up onto the second-floor railing in a single leap and shouted, "Brats, to celebrate Gildarts and Kana being reunited, we are having a party. Party. Long live the master. Long live Gildarts. Long live little Kana." The announcement of the banquet instantly sent the guild's atmosphere into a frenzy. In that roaring sea of joy, only Cabe stood there, mouth hanging open in a daze, still not recovered. "Wait a second, that is not how this was supposed to go. I am the protagonist here, I have not even made a move yet, how did those two already reconcile on their own?" After doubting his sense of presence for a while, Cabe eventually gave up thinking about it. No matter what the process was like, as long as the outcome was perfect, that was enough. Kana being able to reunite early with Gildarts and finally untie the knot in her heart, that was exactly what Cabe had wanted to see as her friend. At once, he burst out of the annoying bandages wrapped around him, jumped up onto a table and yelled excitedly, "Master, bring out all your precious top-shelf liquor. On a day this rare and worth celebrating, you are not allowed to hide anything." Makarov was in a great mood too. Today he had not only seen how quickly the younger generation, especially Cabe, was growing, he was also sincerely relieved that the always troublesome Gildarts now had a family he would treasure. High on the moment, he personally ran down to the cellar and hauled up crate after crate of the good stuff he normally could not bear to drink, earning a wave of heartfelt praise from all the drunkards in the guild. Even Cabe, swept up by the fiery mood on scene, completely ignored Führer's law about needing to be 15 to drink. He grabbed a bottle and clinked it together with Gildarts, drinking against him mouthful for mouthful. Urza and Kana were so furious they nearly went berserk together. Before long, even Natsu, who was still supposed to be in the hospital, got carried back. He had no idea what had happened while he lay there all day, but as long as it was a party, there was no way he would miss it. For a while, aside from a few unlucky people like Gray who were still out on jobs and could not make it back, everyone in Fairy Tail joined the revelry. This was Fairy Tail. When the family in the guild laughed, they laughed along. When the family in the guild cried, they would cry with them. From the moment you joined the guild, you were part of a single whole. So heavy. I cannot breathe. Who is lying on top of me? In a fog, Cabe felt like there was a mountain pressing down on his body, making it hard to draw air into his lungs. I remember I got drunk last night. Then what is with all this weight on me? His thoughts slowly started to move. Wait, do not tell me I did something wrong while drunk. He snapped his eyes open in horror, brain spinning at high speed. Who is it? Urza, Myra, or Kana? No, they are all still so young. If I really laid hands on any of them, I would be an absolute beast. Body tense, he carefully turned his head. What entered his vision was Natsu's dumb face, drooling in his sleep. A shrill scream cut across the quiet guild hall, prompting several drowsy grumbles. Who is that? Keep it down, people are still sleeping. So noisy, yell again and I will kill you, got it? Those familiar insults did not make Cabe angry at all. Instead, he suddenly felt a warmth in his chest. He quickly kicked drooling Natsu off his body, then sat up and looked around. When he saw that he was still in the Fairy Tail Guild he knew so well, with guild members lying all over the floor sleeping, he finally relaxed and let out a breath. At the same time, memories of the previous night began to return bit by bit. Relying on his naturally ridiculous alcohol tolerance, he had first knocked out Macau, then knocked out Wakaba. After that, it had become a three-way drinking war between him, Gildarts and Makarov. As far as he could recall, he had collapsed in a heap under the cheers of Natsu, Myra, Lizana, and the other kids. As for what happened after that, he had no memory at all. The moment he tried to think too hard, a stabbing pain like needles jabbed through his skull. He sucked in a breath through his teeth. Here, drink this, it will help. A small hand appeared in front of him, offering a glass of juice. Thanks. Cabe took it without thinking and gulped it down in 2 big swallows, then let out a long breath of relief. Only then did he turn his head to look at the person who had spoken. Urza stood over him with her arms folded, glaring down at him with a face full of resentment. Behind her, Myra and the Strauss siblings along with Kana and the other kids were still sprawled over tables, snoring away. Cabe forced himself to endure the headache and nausea as he slowly climbed up from the floor. He casually kicked aside 2 idiots snoring in the passage, then dragged Urza over to sit at another table with him. He rapped his knuckles lightly against his skull and groaned in discomfort. Alcohol really is not a good thing. Urza, you must never try drinking in the future. I would never like something that tastes bitter and is bad for you. Cabe nodded in satisfaction and, out of habit, reached out to pat Urza on the head like he was praising a well-behaved child. Urza, blushing with embarrassment and annoyance, slapped his paw away in one smack. Cabe, stop treating me like a kid. You are only 1 year older than me, and you are not even as tall as I am. Cabe's raised hand froze in midair, his heart twisting like it had been pierced through by a feathered arrow. Ever since his friends had all started shooting past him in height one after another while he stayed exactly the same, he felt like his status among them had been shaken to its core. But this was just how Sairs were built. Not growing taller as a child was a trait he could only accept with bitter resignation. Chapter 32, Guild Compensation, Renting a House. 1,198 words. Cabe had no desire to keep talking about that emotionally crippling topic, so he switched tracks at once. By the way, Urza, why did you come back together with the master yesterday? Did you go with him to that regular council meeting? At the mention of that, the one who felt uncomfortable changed from Cabe to Urza. It was as if she recalled some unpleasant images. She forced herself to answer. Yeah, I went with Master. It was a really boring topic. Mostly just the guild masters complaining, venting, and strengthening ties. Hearing that nothing interesting had happened, Cabe instantly lost interest. And you and Myra, you too. This time Urza did not even let him finish. That is between the two of us. You do not need to get involved. Right, got it, pretend I did not ask. Urza's prickly tone made Cabe wisely shut his mouth. After that, he simply stayed there chatting with her while slowly riding out his hangover. As time went on, everyone else in the guild also woke up one after another. Makarov had spent the night sleeping on the floor with everyone else as well. Unlike youngsters like Cabe though, the moment the old man woke up he felt sore waist, aching back, every joint protesting. Rubbing his stiff, iron-like lower back, Makarov decided he needed to go home and get some proper sleep. But before that, he waved Cabe over. Urza, curious, followed along too. Makarov wobbled up onto a chair and sat down, then pulled an envelope from his robes and handed it to Cabe. About the men's dorm, in the end it was me as guild master who failed to manage things properly. This is your rent for this month, plus the guild's compensation. Take the money and find yourself a place to rent in town. If you do not know who to ask, go find Myra. I just helped the 3 Strauss siblings find a place, she knows which landlord you should talk to. Even before he finished, Cabe had already opened the envelope and thumbed through it. Not too much, not too little, exactly 200,000 J. Which meant, after subtracting 100,000 for rent, the other 100,000 was money Makarov had dug out of his own pocket to compensate him. Cabe knew very well that all his real savings were safely stored in the Fura National Bank. What got destroyed were at most some cheap daily necessities, which did not add up to anywhere near this much. Without even thinking about it, he pulled out 100,000 and stuffed it into his own pocket, then slapped the other 100,000 and the envelope back into Makarov's hand. Before the old man could even start persuading him, Cabe turned and walked off. Keep that money for yourself and buy more of your dirty magazines, old man. Come on, Urza, help me go look at houses. Urza answered softly and gave Makarov a little wave before trotting to catch up. This brat, Makarov murmured, looking at the envelope with a half-helpless, half-fond expression. Where did he even learn this bad habit of never taking advantage of a good deal, even when it is handed right to his face? He finished grumbling, then suddenly sneezed. Makarov was startled and thought he must really not have rested well, hurriedly left the guild and went home to sleep. On the other side, the just awake and sleepy Strauss siblings rubbed their eyes and happened to see Cabe and Urza walking over side by side. Myra rubbed at her eyes, then immediately ignored Cabe and locked eyes on Urza with open hostility. Hey, armor girl, what happened yesterday is not over. When are you going to settle this with me? Normally, Urza got along with everyone, but she and Myra were like oil and water from the start. The moment she was provoked, the fangs came out. If it is a fight you want, midriff girl, I will accompany you any time. But you have not even learned magic yet. If I beat you up now, everyone will just say I bullied a newcomer. Ha, to beat a weakling like you, my fists are more than enough. A few short lines and sparks flew everywhere. Seeing that the two of them were about to start swinging again, Cabe simply reached out and flicked each of them on the head. They both yelped in unison, hands flying to their foreheads, eyes full of indignation as they stared at him. Seriously now, Cabe said, glaring particularly at Urza, have you already forgotten what you said yourself yesterday? And I came to find Myra because I need something from her. If you drag her off to fight again, what happens to my housing problem? Urza was speechless. Thinking of how she had lectured Makarov and the others yesterday about not fighting guildmates, then turned around to make the same mistake herself today, she felt a wave of shame. She lowered her head decisively and said to Myra, "Sorry, I was being impulsive. Everyone in the guild is family, we should not be raising our fists at each other over a moment of anger. TCH, who is family with you?" Myra started to snap back, only to be cut down by Cabe's sharp look. You can tone it down too. Where did that silent, obedient Myra Jane from before go? The mention of her black history sent a blush racing across Myra's face. Do not say that. Fine, fine, I will apologize too. Muttering that, she grudgingly bowed her head and also squeezed out a sorry to Urza. Seeing the two girls' conflict resolve so easily under his mediation, Cabe felt deeply satisfied. Even Elfman and Lizana looked at him with shining eyes full of admiration. Those looks clearly said, as expected of big brother Cabe, even Sister Myra has to behave when he talks. With the two of them temporarily making peace, Cabe finally got to the main point. Myra, you should have heard already that the boys' dorm got destroyed, right? Because of that, I have no place to live right now. The master told me you siblings just rented a place outside, so I wanted to ask you to take me to meet that housing agent. Realizing why Cabe had come to her, Myra nodded immediately. Then you came to the right person. Master spent a whole day dragging us from agency to agency just to find a decent place for us. Elfman, a little embarrassed, added honestly. Sis and Lizana could have lived in the guild dorms. It was all for my sake that they bothered Master and made him and Sis run around with us for a whole day. Myra really did not like hearing that kind of talk. She smacked Elfman on the shoulder. The strength that came along with her awakened magic sent the big-bodied boy stumbling a step to the side. Stop saying things like that. There is no way Lizana and I would leave you behind and let you live alone outside. Patreon Advance Chapters, patreon.com ElvenKing20. Chapter 33, Chapter 33, A Luxurious Private Apartment, Myra's Bold Seduction. 1125 words. Lizana is right, Elfman. We are family. Lizana hugged Elfman's arm and tried to comfort him. Her words, together with Myra's, almost made Elfman burst into tears on the spot. Even Urza was moved by the affection between the three siblings. Only Cabe stood on the side, cheerfully tossing in cold water. Yeah, but you cannot put it like that. Elfman is a boy after all. Once a guy hits puberty, he is bound to have some secrets girls are better off not knowing. If you ask me, Elfman probably hit puberty early. Deep down he is probably wishing you and Lizana would stop worrying about him. In an instant, Myra's face completely changed. Is that so, Elfman? No, absolutely not, Myra sis. Elfman shook his head like mad, denying with all his might. At the same time he stared at Cabe in disbelief, eyes screaming, why are you selling me out like this? Even Urza and Lizana understood the implication behind Cabe's words and both showed identical expressions of disgust. Especially Urza. She suddenly remembered the magazine she had confiscated from Cabe yesterday and secretly hidden away. Her cheeks warmed for no reason as a dangerous thought popped up. Is that kind of thing really something boys like that much? Should I study it too? Once the sisters finished scolding Elfman, the five of them finally set off. Myra walked alone at the front, head lowered, leading the way. Cabe, Urza, and Lizana walked in the middle, following close behind her. Only poor Elfman trailed at the back, eyes full of gloom, shooting resentful looks at Cabe's back from time to time. That stare made a certain someone's spine prickle faintly. Forcing himself not to look back, Cabe took the initiative to find a new topic. Looking at the gradually thinning flow of pedestrians, he could not help murmuring. We are getting further and further out. The old man might be a first-class cheapskate. But there is no way he would make you three live somewhere this remote, right? Rogue mags pass through here all the time. What if something happens? Before Lizana could explain, Urza spoke up first. Do not worry. Magnolia's public security has always been excellent. With Fairy Tale in town, robbery and murder are very rare. Lizana, a beat slower, nodded and chimed in. And we have Myra sis and Auntie Landlord around, so it is absolutely safe. You do not need to worry, big brother Cabe. Auntie Landlord? Cabe blinked. He had no idea which powerhouse that title was supposed to be. After walking for a while more, Myra finally stopped in front of a 3-story detached house. We are here. This is our place. I will take you in for a look first. If you like it, I will bring you to see Auntie Landlord. Oh. Because all her other properties have similar layouts. Something like that, Myra replied casually. Cabe did not think too much. Under Myra's warm invitation, he changed shoes and stepped into the siblings' cozy little home. The building was a Western-style detached townhouse. Not only did it have 3 floors with 5 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms in total. There was also a spacious living room, a separate kitchen, plus extra rooms for things like a study and a walk-in closet. The most outrageous part was that the whole 3rd floor was covered in training equipment. The 3 of them could work out without ever having to leave home. After a single lap, both Cabe and Urza were stunned speechless. Hold on, you have got to be kidding. How do 3 broke kids afford a place like this? Facing Cabe's question, Myra planted her hands on her waist and answered righteously. What do you mean, broke? Being poor is just temporary. Once I master magic, I will work hard and pay off everything we owe the guild. In the future, when I earn enough, I am going to buy this whole place. Moving houses all the time is a pain. Better to settle everything in one go. Watching Myra already daydreaming about the future, Cabe honestly did not know whether to call her arrogant or just very confident. Even he, after 2 years of taking jobs, would not dare say he could casually buy such a fully furnished 3-story detached house. If Myra was serious, the 3 siblings would be working themselves to the bone for this place for at least 5 years, maybe longer. Right then, Myra's gaze suddenly shifted and locked onto Cabe. A bad smile curved her lips. And besides, we have you, don't we? I am sure you will be more than happy to shoulder part of the burden. Me? Cabe pointed at himself, confused. A second later the meaning clicked and he quickly took several steps back, face full of alarm. Oh no, you don't. We Sayers only ever live off other people. We do not use our own wallet to support other women. Where does your brain even go? And how can you say being a kept pretty boy so righteously? If Elfman and Lizanna were not holding her back, Myra would have already rushed over to kick him into a ball. So you do not want me to keep you? Then what do you mean? Cabe asked warily. A vein popped on Myra's forehead. She wrestled down the urge to stomp him into the floor with the heel of her black stockings and took a deep breath. Sharing the rent, she said through her teeth. We are talking about sharing the rent. I do believe I can handle it in the future, but right now 30,000 a month is too expensive for the 3 of us. I only borrowed 3 months of rent from Master. After 3 months, I have to pay him back and pay rent on top of that. The pressure is huge. And then you just happen to be looking for a place. Instead of living all alone out there, poor and pitiful. Why not move here and live together with a beautiful girl like me? As she said it, Myra suddenly struck a pose she had clearly learned from somewhere. She spread her legs a little, tossed her long hair, ran the tip of her tongue lightly across her lips. One hand on her waist, the other hand curling its finger at Cabe as she purred. So, what do you think? Tempted? Is this offer not very attractive? This is way too shameless. Urza's whole face went bright red. She pointed at Myra, stumbling over her words. Elfman and Lizanna also lowered their heads in embarrassment, not daring to look at Cabe at all. Chapter 34, Promise Fulfilled, Living Together with Myra. 1,277 words. After listening to her explanation, Cabe finally cooled down. Right now, looking at Myra who was actively trying to seduce him. He only gave her a flat, uninterested once-over from head to toe, then let out a disdainful little chuckle. Too plain. When this here and this here turn into that. He lifted one hand in front of his chest, the other behind his rear to indicate the curves in question. Then you can come try tempting me again. Myra's teeth instantly ground together at the sight. And besides, if you knew the pressure was so big, you should not have rented such a huge place in the first place. You. Myra almost exploded on the spot. Stop talking around it and just answer me. Want to share the place or not? As long as you say yes, whenever you are home, I will be the one cooking. All your laundry, pants included, plus the cleaning of your room, my brother and sister and I will take care of everything. That. Hearing those terms, Cabe started to waver. No matter how cheap the guild food was, it was still more expensive than cooking for himself. If Myra helped with cooking, even if he had to buy the ingredients himself, with his appetite he could still save quite a bit every month. Most importantly, there would be someone to wash his clothes and sweep the floors, to keep his place clean. Whichever way he looked at it, it was a pretty sweet deal. And the rent? How are we splitting it? And what about my room? Rent is 300,000 J a month. Split 4 ways, that is 75,000 each. I absolutely will not make you pay more. As for the rooms, you get first pick. 2 rooms on the first floor, 3 on the second, whichever you choose is yours. Myra waved her hand boldly as she offered the best conditions she could. Cabe thought it over carefully and realized the terms really were not bad. He had no more objections and reached out to seal the deal with her. All right then, it is decided. I do not really care where I stay. The entire second floor can be for you 3 siblings. I will just take a room on the first floor. Myra clenched her fist in excitement, let out a cheer, then happily shook his hand. No problem. Welcome to your new home, roommate. In a bit I will take you to find Auntie Landlord and explain everything. With the co-rental settled so smoothly, the 3 Strauss siblings all secretly exhaled in relief. Cabe was also quite satisfied, paying just over 70,000 J to live in such a luxurious apartment. Only Urza, left hanging on the side, went completely blank for a moment. Her head was suddenly full of just 2 words, living together. Watching Cabe animatedly discuss things with Myra, the 2 of them dividing up which parts of the house would be whose, Urza felt as if some beloved toy was about to be snatched away, leaving her chest strangely empty. She had known Cabe for so long, yet she had never even taken him to visit her own room. Now this newcomer Myra was just going to grab Cabe in one swoop and lock him up in her house. In a daze, Urza could almost see Myra smirking at her in mockery. No. I cannot accept this. She shouted it out loud before she could stop herself. Everyone stared at her in surprise. Myra looked especially displeased. Ha! This is something Cabe and I decided. What does it have to do with you, you cold, poker-faced armor girl? Urza's body stiffened. She silently regretted blurting out what was really on her mind. Facing the 4 pairs of eyes, she forced out a bitter little smile. I mean, Cabe finally moved into a new place. We cannot just let it end so blandly. We could have some kind of celebration, maybe. Myra shot her a suspicious look, but still gave a begrudging nod. That is true at least. I did not expect you, cold armor girl, to actually be capable of this kind of idea. Creak. Urza's fingers, hidden behind her back, quietly clenched into a death grip. Just you wait, you scrawny delinquent girl. I am going to settle this debt sooner or later. Just like that, the rift between Urza and Myra deepened another notch, all without Cabe noticing a thing. After that, the group went together to find the auntie landlord Myra had mentioned. She was a short, a little plump middle-aged woman in her 50s or 60s. According to Myra, though, this auntie had once been a member of Fairy Tale in her youth and had quite an impressive level of strength herself. That was why Makarov felt at ease letting the Strauss siblings live in such a remote area. It was also thanks to her that this rather luxurious standalone house could be rented to the 3 of them for the bargain price of 300,000 J a month. When Auntie Landlord saw Myra bringing Cabe along to talk about co-renting, her expression turned very strange. Afterward she not only cheerfully rewrote the contract, she even pulled Myra aside and whispered a joke to her. If Myra and Cabe got married someday, the house could be their wedding home, and she would just give it to them outright. Those 2 straightforward words made even the usually brash Myra blush scarlet. When she looked at Cabe again, her gaze carried a strange mix of shyness and something like faint disgust. Once the new rental contract was signed, they all went to a restaurant in town to have a big celebratory meal, just like they had agreed. Naturally, Cabe was the one who paid, counting it as his housewarming treat. After that, Cabe needed to buy bedding and other necessities. The Strauss siblings enthusiastically volunteered to help him shop. Only Urza claimed she still had things to do and left alone, looking very much like a defeated stray dog walking away with her tail between her legs. Urza sis seems like she has something on her mind, Lisanna murmured, watching Urza's back. Myra immediately grabbed Lisanna's cheeks and stretched them, clearly unhappy. What do you mean, Urza sis? You only have one sister, and that is me, got it? I got it, Myra sis. Only after Lisanna mumbled her agreement did Myra let go, satisfied. Come on, Cabe, I know a place with good prices and good quality. I will take you there. Hey, how long do you think I have been living here already? I know where the good stuff is way better than you do. Grumbling, Cabe tore his eyes away from Urza's departing figure and turned to follow after Myra and the others. Hey, Cabe, I heard about it, you know. You are shacking up with that new little girl. That evening, just as Cabe returned to the guild, Wakaba threw an arm around his shoulders and dragged him aside. Wearing a sleazy grin, he poked Cabe's head with his pompadour and whispered teasingly, I am telling you, as a man you should really try to be a little more devoted. You already have two adorable little girlfriends, Urza and Kana, and you still have the energy to go mess around outside. Keep this up and one day you are going to get yourself killed by your own love life. TN. Please donate Power Stones. If I get enough Power Stones, I will start the bonus chapter system. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. Everyone's shock, the beloved barmaid is getting married. 1198 words. Cabe brushed off Wakaba's arm, annoyed by how close the man had leaned in. He first glanced over to the bar, where Urza had suddenly ducked her head and was sucking furiously on her drink as if nothing in the world concerned her. Confirming where the rumor had leaked from, he finally replied unhurriedly. Before you start lecturing me, maybe take care of yourself first. If I remember right, Wakaba, didn't you just get married not too long ago? So how come I still see you ogling pretty girls on the street every other day? Wakaba suddenly smacked Cabe hard on the back, making him twist around and glare at the guy. You don't get it. I'm appreciating. Appreciating, understand? Men will always be visual creatures. We just can't resist young, beautiful girls. And then you still have the face to say that kind of crap. Cabe twisted his waist and kicked him straight out of the guild. He snorted coldly, gave Myra, who had been sneaking curious glances his way, a little shake of the head, then walked over to the bar and ordered a drink. Before the drink even arrived, another big hand clamped down on his shoulder. Hey, brat, what exactly is going on between you and Kana? I'm warning you, my little Kana is only 12. If you dare have any funny ideas, this uncle will definitely kill you. Cabe turned around, face dark, to stare at the snarling Gildarts. I swear, has that thing on your shoulders gone so empty there's not even a brain left? In you people's eyes, just how much trash do you think I am that I'd lay hands on a 12-year-old girl? At the very least, it wouldn't be now, right? Gildarts relaxed a little at the start of that sentence, then completely blew his top at the rest of it, his fingers digging harshly into Cabe's shoulder. I'm not joking with you, brat. My precious Kana is going to be with me for her entire life. I absolutely won't allow some wild man to steal her away from me. Cabe didn't even have time to feel sorry for his abused shoulder before he was provoked into jumping up and pressing his forehead against Gildarts, the two of them butting like angry bulls. You did say it. You totally said it. Wild, whatever. You bastard, which eye of yours saw me as a monkey? Call me a wild monkey again and see if I don't kill you. Behind the bar, Evie the barmaid looked helplessly at the two of them going at it again. Cabe, Gildarts didn't say that, you misheard him. And Gildarts, you behave yourself too, stop arguing already. But the two hotheads had both gone deaf. Gildarts, huh? So what if I call you that? Believe it or not, I'll rip that monkey tail of yours off and use it as a belt. Cabe, go on then, rip it. But before you manage to pull off my tail, I'll definitely chop off your front tail and soak it in liquor. Gildarts, don't go too far, brat. A man's front tail is not something you joke about. Cabe, weren't you the one who started joking first? The tail on my back is just as important as the one in front, all right? Listening to the direction this argument was heading, some of the guild members really could not take it anymore. Kana suddenly appeared from who knows where, marched over and grabbed Gildarts by the ear, cheeks bright red as she spat. Stop going crazy, you stupid old man. If you dare talk about your stinky tails in front of a lady again, I'll cut it off for mom myself. Oh wow, daddy was wrong. Kana, sweetheart, let go. On Cabe's side, punishment came just as swiftly. Sitting next to him, Urza had been hiding her face in embarrassment the whole time. After that conversation, She felt like she would never be able to hear the word tail normally again. Overstimulated, she suddenly grabbed her still half-full juice, lunged at Cabe, hooked an arm around his neck and jammed the cup straight into his mouth. From now on, talking about tails is banned in the guild. Cabe, goo, glug glug glug. A few minutes later, Cabe, who had nearly drowned to death on land, finally got an explanation out of a guilty, flustered Urza. Ha! Evie, you're getting married and leaving the guild? He stared in disbelief at the bar's waitress who had taken care of them for the last 2 years, only to see Evie give a shy little nod. The groom is a childhood friend of mine. These past 2 years he's been doing some small business in the capital, and now that things are stable, he came to propose to me. I've already agreed. We plan to marry after the new year and live together in the capital, so I won't be able to keep working at Fairy Tale. Oh, so that's how it is. In that case, congratulations to both of you. Cabe reflexively offered his congratulations, then suddenly realized something and pointed at himself in confusion. Wait, so what does that have to do with me? Why did the guild start spreading weird rumors about me? Why else? Kana, having finished disciplining her father, walked over and plopped herself down next to him, completely unfazed by the gossip. Because they know they secretly liked Evie and now she's leaving them. Those useless uncles got upset and needed to vent at somebody. And, just so happens, you are the one all the women in the guild get along with. Plus there's that rumor that you're about to live together with Myra. Of course those useless old men would be jealous and resentful. Cabe finally understood. Oh. So basically, they're frustrated and can't stand seeing anyone else doing better than them, right? Exactly, Urza and Kana nodded in perfect agreement. TCH useless morons. Cabe almost laughed from anger. Those idiots spent every day drooling over Evie. Yet not a single one dared to take the first step. Now that she was getting married, they suddenly realized they weren't willing to let go. What were you doing all those years? He shot a disdainful glance at the group of grown men still trying to drown their feelings in alcohol. Then turned back to the awkward-looking Evie and smoothly changed the subject. So, Evie, have you decided where your wedding will be held? You've taken such good care of me these 2 years, I've got to prepare a proper gift for your big day. At that, the happy smile returned to Evie's face. We're not planning on holding a wedding ceremony. His business has only just started taking off, and there are still a lot of places that need money. Hearing that, Cabe suddenly felt just as sour as the guild uncles. A small, silent envy bubbling up in his chest for the guy who was about to marry her. What a good woman, and she just gets snatched up by some outsider like that. And here I thought the whole childhood friend route had gone out of fashion. Chapter 36, Levi and Larky join, 1,299 words. Cabe silently lamented for a while, then turned his back and fiddled with something. Only after rustling around for a bit did he turn back and hand Evie a small bulging cloth pouch. Since it is like that, I should at least give you a gift to show my feelings. As he spoke, he lifted a hand to stop Evie, who had been about to refuse, and stared straight into her eyes very seriously. You have to accept this. I went through a lot of trouble to to beg Poliusica Granny to make these energy replenishing pills. Believe me, the two of you are definitely going to need them, and absolutely going to use them. Seeing Cabe give a big thumbs up, Evie froze for 2 seconds. Then the meaning finally clicked in her mind and her face flushed bright red as she silently accepted the pouch. Only then did Cabe grin and add cheerfully, remember, do not let him take too many at once, half a pill each time is enough. There is enough in here for you two to use for half a year. Evie spat at him in flustered embarrassment, cheeks burning. You little brat, why do you even have something like this? Of course it was for training. At the start I asked Granny Poliusica to make them as a tonic to help my body recover after intense workouts. That kind of extra effect, I only found out about by accident later. Evie was half convinced, half doubting, but she did not press him further. Humming a little tune happily, she was already thinking about clocking off early so she could go test them out. Urza and Kana listened with completely confused faces. They had no idea what kind of coded conversation those two were having. Even so, they quietly noted it down in their hearts and decided that when they went home, they would also pick out a suitable gift for Evie. Although it was a pity Evie was leaving, people coming and going was normal for a Mags Guild. Even Fairy Tale could not escape that rule. 2 days after they found out, Evie officially withdrew from the guild. She left Magnolia together with her husband, a blonde man who looked a bit handsome, and headed for the capital. That day all the married and unmarried men in the guild drank themselves stupid. The whole night was filled with wailing that could have summoned ghosts. Yet the next morning, once they woke up, every single one of them returned to business as usual. Compared to last night, it was like they had become completely different people. They really are heartless, this bunch. Leaning his chin on one hand, Cabe stirred his fruit juice and complained. Beside him, Gray was leaning against the counter, bare except for his underwear, arms hooked over the edge. He had already seen this kind of thing too many times, and answered in a bored drawl. This is a guild after all. People leaving and joining is normal. If we had to mope for half a day every time someone walked out the door, we might as well quit working altogether. Cabe glanced sideways at his overly mature act and attempt at coolness, and decided to remind him of the real crisis at hand. Gray, your clothes. Yikes. When did that happen? Only after Gray scrambled in a panic to the guild entrance and found his discarded clothes did Cabe continue curiously. Speaking of which, ever since we sent Evie off at noon yesterday, I haven't seen the old man at all. You think he went out to scout for a new barmaid? Wonder what type of beauty he dragged back this time. Oh, that is obvious. Definitely one of those big-chested, big-butted types. That old geezer only goes for that style. The moment Gray finished speaking, the guild doors were pushed open. Both of them immediately turned to look, eyes drawn to the entrance. And saw Makarov's grinning old face. He is back already? Where did that old man go to recruit from? Is this even legal? Cabe muttered under his breath. The next second, a familiar little head popped out from behind Makarov. Levi, who had once studied at the church with Cabe, spotted two familiar faces at a glance. She immediately ran into the guild in delight and waved excitedly. Cabe, Gray, long time no see, like we promised, I am here to join Fairy Tale. Crack, crack. The two of them were so shocked that they crushed their wooden cups in their hands. The very next second, Cabe's foot flashed out and he kicked the approaching Makarov flat on his back, roaring furiously. You dirty old man, I misjudged you. I did not think your tastes would have gotten this heavy already. You even set your sights on someone as young as Levi. Gray also stepped in front of the stunned Levi, shielding her, and shouted angrily. You senile old pervert, that is a crime, you know. Do not think you can do whatever you want just because you are the guild master. Having been randomly kicked and almost having his old waist snapped, Makarov listened to their nonsense and immediately bellowed back. You two stupid brats, planning to mutiny? Levi is a child I have had my eye on for a long time, someone I wanted to invite into Fairy Tale. This old man's thoughts are not as filthy as the trash in your heads. With that, the fuming Makarov stepped aside so that the one behind him was revealed. Open your eyes and look properly. This is Larky. I found her to help out with reception and to be a temporary barmaid. The purple-haired girl with glasses, called Larky, bent her head a little shyly and greeted the pair. Hello, I am the newcomer, Larky Olietta. Please take care of me. Looking at Larky, who was not much older than Levi herself, the corners of the two boys' eyes twitched madly. They exchanged a glance, nodded in unspoken agreement, then in the next instant unleashed a synchronized flying kick combination. They booted Makarov into the floor again and followed up with a flurry of punches and kicks. Now you have nothing to say for yourself, right, you lolicon old pervert? Exactly, you lolicon old pervert. Ow, my old back. 10 minutes later, Cabe and Gray, both sporting bruised noses and swollen lumps on their heads, stood to one side and watched. Levi, Larky, and a tag-along whose name they had kind of forgotten were surrounded by a circle of uncles, being bombarded with questions. Cabe suddenly clapped his hands in realization. Oh, so that is how it is. The old man is probably worried that even if he finally gets a new barmaid, She will just end up getting married and quitting a few years later, like Evie did. So he might as well start raising them from childhood. Genius. I really have to hand it to him. Beside him, Gray also nodded in heartfelt admiration. That is the one who has led Fairy Tale to prosperity, the third master. His thought process and vision are on a whole different level from us little brats. Exactly. Grandpa Master, you are truly wise and mighty. The two bootlickers, both covered in lumps, heaped flattery on Makarov without shame. Clutching his lower back and baring his teeth in pain, Makarov snorted coldly. Get lost. Do not let me see your faces. Yes, sir, master. Yes, sir, master. Having screwed up and been punished, the two did not dare show even a hint of resentment. They immediately oiled their heels and bolted out of his line of sight. Chapter 37, An Abnormal Newcomer. 1,158 words. Once Cabe was out of the guild master's line of sight, he immediately reverted to being one of Fairy Tale's little tyrants. He casually yanked two guys out of his way, then kicked Macau, who was sticking his butt in the air and pestering Levi with a barrage of questions. After teaming up with Gray to chase off the disgusting old uncles, he finally stopped in front of the two little girls. Levi, long time no see. I did not think you would end up joining the guild too. Welcome to Fairy Tale. From today on, we are real comrades. Gray smiled as he greeted her as well. Yeah, welcome. From now on we fight and drink together. Sarasuk and Droy, hey, did you forget someone? We joined the guild too, you know. Levi was just as happy to be in the same guild as them. She grabbed both of their hands in excitement, then turned and carefully introduced the new girl beside her. Larky, these are the friends I told you about who are already in the guild. From now on we are all Fairy Tale mags. If you have any questions, just ask them. Right, Cabe, Gray? The two boys nodded without hesitation. Even if Levi had not said anything, these seniors would have looked after the newcomers anyway. I understand. Thank you, Levi, and thank you, Senpai. Larky bent at the waist and bowed to them again. Cabe and Gray quickly waved their hands, telling her not to be so formal. At this point, Cabe finally remembered who exactly she was. Larky Olietta, one of the original members who was still in the guild 7 years later in the original story. She barely showed up in the manga, so his only impression of her was that she would grow up with a pretty good figure, and that her magic was like the guy from the other studio who played with wood, just like Hashirama. To confirm his memory, Cabe took the initiative to ask what magic Larky and Levi had learned so far. I will go first. This is the magic I carefully chose because it fits me best. Levi confidently stepped forward to give the new friend a demonstration. She pointed a finger, magic gathering at the tip, then quickly wrote a string of complicated characters in the air. Word magic, storm, shoo. A small gust of wind swept past. Cabe smoothed the hem of his clothes, which had been ruffled by the breeze. Gray also lifted a hand and tidied his hair, which the wind had puffed up. They waited 2 full seconds, then asked in unison. That is it. You two are so annoying. What kind of reaction is that? For someone who only just learned magic, this is already amazing, okay? At least act a little surprise. Levy's small face turned bright red with a mix of shame and frustration. It was only after her complaint that the two boys suddenly woke up, put on exaggerated fake smiles, and started clapping. Super impressive magic. You really opened my eyes. Levi, you are so smart. Word magic suits you perfectly. Even though both of them were clearly phoning it in, Levi still soaked up the praise and smiled sweetly. Then she stepped aside and left the stage to Larky. With Levy's example in front of her, Larky was not as nervous anymore. My magic is wood make magic. I only just learned it, so if it is not very flashy, please forgive me. She crouched down as she spoke, pressing her palm against the wooden floor and letting her magic flow. Now Cabe and Gray were truly interested, especially Gray. The moment he heard that she used a molding magic similar to his ice make, his eyes lit up. Wood make, unrequited love. What the heck is that? Before Cabe could spit out his complaint about that ridiculous spell name, A ring of wooden bars with sharp spikes shot up from the floor. In an instant, the cage snapped shut around Cabe and Gray. Gray ran a hand over one of the spikes, then nodded in approval. Not bad. 2 transformations in an instant. You already have pretty good control over molding magic. Larky calmly pushed her glasses up and added, I forgot to mention, those spikes are coated with a special poison. It amplifies any pain you feel by about 10 times. Huh. Gray barely managed to let out that confused syllable before his face twisted. He clutched his bruised eye and howled like a dying animal. Cabe silently pulled his own hand back, clearing his throat. Very effective. With this, any enemy you trap in there will find it even harder to escape. All right, you can undo the spell now. Larky completely ignored him. Her hands cradled her cheeks, and she stared at Gray with an expression of pure appreciation. It is beautiful, that scream filled with pain and despair. Cabe and Levi both fell silent. Right, now he remembered the rest. This girl was the one who would turn her room into an interrogation chamber in the future. Fairy Tale really was full of talent. They were all weirdos of the highest order. In the end, Cabe had to blow the cage apart with his key to rescue Gray, whose body was spasming from the amplified pain. While Larky was busy treating Gray's poison in the corner, Cabe took Levi to what would undoubtedly become her favorite place, the guild's massive internal library. The instant Levi saw the rows upon rows of books, her eyes went round and shiny. So many. This is heaven. To Levi, this really was a paradise. To Cabe, it was not much different from hell. Leading the wide-eyed Levi inside, Cabe went straight to the 3 siblings who had been buried in books every spare moment lately, studying magic. Myra, Elfman, and Lizanna. Myra, Elfman, Lizanna, we have a new member. He tossed out the greeting, then turned to introduce them to Levi. These 3 are also fairly new to the guild. The eldest is Myra, second is Elfman, and the youngest is Lizanna. Levi nodded, then stepped forward and introduced herself politely. Myra, once she heard she was talking to a newcomer, tamped down her usual wild temperament. She smiled and welcomed Levi together with her younger brother and sister. When he saw that they were getting along just fine, Cabe felt relieved and started backing away. Levi, go ahead and enjoy your paradise. I am heading upstairs. Levi had absolutely no resistance to books. After thanking him, she immediately dived into the shelves, picking out anything that looked interesting. Elfman and Lizanna enthusiastically joined in to help her find more. Only Myra's eyes moved. She watched Cabe's retreating back, her pupils turning sly. After murmuring a few words to her siblings, she quietly slipped out of the library and followed after him. Chapter 38, Myra applies to join, the old man's concern. 1,259 words. After leaving the library, Cabe headed straight for the guild's request board and started scanning the posted jobs. Myra, who had snuck after him, saw this and her eyes lit up. She hurried over. You getting ready to take on a job? Cabe kept his eyes on the rows of request slips without looking back. Yeah. For various reasons I have been resting for a few days already. It is about time I picked a job and moved my body again. Myra nodded in complete agreement. True. Even that armor girl and Natsu have gone out on missions. Us sitting around in the guild all day is not exactly productive. Us. Cabe caught that word immediately. He finally tore his attention away from the board and turned to look at Myra, who was smiling sweetly up at him. If it had been the grown-up Myra Jane from the original story flashing that kind of smile, Cabe would have only said cute and left it at that. But on the current Myra, who was still very much a delinquent little punk, that same smile only made his guard shoot through the roof. Seeing the "you are totally up to something" look on his face, Myra snorted and simply dropped the act. I will get straight to the point. Take me with you on this next mission. I can take a smaller cut of the reward, or even nothing at all, but I really need a veteran to show me the full process of a job from start to finish. You really are planning to shear this one sheep for all it is worth, huh? Cabe sighed and, without thinking, reached up to touch his face. So I am really that charming now? Charming enough that even Myra will not give up on me? He basked in his own narcissism for a moment, then asked the thing that mattered most to him. Have you actually got your takeover magic under control? Let me say this first, if you are just going to be dead weight, then even if you do not want a single jewel, I am not taking you on a job. Quit looking down on me. Myra was clearly unhappy with his attitude. A circle of golden light flared beneath her feet. Take over, Satan's soul. The flare made Cabe jump. He was just about to shout at her to stop when he realized that Myra's body had not fully transformed. Only her arms had turned, the skin now covered in pale green scales, twisted into a pair of demonic claws. Seeing that, Cabe let out a long breath. Just partial takeover, huh? You scared me. I knew it. No way even Demon Myra Jane picks up full-body Satan's soul this fast. What are you muttering about? Demon what? Myra frowned, confused by his whispering. Nothing. Just a title I suddenly thought suited you. A title, huh? Now that you mention it, once I become a famous mage in the future, I really will need some kind of cool epithet. Demon is not bad. I like it. I will use that from now on. She rolled the words around in her mind, liking them more the more she thought about it. Her impression of Cabe climbed a few more steps. As long as you are happy. Cabe waved it away casually and turned back to choosing a request. I am going to keep picking. You go talk to the master on your own. If he does not approve, there is nothing I can do. Leave it to me. Just watch how I talk that old man into it. Myra practically skipped away to go harass Makarov. Cabe continued to run his eyes along the request board. Clear out the pirates that keep harassing the trade route. Too much work for too little cash. 50,000. You trying to feed a beggar? Bodyguard needed, escorting archaeologist to explore ancient ruins. Reward is ancient documents recovered from the site. Yeah, that is more of a future Levi kind of job. He kept reading, a handful of monster subjugation jobs, treasure hunts, curse lifting requests. Either the reward was insultingly low and the client was fishing for suckers, or the mission would drag on for months, or it simply was not a good match for his skill set. Cabe vetoed them all in his head. In the end, his gaze stopped on one rather interesting request. Urgent. Multiple witnesses have reported sightings of a mermaid near the coast. In need of a water specialist mage to capture her for me. The sooner the better. Money is no object. Below that, in the reward column, the number 1000000J was written in huge bold characters. The corners of Cabe's mouth curled up. He plucked the request off the board without hesitation and walked over to the bar, where Makarov was currently being pestered half to death by Myra. Master, I will take this job. Do we have any more detailed information? Makarov was struggling to pry Myra's hands off the hem of his coat. He snatched a moment to glance at the sheet in Cabe's hand. This one came in just today. All I know is that the client is one of the kingdom's high-ranking nobles. The deadline is 5 days. If it is not done in 5 days, it counts as a failure. A noble, huh? No wonder they are willing to throw money around. Hearing that the employer was nobility, Cabe did not feel annoyed. In fact, he was even more satisfied. Because for these loaded nobles, as long as you complete the job well and bring back something that satisfies them, they are actually very willing to pay, generously. As for those stories about them pulling rank afterward and stiffing people on reward money, that might happen to small-time guilds, but the odds of it happening to Fairy Tail were very, very low. Fairy Tail was notorious for being completely unrestrained. And as one of the 10 wizard saints, Guildmaster Makarov was famous for being insanely protective of his kids. Over the years, plenty of nobles with more money than sense had been taught a lesson by Fairy Tail. They could go crying to the king or the council all they wanted. At most, the end result was Makarov getting a slap on the wrist and writing a few more self-criticism papers. Any noble with a functioning brain cell left did not go poking that hornet's nest anymore. Over by the bar, Myra heard that Cabe had already chosen a job and could no longer sit still. She shook Makarov's sleeve like a madwoman. Old man, hurry up and say yes, or I will strip you naked and send you out the guild door. Stop, 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 enough. I will agree, all right? I will agree. Makarov was completely rattled by her utter lack of restraint. In the end, he had no choice but to surrender. The moment he said the words, Myra cheered, shouted something at Cabe, then ran straight back toward the library to tell her siblings and get ready to leave. At the bar, Makarov watched her whirlwind of a figure disappear from sight, then poured himself a glass of booze and sighed. Myra has a lot of talent. Given time, she will definitely become an amazing mage. It is just that this impulsive, overbearing personality of hers. If she does not fix it, one day she will pay for it. Chapter 39, Departure, Destination Harujan. 1,233 words. Cabe fell silent for a moment. Inside, he could not help sighing at how sharp Makarov's eyes really were. In the future, the old man's casual worry would become reality. Because of her own carelessness on an S-class mission, Myra would end up killing Lizana. Crushed by guilt and self-blame, even her personality would change completely, and she would never be as lively as she was now. After a few heartbeats of silence, Cabe finally spoke, his calm voice carrying a faint note of emotion that reached Makarov's ears clearly. "Isn't that exactly why a guild exists, old man?" Makarov blinked, taken aback. He raised his head, looking in surprise at the boy's serious profile. Cabe watched the laughing, arguing guildmates scattered around the hall, then the corners of his mouth lifted and he murmured, "Everyone in the guild has their own flaws. We are reckless, we do not think things through, we love making trouble and dump a lot of headaches on you. But we have one thing going for us. We understand what partners are, what family is. Living in this group, we will naturally try to help the people next to us and cover for their weaknesses. At the same time, we need their strength to make up for what we lack. We grow by leaning on each other, using the power of the whole to smooth out the cracks in ourselves. That is what fairy tale is to me." He finished, turned his head and flashed Makarov a grin, raising an okay sign. "So you can relax and leave Myra to me. I am the most reliable guy in this guild. You little brat." Makarov could not stop the warmth in his chest. This child had already grasped the real spirit of fairy tale. "Only, before you start spouting all that pretty talk, fix yourself first. Among the kids your age, you are the one with the most flaws, you idiot. What kind of nonsense is that, old man? Watch it or I will sue you for slander." By the time Myra happily finished telling her younger siblings about her very first job and collected their worries and blessings, the two of them were still bickering. Unable to wait another second, Myra grabbed Cabe by the arm and dragged him toward the door. "Enough, you two can keep chatting when we get back. For now hurry up and come do this job with me." As she hauled him away, Cabe still refused to lose the last word. He craned his neck and shouted back at Makarov, "Baldy, we will stop here for today. Just you wait, when I come back I am plucking off the last few hairs on your head. Go die outside and do not come back. I will just find another mascot to replace you." They each tossed one last threat over their shoulders, then snorted in unison and turned their heads away. Only after Cabe's figure was pulled out of the guild and gradually disappeared from sight did Makarov stop sulking. He picked up a bottle, refilled his glass and drank with a faint smile. Outside the guild, once Myra had dragged Cabe a fair distance, she finally released his arm. When it came to jobs, she was still a total rookie. For once, she had to swallow her temper and ask the experienced one for guidance. "What do we do next? You are the senior here. I will listen to your arrangements." "Next, her." Cabe dug a finger in his ear, thought for a moment, then casually slung an arm around her shoulders and pointed in the direction of their home. "Next, you go back to the house, pack 2 changes of clothes, and bring anything else you think you will need. Then go to my room and grab my bag as well." He finished and turned her body the other way, pointing toward another street. "Once you are done packing, head to the station and buy a ticket for the train to Harjan Port. Remember, just buy one ticket. We will meet directly at Harjan Station." "Got it." "Wait, you are not taking the train with me?" Myra nodded automatically, then realized something was off and questioned him. "That has nothing to do with you. Just move fast and do not make me wait too long in Harjan." Cabe patted her back, urging her on. "What is that supposed to mean? You might be fast, But you cannot be faster than a train. She muttered under her breath, but then remembered all the crazy stories about Cabe that floated around the guild. She knew he was planning to run to the job site again. Not only did she not take his warning seriously, she even felt a little suspicious. This is a time-limited job. Are you sure we will make it if you do not take the train? Stop yapping and go pack. Cabe gave her a light shove, shooing her away. Myra threw one last worried glance over her shoulder. Seeing he did not look like he was joking, she hurried off at a run. If we fail my very first job because of this, I swear I am ripping that tail right off you. As soon as Myra was out of sight, Cabe started warming up in place. He stretched his legs, did a few quick limbers, then clasped his hands behind his back and crouched down. This time I will use frog jumps. Harjan really is not that far anyway. With that thought, he pushed off with both legs. His small body shot forward and landed more than 5 meters away in a single bound. He did not pause at all. The moment his feet touched down, he sprang again. After a string of jumps, he was already more than 50 meters from where he started. Keeping that distance and rhythm, and with no backpack to weigh him down, Cabe hopped along lightly, expression relaxed. In the eyes of the passing townsfolk, who were long used to his nonsense, he quickly bounced his way out of Magnolia. At that exact moment, Myra had only just rushed back home and started tearing apart her bedroom. I have got to reach Harjan before him. I want to see the look on his stupid face when he shows up. Determined to watch him eat crow, she packed according to Cabe's instructions at top speed, grabbed both sets of luggage and ran for the station. She bought her ticket, boarded the train and settled into her seat, enjoying a fast and comfortable trip toward Harjan. Harjan was the largest trading port in southern Fura. Its prosperity was something landlocked Magnolia could not compare to. Several major highways linked Harjan to the rest of the kingdom, with countless side roads branching off like veins, forming an orderly web. This network ensured that goods arriving at Harjan could be distributed to nearby towns and villages in the shortest time possible. On one of those tidy roads, an 8-wagon caravan was lined up in a neat column, trundling steadily toward Harjan. Old Sandy was driving the last wagon in the line. A full day of travel had taken its toll on his aging body. Fatigue dulled his senses, and his attention began to drift. Patreon Advanced Chapters, Patreon.com Elvenking 20. Chapter 40, Traveling, Gathering Intel. 1064 words. Harjan again. I have been running this route since I was young. No matter how pretty the scenery is, I am sick of looking at it. Old Sandy grumbled as he flicked the reins, complaining to the companion beside him, who sat with arms folded and eyes closed, pretending to rest. At his muttering, the man finally opened his eyes with a helpless look. Who isn't? I have been following this caravan for almost 5 years. If the boss did not pay well, I would have done what all the young guys in the village did already, joined a proper guild, taken jobs freely and roamed all over Ishgar. From his words, and from the long sword at his hip and the armor he wore, it was obvious he had some fighting ability. Clearly, he was hired as a guard for the caravan. That is not quite right, uncle, a young voice chimed in. Sure, joining a guild sounds free, but the daily pay is not guaranteed at all. Forget all those new guilds popping up and stealing work from you. Even the employers you meet on jobs are always a pain. If you look at the whole picture, a steady job with fixed wages like yours is actually more appealing. Coma and old Sandy both nodded without thinking. They agreed. It was precisely because he knew how unstable guild life could be that Coma had never done more than talk about it. But after nodding, the two of them suddenly realized something was off. There were only the two of them on this wagon. Where had that extra young voice come from? In an instant, cold sweat broke out on their backs. Coma was just about to draw the sword at his waist on reflex when that young, slightly childish voice spoke up again. Anyway, uncles, do you have any water? I have been on the road for so long I am about to die of thirst. On the road? Confused, the two of them leaned out in the direction of the voice. Very soon, they spotted its owner beside the wagon's wheel. Once they got a good look at him, however, their expressions grew even stranger. It was a kid who looked about 11 or 12 years old. And what he called being on the road was keeping pace with the wagon by frog jumping alongside it. Anyone who saw such a bizarre sight would be stunned, and old Sandy and Coma were no exception. "Why you, kid, you are, traveling?" Old Sandy stammered. He received a perfectly matter-of-fact answer. "Yeah. I have been on the road the whole day too, hopping over from Magnolia." "Uncles, which caravan are you from? What do you trade?" Hearing the casual question, old Sandy and Coma were completely dumbfounded. People like them, who ran trade routes year-round, were extremely sensitive to distances between places. From Magnolia to here, even taking the shortest paths and all the little shortcuts, it was still more than 40 kilometers. And this kid was saying he had spent one day, frog jumping, covering over 40 kilometers. Their brains simply could not accept that. Cabe, on the other hand, did not care whether they believed him or not. When they fell silent, he could only ask again. "Uncles, do you have any water? Let me borrow a sip." Oh, here, take it." Even if they thought the brat was bragging, they were not about to refuse such a small request. Coma turned, grabbed a bulging water skin from inside the wagon and tossed it down. Cabe caught it in one hand, lifted it to his lips and drank greedily. That hits the spot. His throat had practically been smoking. He could not help draining the water skin in one go. He caught up to the wagon again, then tossed the empty skin back up along with a small, rarely used coin worth 500 J. "Thanks, uncle. You saved my life." Coma put the water skin away and stuffed the coin casually into his pocket. 500 J was not much, but the child's thoughtfulness made him like the boy a little more. Since there was nothing else to do on the road, Coma struck up a conversation. "Kid, from what you said, you must be a mage from a guild, right? Which guild? There are not many mags your age who go out on jobs already." Cabe did not answer directly. He only tugged up his left sleeve, revealing the guild mark on his shoulder. Coma had seen enough of the world. The moment he saw that black, leaping fairy emblem, he grabbed the backrest and shot to his feet in shock. "Fairy tale? Kid, you are a mage from that famous fairy tale?" Old Sandy, hearing the shout, could not help glancing back as well. "Are you serious? What happened around here that made fairy tale send someone? It is not that dramatic. We will take any job, no matter how tough, sure, but we also do regular work, you know." Cabe chuckled and let his sleeve fall back down. His eyes gleamed slightly as he smoothly shifted into gathering intel. "Uncles, my job this time has to do with a mermaid. You two have been back and forth to Harjan for years, you have seen a lot. Have you heard any rumors about mermaids? We are just a coachman and a guard, that hardly counts as seen a lot." Old Sandy gave the modest answer, but his proud expression said clearly that being asked for information by a fairy tale mage was doing wonders for his ego. He and Coma exchanged a glance, then thought carefully. "Now that you mention it, I do think I heard some friends in another caravan talking. A few days ago, one of the fleets on their way into Harjan said they saw a beautiful mermaid on the sea as they were about to arrive at port. But rumors like that pop up every year. After a while, no one takes them seriously anymore. We do not know much more than that. If you really want to dig around, kid, you should try the taverns near the docks. The sailors like to go there after they disembark. You might be able to pick up something useful from them." Patreon Advanced Chapters, patreon.com ElvenKing20. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. City Guards Block the Way, Myra's Elbow Strike. 1,215 words. Although it was just some trivial information, Cabe still politely thanked the two of them. "Thanks, you two. I still have a job to finish, so I won't bother you any longer. If fate allows, let's meet again in Harjan." Once he finished speaking, he did not give them any chance to ask him to stay. Cabe suddenly burst forward, accelerating past their carriage. A few light leaps later, he had already left the entire convoy far behind. Old Sandy and Coma leaned out of the carriage, bodies tilted, staring blankly as Cabe's figure shot off into the distance. At this point, they really did start to believe that the boy had actually rushed all the way here from Magnolia. Coma smacked his lips, sat back down with an emotional sigh. "That is exactly why I don't want to join a guild. Even little kids like that are as terrifying as monsters. A guy like me, who only knows a few tricks that look more like circus stunts than magic, should honestly just keep doing guard work. Don't lose heart. That kid is a member of a big guild like Fairy Tale. Ordinary guilds can't be compared to that. Old Sandy gave a bitter smile as he tried to comfort his partner. Fairy Tale, huh? What an incredible guild. If I ever get the chance, I definitely want to go see it with my own eyes. After parting from the two kind strangers he had met by chance, Cabe spent another half-hour on the road before he finally reached Harjan. Unlike Magnolia, he was forced to stop his training the moment he drew near the city gate. Name, place of residence, and purpose of coming to Harjan? A city guard with a stony expression stepped in front of Cabe and blocked his path, questioning him in an official tone. Cabe. Currently residing in Magnolia. I am here to carry out a request. He once again rolled up his sleeve and revealed the Fairy Tale emblem on his left shoulder. The moment the guard clearly saw the emblem on the boy's shoulder, his expression changed from indifferent to tense. He gripped his spear in a panic and raised his shield defensively in front of his chest. Fairy Tale. What are you terrorists doing in Harjan? His shout triggered an immediate chain reaction. The squad of guards on duty nearby rushed over to support him, spears lowered as they surrounded Cabe in a tight ring. The merchants and civilians who had been waiting to enter the city hurriedly backed away from the scene, as if afraid that they would be caught up in some disaster. Looking at the soldiers hemming him in on all sides, then at the people in the distance pointing and whispering about him, Cabe's forehead instantly filled with dark lines. Right. This was exactly the kind of reputation Fairy Tale members had out in the wider world. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were Fura's strongest guild, the very definition of power and brilliance. But in the eyes of local guards and the Magic Council, they were nothing but a dangerous group of wrecking balls. Wherever they went, they caused damage of one scale or another. Even though they always exercised restraint, never caused casualties among civilians, and never shorted anyone on compensation afterward, their style of doing things was naturally disliked by local law enforcers and the people in charge. Counting one by one in his heart, silently cursing every single person in the guild for dragging his reputation down, Cabe took out the written request with a blank face and showed it to the guards. Fairy Tale is a legal guild officially recognized by the royal family and the Magic Council. I also accepted this request through completely formal channels. If you do not have a reasonable justification, then just for pointing your weapons at me like this, I am fully within my rights to appeal to the royal family and the council, and accuse Harjan of interfering with the duties of a legal guild mage. When he finished speaking, Cabe gave a shameless little grin and added provocatively, and based on previous experience, these things, once investigated, are basically guaranteed wins. You don't want to get punished for no reason, do you? The guard who had first stopped Cabe clenched his spear so hard it creaked as he glared at that punchable smiling face. Yet what Cabe said was perfectly reasonable. Before the other party had violated any laws of the kingdom, the guard really had no grounds to detain or drive him away. Their gazes clashed for a few seconds, neither of them backing down. In the end, the city guards were the ones who had to concede. Apologies. We were being rash. However, I hope you understand that your every action is under strict supervision by the laws of the kingdom. If you dare break even a single law, I will throw you into a cell without hesitation. With that, he put away his hostile stance and stepped to the side, leaving a path open for Cabe. Thanks for the warning. I will be careful. Cabe smiled and tucked away the request sheet. Under the hostile stares of the assembled guards, he left them with that one line, then strode calmly into the city, disappearing from their sight a moment later. The little incident at the city gate did not bother Cabe in the slightest. In the 2 years since he had come to this world, he had already spent time in jail twice. By now, he was an old hand at dealing with officials. Walking through the streets of Harjan, he did not rush to meet up with Myra right away. Instead, he first chose a restaurant by the roadside and had himself a grand meal, spending freely. Only after that, timing it carefully, did he head over to the station entrance to wait. A whole day on the train had not in the least dampened Myra's enthusiasm for her first mission. The moment the train pulled in and stopped at the platform, Myra was already jumping down from the carriage, carrying one big and one small bag of luggage. Wow, as expected of one of the kingdom's famous cities. Even the station is several times bigger than Magnolia's. Looking at the station entrance, which was wider, brighter, and far more crowded than Magnolia's, Myra could not help sighing in admiration. Just then, a hand suddenly rested on her soft, fair shoulder. Almost as a reflex, Myra swung her elbow back with all her strength. Man! With a familiar scream, Myra turned around in anger. What she saw was Cabe, bent over and clutching his nose, glaring at her with murderous eyes. Myra's anger vanished in an instant. She hurried forward to help the teammate she had just mercilessly smashed, sticking out her pink tongue as she apologized. Sorry, I didn't realize it was you. I was a little jumpy. Only after speaking did Myra suddenly realize something and exclaim in surprise. Wait, you actually got here before me. Is your body made of metal or something? You were faster than the train. Patreon Advanced Chapters, patreon.com ElvenKing20. Chapter 42, Blue Pegasus and the Wanted Criminal. 1,264 words. Cabe's nose throbbed with a sharp sting. He glared at her unhappily, speaking in a muffled voice through his pain. My body could be made of alloy and you would still manage to injure it. Seriously, Myra Jane, we just met up and you already assaulted your teammate. If I were the examiner for this mission, I would fail you on the spot. You are so petty. I did not do it on purpose. Watching Myra Jane cling to his arm, dressed like a little delinquent yet acting like the girl next door as she whined and wheedled, Cabe felt most of his irritation melt away. All right, enough idle chatter. Have you eaten? Do not forget we still have real work to do. Yup, let us hurry up and start. I am in top condition right now. Having already eaten dinner on the train, Myra Jane was eager to get going. She slapped her flat chest with both hands, producing a couple of hollow thumps. Considering the future nutritional prospects of their children, Cabe very gentlemanly caught her hands and stopped her. A girl should not be so rough. Since you are fine, let us go straight to meet the client. I already asked around and got the location. Myra Jane's hand, held firmly in his, made the tips of her ears turn a faint pink. She nodded blankly, letting Cabe take the luggage out of her hands. With that, he led her out of the station. According to the details on the request, our client this time is named Babbitt Primo. Supposedly a very influential noble in the southern region of the kingdom. When we see him later, you speak less. I will handle the negotiations, understood? Okay. Myra Jane's answer was absent-minded at best, but Cabe did not make a fuss about it. As long as she understood the gist, it was fine. After weaving left and right through the streets for quite some time, the two of them finally found the client's mansion in the upper district. It was an elegant estate with its own garden. The lawn inside had been trimmed to a perfectly neat carpet of green, and all kinds of flowers they could not even name bloomed in brilliant clusters. At the gate of the estate stood a squad of private soldiers in full plate armor, keeping watch. Just seeing this much was enough to guess how wealthy the owner of this place had to be. We really hooked a big fish this time. Thinking that to himself, Cabe shot Myra Jane a follow my lead look, then took the initiative and walked toward the guards at the gate. They had barely approached when the dutiful guards noticed them and immediately barked a warning. Who goes there? This is the Primo family manor. No loitering allowed. Cabe had expected that sort of reaction. He calmly took out the request form and stated his purpose. I am a mage from Fairy Tale, here specifically to complete Lord Babbitt's request. Fairy Tale? 2 kids. A man who looked like a squad captain muttered under his breath. He took the request sheet, checked it carefully, then glanced at the guild emblem on Cabe's body to verify his identity before speaking again. Come with me. You are not the first mags to arrive. But the more people the master has, the better. I will take you to see him. Cabe did not react much to anything else the man said, but when he heard that other guilds had also come to compete for this job, he raised an eyebrow. Can I ask which guilds they are from? Do not tell me it is those idiots from Phantom Lord. The captain did not react at all to Cabe badmouthing another mage guild to his face. His tone stayed cool and indifferent. "You will know soon enough." Cabe, realizing he was only making things awkward for himself, stopped asking questions. He signaled Myra Jane to follow, and the three of them entered the estate together. Their timing was actually quite good. At that moment, the master of the manor, Babbitt Primo, was holding a banquet to entertain the mags he had hired. When the noble lord heard that Fairy Tale had sent people as well, he was delighted. He immediately ordered his butler to bring them in at once. Soon, the mags from Fairy Tale, whom he had been so eager to see, were led into Babbitt's presence. However, the instant Babbitt saw what they looked like, the smile on his face faded, his interest plunging. "Is this how little Fairy Tale thinks of me, sending only 2 children?" Just as they were brought into the dining hall, Cabe heard the displeasure in the client's tone. He stopped surveying the lavish surroundings and shifted his focus to the thin, middle-aged man seated at the head of the long table. "You must be Lord Babbitt Primo. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Cabe from Fairy Tale, and this is my partner, Myra Jane." Cabe did not bow and scrape just because the other man was a noble. His introduction was calm and straightforward. Such an attitude immediately made Babbitt label him as lacking in manners. "Chimph, forget it. Find yourselves a seat." Babbitt waved his hand carelessly and pointed to the side, indicating that the two of them should sit wherever they liked. Cabe did not stand on ceremony. He turned and calmly led Myra Jane to 2 empty chairs and sat down. Only after settling in did he have the leisure to look over the other mags at the table, the colleagues sent by other guilds. First, he looked to the person beside him. It was a stunning woman with green hair, an icy, aloof face, and elegant movements in everything she did. The sensual lady wore only a black bra-like top with wing patterns on it and a deep red fur-trimmed cloak over her shoulders. At a glance, there was an expanse of snow-white skin on display that was impossible to miss. Cabe could not help doubting if this woman was really here for legitimate work. Was this outfit even remotely proper? Perhaps noticing his scrutinizing gaze, the woman turned and looked straight at him. Seeing how young and tender his face was, she could not keep the corners of her lips from curling in silent mockery. "What are you staring at? Believe it or not, I will take you down right here." Stabbed right in his pride by that mocking smile, Cabe instantly glared back at her. The woman snorted through her nose and turned her head away in annoyance. Although his first impression of the woman was far from good, Cabe's sharp eyes still caught the clear guild emblem on the left side of her abdomen. Blue Pegasus. He knew plenty about that guild, and their master happened to be an old friend of Makarov. So Cabe graciously decided to forgive her for that little bit of provocation. When he shifted his gaze further across the table, looking at the 2 figures seated opposite him, his brows instinctively tightened. They were a pair of men with similar features, clearly twin brothers. The one sitting with arms crossed, appearing calm and steady, was the older brother, Bart. The man beside him, constantly jiggling his leg and radiating impatience, was the younger brother, Wright. The only reason Cabe knew them so clearly was because right before he set out, he had seen their wanted posters pinned to the guild's request board. Author's note: Babbitt is from Author's Universe. Chapter 43, Quarrel and Clash, Karen apologizes. 1,295 words. Was it the high reward on this request that drew them here, or did Babbitt invite them personally? If it was the former, that was fine. But if it was the latter, then... Cabe suddenly felt his mind start to spin. This job might have a lot more room to maneuver than it seemed on paper. He pretended not to recognize the brothers and simply smiled at them, giving a friendly nod. To his surprise, when the 2 men saw him take the initiative to greet them, they actually nodded back in response. Such polite wanted criminals really are rare. Muttering inwardly, Cabe finally drew his gaze back. At that moment, Babbitt also moved. He picked up the small bell by his hand and gave it a light shake. Clear chimes rang crisply through the room. The next second, several maids filed in from outside and began placing carefully prepared dishes in front of each guest. In front of Cabe and Myra Jane, a fragrant steak was set down, seared to perfection and steaming with rich aroma. A pretty maid bowed slightly in apology, then reached out to tie a napkin around his neck for him. At the same time, 2 glasses of red wine, sparkling like fine rubies, were placed at their hands. Just this simple yet refined sequence of service was enough to make Myra Jane, who was attending a noble's banquet for the first time in her life, go rigid with nerves. Her back was stiff, her fingers trembled faintly. The green-haired woman who had been secretly watching them let out another soft, mocking chuckle. Myra Jane's cheeks burned scarlet. For a moment, she did not even know where to put her hands. Relax. Just pretend you are at home. Cabe calmly picked up the wineglass by its stem and took a light sip, as if he had long since gotten used to this kind of complicated etiquette. With his composure as an example right beside her, Myra Jane finally felt as if she could breathe properly. Her heart settled a little. The green-haired woman, however, seemed determined to make things difficult for them and spoke up with open ridicule. "Little boy, you are not even old enough to drink yet. Playing grown-up and sipping red wine is not something a kid your age should be doing. Go home and drink milk. Once you actually master your magic, then maybe you can come out and take jobs." Cabe set his glass down and leaned back in his chair, giving her a sideways look. "I think you are the one who does not belong here, auntie. Doing business like yours, a back alley would be enough. What are you doing all the way in a noble's estate? I am sure a refined gentleman like Lord Babbitt would not be interested in cheap, gaudy goods like you." Hearing him call her auntie and basically imply she was a streetwalker, the green-haired woman, Karen from Blue Pegasus, twisted her expression in fury. "You little brat, what did you say? Is that how the adults in your family taught you to talk? I should be the one asking you that." Cabe's eyes went cold in an instant. He locked his gaze on Karen's, voice dropping with a warning edge. "On Master Bob's account, I am telling you nicely. Shut that filthy mouth of yours, auntie." As his temper flared, the violent, ferocious pressure he usually kept hidden surged out of him. Face to face with it, Karen suddenly felt as if a massive, vicious great ape was roaring right in front of her. Panicking, she shrank back in her seat. In her fluster, she knocked her own wineglass over. The crimson liquid spilled across the tablecloth and flowed in a bloody streak, some of it splashing directly onto her clothes. From Karen's mocking remark, to her own panicked clumsiness and the overturned glass, everything happened in less than half a minute. Babbitt, as an ordinary person, did not sense the strange aura Cabe had released. He only saw that this boy, at such a young age, had frightened an outstanding mage from another famous guild with a single look. That, in his eyes, was quite impressive. The twin brothers at the table, however, stared at Cabe in shock. In that brief instant, the pressure that little brat released made both their hearts tighten. They exchanged a look, and in each other's eyes they saw the same surprise and caution. When Karen first mocked her, Myra Jane had glared right back without hesitation. Now, watching Cabe stand up for her and seeing Karen in such a sorry state, warmth blossomed in her chest, quickly followed by a surge of satisfaction. "Serves you right, you cheap, flirtatious old hag, trying to steal a job from me on top of it." At this moment, Karen only felt her face burning like fire. She had actually been scared in front of the client and members of other guilds, frightened by a boy who was way younger than she was. For someone as prideful as Karen, that was utterly humiliating. "Damn you, you little brat." Her hand moved just as one would expect, reaching instinctively for the small pouch at her waist. But Cabe was faster. Before her fingers could touch the pouch, a beam of light shot from his fingertips and sliced cleanly through her belt. Clang! The pouch hit the floor with a crisp sound. Several delicately shaped gold and silver keys spilled out across the tiles. Celestial spirit keys. "You are a celestial spirit mage." Cabe recognized the keys immediately and only then recalled what he knew about the woman. Karen Lilica, the famous sexy celestial spirit mage of Blue Pegasus. The one who, in the future, would abuse her own spirits so badly that they rebelled, leading to her pathetic death. My. Were you about to make a move just now? That is not something to joke about. If you act recklessly, people can die, green-haired auntie. With her keys scattered on the ground and her main means of fighting abruptly gone, Karen sat frozen in her seat. She did not dare refute a single word of Cabe's taunt. That attack just now had been far too fast. She did not even want to imagine what would have happened to her if the light beam had been aimed at her body instead of her belt. Seeing that the atmosphere at the table was becoming hard to salvage, Babbitt, who had watched the show for long enough, finally cleared his throat at just the right time. He knew it was his cue to step in. Mr. Cabe, Miss Karen, you are both outstanding mags from your respective guilds. You are all here because you accepted my request. You may even have to work together on the upcoming mission. There is no need to let a misunderstanding sour your relationship like this. As he spoke, Babbitt gave a meaningful look to one of the maids standing nearby. At his signal, two maids immediately stepped forward. One began to clean up the table and the spilled wine, while the other gently dabbed the wine off Karen's clothes with a silk handkerchief. Then she stooped to pick up the scattered keys and pouch and presented them to Karen with both hands, head bowed respectfully. Karen did not dare reach out right away. She glanced at Cabe on reflex. Only when she saw that his gaze had already moved away from her did she hastily snatch the pouch, clutching it tightly in her palm. I am sorry, Lord Cabe. I was the one who was rude just now. I apologize to you. Patreon Advanced Chapters, patreon.com ElvenKing20. Chapter 44, Chapter 44, A Generous Client. 1,229 words. She was at least someone who knew when to bend and when to stand tall. In front of someone stronger than herself, she immediately chose to bow her head. Cabe looked back at her. The moment their eyes met, Karen's gaze flickered and dodged. He had no idea how much sincerity was hidden in this woman's apology. However, since the client had already spoken up and she had shown enough attitude, Cabe was willing to give both of them some face. He immediately switched to a bright, friendly smile, as if nothing had happened at all, and said politely, "Haha, since it was just a misunderstanding, there is no need for apologies. Besides, speaking of which, your guild master Bob was once a member of Fairy Tale in his younger days. He and our old man share a bond forged on the battlefield. Our guilds are genuine brother guilds. Between brothers, there is no need for sorry." Babbitt was no fool. He had been looking down on Cabe and Myra Jane just moments ago, but after seeing the strength Cabe displayed, his attitude warmed up quickly. "Is that so? So the two guilds have such a connection. Miss Karen, has Master Bob ever mentioned this?" The topic was tossed right back to Karen. Looking at Cabe's harmless, sunny smile, Karen felt her insides twist with anger, but she still had to force a smile. "Why yes, I have heard the Master mention it a few times. Ha ha ha, what a remarkable little secret that is. Come, everyone, for the friendship between Fairy Tale and Blue Pegasus, let us drink a toast." Babbitt laughed heartily and raised his glass in proposal. Out of respect for him, everyone lifted their glasses. To friendship. Myra Jane imitated the others and raised her glass high, then took a tentative sip with a frown. The next second, she stuck out her tongue with a bitter face, then subconsciously glanced toward Cabe. Just in time to catch him turning to look at her as well. Their gazes met in midair. Cabe blinked, then raised his brows at her in a playful, teasing way. For no reason at all, Myra Jane felt her cheeks heat up. She hurriedly put her wineglass down, twisting the hem of her clothes with her fingers as she lowered her head and dodged his gaze. He lifted his hands from the table and the servants at his side immediately stepped forward to clear away the leftover dishes. Seeing this, Cabe and the others sensibly set down their knives and forks, allowing the maids to remove the plates which, truth be told, no one had eaten much from. Everyone. Once the table was cleaned, Babbitt placed both hands on it and leaned forward slightly, his expression turning serious. "I am sure you all have a lot of questions about this mission. So I will give you a detailed explanation." Since it was about the request itself, everyone perked up and listened carefully. First, regarding our target this time. That beautiful mermaid, I saw her with my own eyes. 5 days ago, when my private cruiser arrived near Harjan, I was lucky enough to spot that beautiful figure out at sea. I am a man who lives for collecting rare things. A mermaid, a being that should only exist in fairy tales, is undoubtedly the most precious treasure in this world, bar none. So I hope there will be no dispute between you. I want you all to work together in harmony. Once the job is done, I will pay each of you 1 million J. A sharp hiss of collective breath swept around the table. Karen, the Bart brothers, and even Cabe and Myra Jane were shocked by Babbitt's generosity. He had casually offered a reward on par with S-class missions. It was hard for mags of their level not to be tempted by that. The more impulsive Wright sprang to his feet first, unable to hold back. Lord Babbitt, you can leave this mission to us brothers. My brother and I are top-tier water mags. Catching one little mermaid will be a piece of cake. Right. Bart could not stand his little brother's recklessness. He immediately scolded him. Only after Wright sat back down with a sullen expression did Bart nod toward Babbitt and apologize. I am very sorry, Lord Babbitt. Wright is always a bit impulsive. I will not let the two of you return empty-handed. Babbitt replied with the same confidence, and then did not forget to name the others. Of course, Mr. Cabe, Miss Karen, and Miss Mirajane's assistance will also be indispensable. I am not good at fighting on the water, but supporting from the sidelines is no problem. In front of 1 million, Karen clearly had no intention of backing out. After that, everyone's attention naturally shifted to Cabe and Myra Jane. To be honest, Myra Jane was quite conflicted inside. To catch a free mermaid and treat her as a pet or a slave, locked up as a collector's item, did not feel like a good thing at all to her. But the authority over this mission lay in Cabe's hands. All she could do was turn those hopeful eyes toward the boy who was not that tall, yet somehow made people feel incredibly at ease, and wait for his decision. There is nothing much to say. Since we accepted the job, fulfilling the client's request is our duty as mags. However, we have been traveling the whole day. I hope you will allow us to rest for one night first. We can make concrete arrangements in the morning. But of course, a mermaid may be precious, but there is no need to rush. Babbitt nodded in agreement with a hearty smile. Then it is settled. Rest well tonight, everyone. Tomorrow I will be counting on your skills. With that, he summoned his butler and instructed him to escort the mags to their rooms. After rising to thank Babbitt, everyone turned and followed the butler out of the dining hall. The manor was large, more than spacious enough to provide 5 rooms for 5 people. Yet Bart and Wright showed a certain unspoken understanding and only asked for 1 room between them. Likewise, Cabe and Myra Jane only took 1. After exchanging a few polite goodnights, the 3 parties each returned to their own rooms. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. Myra's Confusion and Stinky Foot Attack. 1,338 words. As soon as the door closed, Myra Jane could not hold back her question any longer. Cabe, how could you agree so easily? Are we really going to help that snobbish guy catch a mermaid tomorrow? Cabe did not rush to answer. Instead, he went around the guest room, opening every door one by one to check things over before finally nodding in satisfaction. As expected of a noble. Even a random guest room comes with its own private bath. Hey. Are you even listening to me? I heard you. Do I look like a human trafficker to you? He reached out and tapped the head of the already flustered Myra Jane, who was so anxious she could barely think straight. While casually stripping off his clothes without the slightest hesitation, Cabe explained. First of all, the kingdom's laws clearly state that it is forbidden to capture or keep any intelligent humanoid beings as slaves. And on top of that, look at how ridiculously high the reward he is offering is. That alone makes it obvious there is something fishy. What do you mean by that? Myra Jane covered her eyes with both hands, stammering as she asked, yet still secretly peeking through the gap between her fingers at Cabe's bare upper body. Left in only a pair of underwear, Cabe yanked her hands away from her face with a huff. Give me a break and use that pig brain of yours a little. With 1 million J, would it not be better to just hire a proper S-class mage directly? Why bother with rejects like us? With that, he strode into the bathroom and slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Think the rest through on your own. I am going to shower. Myra Jane was still mulling over his words, mind turning them over and over. Then she heard a very soft click from the bathroom door. Her expression immediately twisted in indignation. Hey, what is that supposed to mean? Do you think I would sneak a look at you in the bath, you little brat? Who knows? Maybe you problem children like them young. Listening to the sound of running water from the bathroom and Cabe's mocking voice drifting out, Mira Jane's chest heaved with anger and, well, fine, it was hard to see any change at all. Jerk. So what if you joined the guild 2 years earlier than me and have a bit more experience? What is there to act all smug about? After a few indignant grumbles, Mira Jane decided she did not want to talk to this jerk anymore. She kicked off her long boots with 2 sharp motions, then dove face first onto the soft, springy bed. Lying sprawled on it, she began to seriously think about the problem Cabe had thrown at her. He is right. If Babbitt loves collecting things that much, and if a mermaid is that precious to him, then why not just spend a little more and hire some reliable S-class mage? Why specifically choose us? If I had known, I would have read a few more detective novels these past 2 days. Maybe I could have figured out what that guy is hiding already. The more she thought about the dangers that might await them during tomorrow's mission, the more restless Mira Jane became, tossing and turning on the bed, unable to calm down. At that moment, the bathroom door clicked open. Cabe stepped out, wrapped in a bath towel, rubbing his damp hair. That fast? Mira Jane stared with wide eyes. You were in there for, what, 3 or 4 minutes? In that short a time, what exactly did you wash? I just rinsed off and washed away the sweat. For a guy, that is more than enough. Liar. Elfman never does that. Her retort left Cabe completely speechless. Thinking about how Elfman currently acted like some shy girl, he could not find a single angle to argue from. I will have Natsu and Gray help give Elfman a proper education when I get the chance. Yes. His personality really does need to change. Clueless about his fate, Elfman's future was casually decided in just a few words between the two of them. Once his hair was dry enough, Cabe tossed the towel aside and walked toward the bed. Mira Jane shrank back, heart suddenly pounding. What are you doing? Do not come over here. Cabe stepped forward, grabbed the blanket, and gave it a hard yank. The room spun around Mira Jane, and in the next second she landed on the floor on the other side of the bed in a spectacular flop. Go take a bath. Smelly people are forbidden from getting on the bed. Is your nose broken? I smell great. What do you mean smelly? Face flushed, Mira Jane glared in protest, but saw Cabe's gaze slowly slide down to her feet, wrapped snugly in long black stockings. They have been trapped in leather boots all day. If you dare swear there is no smell at all, I will stuff your foot into my mouth right now. Pervert. With a mix of shame and anger, the girl lashed out with a flying kick. Her foot, the one Cabe had just complained about, landed squarely on his face. Without even looking at the twitching Cabe sprawled on the floor, she grabbed fresh clothes from her bag and stomped into the bathroom, slamming the door and locking it tight. Cabe lay on the floor staring at the ceiling. Only when he heard the water start running did he slowly sit up. He rubbed the cheek she had kicked, then brought his fingers to his nose and sniffed. Seriously, there really is no smell. Bang. Shut up. The next morning, Mira Jane was woken by the sound of a maid knocking on the door. Last night, after storming out, she had taken her bath and changed into fresh clothes, then dove straight under the covers. Pulling the blanket over her head, she refused to speak another word to Cabe. Later in the night, she had stayed on guard, afraid that a certain someone might suddenly give in to his animal instincts while she slept. She remained tense and wary until 3 or 4 in the morning, before finally dozing off. So after only a few hours of sleep, she was dragged back to consciousness by the maid's wake-up call. Cabe, whose sleep quality was always excellent, was completely unaffected. After answering the door, he got up, dressed, and washed up as if nothing were out of the ordinary. Mira Jane, on the other hand, who had barely slept at all, felt like she was suffering in her own personal hell. Her head was spinning and she could barely open her eyes. When Cabe came out of the bathroom, having washed his face and brushed his teeth, he saw Mira Jane sitting on the bed, her small head bobbing as she nodded off. He could not help grinning wickedly. Well. Someone did not sleep well, huh? That is strange. A noble's big, soft bed is pretty comfortable. Mira Jane opened her bloodshot eyes and stared at him with pure resentment. You pervert, why did you only ask for 1 room? Still smiling, He walked to the bed and placed a cool, damp towel over her face. Stop saying stupid things. To be in an unfamiliar place and still worry about that nonsense, you must be anxious to die early. Her mind went blank for a moment, then Myra Jane suddenly thought of Babbitt's suspicious intentions. She hurriedly scrubbed her face with the wet towel, forcing herself fully awake. You mean someone might attack us in the middle of the night? Did you notice anything strange? Cabe gave her a look of theatrical surprise. You are asking me? Weren't you the one on night watch? What are you talking about? This is not the time for jokes, I never stood. Myra Jane's words cut off halfway, hanging in the air. Chapter 46, Cabe, so she was the mermaid. 1,247 words. Remembering how she had spent almost the entire night awake from sheer tension, then looking at the infuriatingly smug smile on Cabe's face, Myra Jane suddenly understood everything. You bastard, you used me. Cabe pressed one hand on her forehead to stop her from lunging at him and trying to strangle him, and patiently explained. You are misunderstanding me. When it comes down to it, the real purpose of this mission is to train you, the rookie. Every loss you suffer now is experience I painstakingly summarized from countless beatings in the past. He let go and took a step back. All right, today's little lesson is over. Get up, wash up. We cannot keep the client waiting. Without his hand holding her back, Myra Jane stumbled forward and fell face first onto the bed. She glared at him fiercely, then jumped down, bare feet hitting the floor as she ran into the bathroom with a rapid patter. Fine, I will settle this with you after the job is done. Sure, do your best. I will be waiting. After a quick round of washing and changing, the two of them left the room together. At almost the same moment they stepped out, the Bath brothers came out of the room opposite theirs. The two groups paused for a beat when they met in the corridor, then the older brother, Bart, was the first to greet them. Good morning, Mr. Cabe, Miss Myra Jane. Cabe nodded back. Morning. Looks like you both slept well. With that, the four of them moved side by side toward the dining room like they had agreed on it beforehand, chatting as they went and cautiously probing each other. Cabe was the first to feign curiosity. Come to think of it, I forgot to ask yesterday. Which guild are you two from? Bart gave an apologetic little smile. It was our oversight not introducing ourselves properly. Let me do that again. We are Mags from Giant's Nose. I am the elder brother, Bart, and this is my younger brother, right? So you are from Giant's Nose. Your guild is one of Fura's older guilds. I will be counting on the two of you during today's mission. Not at all. We are only from a small, not very famous guild. Compared to Fairy Tale, we are far behind. Bart kept that same gentle demeanor, and when he spoke about his own guild there was not the slightest hint of shame. There was no crack in his performance, no trace of a lie visible at all. Cabe smiled faintly and chose not to expose it. Myra Jane, on the other hand, completely believed what he said. Curious, she tugged on Cabe's sleeve and asked him about Giant's Nose. Giant's Nose did indeed exist. In the future, the fake salamander borer, who abducted and trafficked girls in Harjan, came from that guild. While Cabe gave Myra Jane a quick explanation, Bart and Wright would occasionally chime in at the side, adding little details. It made them seem even more like genuine members of that guild, without a single flaw in the act. Chatting like this, the four of them soon arrived at the same dining hall as last night. By the time they entered, Karen was already seated and chatting with Babbitt. Judging by their cheerful smiles and lively conversation, they were getting along quite well. Watching Karen's smile tinged with softness and flirtation, Cabe could not help wondering if this woman was planning more than just completing the mission. Maybe she was hoping to win over Babbitt and snag herself a noble husband along the way. Oh, all four masters are here. Please, have a seat. Babbitt greeted them with even more enthusiasm than he had shown the night before. Sure enough, as soon as they sat down, he could not wait to share the news. Everyone, my men brought word this morning. The mermaid has appeared again. Cabe calmly picked up a slice of bread and spread jam over it. By the way, could you describe that mermaid for us? I am quite curious. Deep down, He believed this so-called mermaid was nothing more than a smokescreen, but that did not stop him from listening to Babbitt spin his tale. At worst, it was a free story. At his question, Babbitt immediately wore a nostalgic expression. He stared absently up at the crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling as he murmured, "This might take a bit of explaining. The first time I saw her was 3 years ago, when I was returning from a vacation in a neighboring country. Of course. Nobles really do go to other countries just to take a holiday." Cabe stuffed the entire slice of bread into his mouth, grumbling inwardly. At the time, it was only a fleeting glimpse. I saw a beautiful figure on the waves. When I focused and looked again, all that was left on the surface was a fishtail half disappearing into the water in a hurry. Those scales, lined up neatly and shining like sapphires, were the most perfect work of art I had ever seen in my life. After that day, I was never able to forget that figure. In order to see her again, I ordered my men to keep watch over that stretch of sea around the clock. Eventually, we discovered the pattern of her appearances. At this point, Babbitt's voice suddenly rose in excitement. Cabe stopped chewing for a moment and stared at Babbitt, a figure beginning to surface in his mind. Around this time every year, in other words during the 8th and 9th months, the mermaid appears along the coast near Harjan with the tides. She is a kind-hearted spirit. My men and I have seen her save drowning children from the sea more than once. For some reason, she seems especially fond of blonde children. Cold sweat started running down Cabe's back. But no matter what, her beauty and kindness deeply moved me. I swore that even if I had to resort to the most despicable methods, I would have her and keep her by my side. For that purpose, I spent another year making a detailed plan, then finally issued a request to the guilds. By this point, Cabe was completely numb. Leaving aside whether this guy was devoted or deranged, that mermaid he had been going on about was far too familiar. Is that not Lucy's celestial spirit, one of the zodiac, Aquarius? The tides that accompanied every appearance were probably the tsunamis Aquarius used to drown Lucy whenever she was summoned in a bad mood. As for saving drowning children, especially blonde ones, that part could not be more obvious. Because that would be Lucy, the blonde young lady from a rich family, the exact same girl Aquarius had just blasted into the ocean a moment earlier. Add to that the timing, the 8th and 9th months, peak season for rich folk going to the seaside for vacations, and it was not hard to put the rest together. Cabe could practically see it. A wealthy young lady named Lucy, brought to the beach by her family in the summer holidays. She summons the celestial spirit who has watched over her since childhood, Aquarius, to play with her in the sea. Then they happen to be seen by a passing Babbitt, who is instantly smitten in the most cliché, melodramatic way possible. Patreon Advance Chapters, patreon.com ElvenKing20. Chapter 47, Chapter 47, The Kind. 1,244 words. Cabe cursed inwardly, utterly stunned by how bizarre this whole thing was turning out to be. Right now, the only thing he did not know was whether Babbitt himself understood Aquarius's true identity. Thinking of that, he glanced from the corner of his eye at the Bath brothers, whose faces showed just the right amount of surprise and amazement. In that instant, everything clicked in his mind. So the job is no longer about catching a mermaid, it is about snatching a celestial spirit key from the hands of a rich heiress. He had to admit, this guy's courage was something else. Was he not worried that things would spiral out of control and land him straight in jail? Cabe had no idea how Babbitt planned to handle the aftermath, but that did not matter. None of it would stop him from going to meet the true heroine of fairy tale, Lucy. Feeling the situation grow more and more interesting, Cabe shoved the remaining bread on his plate into his mouth along with 4 or 5 little jars of jam, wolfing everything down in a few bites. Then he stood up, unable to hide his impatience. In that case, let us not waste time. The sooner we set off, the sooner we can fulfill Lord Babbitt's wish. No one knew why Cabe suddenly seemed so fired up, but under his urging, no one objected. They followed Babbitt and left the manor at once. Outside Harjan, on a sealed-off private beach, a young blonde girl in a pale gold and white striped one-piece swimsuit was happily building a sandcastle. After carefully shaping a pointed spire at the very top, she excitedly wiped her sandy, dirty hands on her cheeks, then spun around and shouted at the top of her lungs. Aquarius, Aquarius. Look, my sandcastle is done. Not far away, a voluptuous mermaid with the upper body of a woman and the lower body of a fish lay on a beach chair. She impatiently pulled the magazine off her face and snapped. Pipe down, you dumb girl. What is so great about a pile of sand shaped like a castle? Stop disturbing my sunbathing. Lucy seemed long used to Aquarius's foul temper. She hopped over to her side and poked curiously at Aquarius's tail. Hey, Aquarius, sunbathing is so boring. Come build sandcastles with me instead. If we work together, I just know we can make an even bigger, prettier castle. And anyway, Aquarius, you are a fish too, right? If you stay in the sun too long, will you turn into dried fish? Aquarius's patience finally hit rock bottom. She slapped the magazine aside and sat up with a vicious expression, roaring at Lucy. Brat, why do you talk so much? If you bother me one more time, I swear I will throw you into the sea right now and give you a proper bath. Lucy had already darted far away the moment Aquarius sat up. Hearing the threat, she did not look scared at all. In fact, she lit up. Okay, let us go swimming together, Aquarius. Looking at her carefree smile, Aquarius felt a vein throb at her temple. No mercy, then. She took a deep breath and pulled on a cruel smile. You like swimming that much? I will make sure you swim to your heart's content. Seeing that expression, Lucy's grin vanished. She turned and ran as if she had made some grave realization. Wait, I was just joking. Please do not. It is too late to regret it now, brat. Aquarius gave a cold laugh and pulled out a light grey urn from who knew where. She raised it high and swung it toward Lucy's fleeing back. At her motion, the water magic in the air surged violently. The calm surface of the sea suddenly reared up into a towering wave that roared forward and swallowed Lucy, who had not made it very far. The water dragged her straight into the ocean. When the tide washed back, Aquarius casually tossed a float ring out onto the waves, then lay back down on her chair. Do your best, brat. You have half an hour to climb back up. Lucy, glub glub glub. Far out at sea, Cabe and the others stood at the bow of a seemingly ordinary merchant ship, watching the scene through a telescope. They saw everything clearly, from start to finish. After 2 seconds of silence, Cabe lowered the telescope with a very complicated expression and looked at Babbitt. This is what you meant by beautiful and kind-hearted. I can accept the beautiful part, but the kind part does not seem to apply to her at all. Babbitt acted as if he had not heard that at all. His body trembled slightly with excitement. It is her. It really is her. She is just as dazzling as ever. He spun around and shouted at the sailors. Hurry, move the ship closer. I want to invite her to my manor in person. Once he had given the order, he turned anxiously to Cabe and the others. Masters, you saw her just now, did you not? She is my target. Later, I must ask all of you to join forces. You must capture her for me. The Bath brothers both wore faintly grim expressions, but in the end they still nodded in agreement with the client's demand. Karen, meanwhile, kept the telescope pressed to her eye, staring at the reclining Aquarius as if confirming something. Myra Jane tugged secretly at Cabe's sleeve and leaned close to whisper in his ear. Something is wrong. That mermaid does not look wild at all. She looks more like she was raised by someone. If we attack her, does that not make us thieves stealing someone else's property? That is a crime. Wild, raised, do you really think she is a decorative fish in a tank? Stop overthinking. Just watch me. Snapped at out of nowhere, Myra Jane's cheeks puffed up in indignation. Cabe ignored her after that, folding his arms and watching the next developments with keen interest. In the sea, Lucy flailed and struggled for a while, but thanks to the excellent swimming skills she had built up over the years, she somehow managed to break the surface and latch onto the float ring Aquarius had thrown. She gulped in a couple of huge breaths, spat out seawater she had accidentally swallowed, and prepared to swim back to shore. But as soon as she lifted her head, she saw the merchant ship heading straight toward them. A flicker of confusion flashed across her little face. She quickly grabbed the float ring and paddled toward the beach as she shouted, "Aquarius, wake up. There is a merchant ship coming this way." She did not need to say it, really. Long before the ship had gotten that close, Aquarius had sensed it clearly through her powerful bond with the sea. Her expression was already grave as she sat up on the lounge chair. Lucy kicked and splashed her way to shore in just a few strokes. She abandoned the float ring the moment she could stand, bolted across the sand, and wrapped herself around Aquarius's tail. "This is so weird. This whole place is our private beach, and there is not even a dock for ships to stop at. So why are they coming straight toward us?" Chapter 48, Crisis Arrives, Karen's Little Scheme. 1,308 words. As the pampered daughter of a wealthy family, Lucy's sense of danger was already pretty sharp for her age. She immediately noticed something was off. "Well, what else could it be? You are the one with a rich old man for a father. My guess is those people are kidnappers coming for your family fortune again." Aquarius spoke in a light, almost casual tone, but her expression was much more solemn. From the approaching ship, she could feel several presences similar to her own, a power that was all too familiar. Celestial spirit mags. And zodiac keys on the same level as mine. Aquarius instantly sensed trouble. She quickly gave Lucy a shove on the back. "Go call for help. The sea is my home ground, I will hold them off for you." "No, I want to fight with you, Aquarius." Lucy clung stubbornly to Aquarius's tail, refusing to let go. Aquarius lost her patience and simply grabbed the girl, flinging her backward. "Idiot, this is not the time for you to throw a tantrum. Go get help. If your magic runs dry and I am forced back to the spirit world, then it really will be too late." Thankfully, the ground was all soft sand, so even though Lucy hit the beach, she was not hurt. She rolled over and pushed herself up, eyes already brimming with tears. But when she saw Aquarius's resolute back, she swallowed her complaints. For once, she did not act spoiled. Instead she turned and sprinted away as fast as she could. Hearing the panicked footsteps recede behind her, Aquarius let out a small breath. Lucy's damn father might be a piece of work, but at least he had supplied her with enough bodyguards. As long as the girl ran back to them, they would naturally protect her and get her away from danger. As for herself, she was a celestial spirit. At worst, she would be beaten back into the spirit world. As long as Lucy still held her key, Aquarius could always be summoned again. "All right. All I have to do now is hold these people here." Aquarius summoned her urn again and fixed her gaze on the merchant ship, her guard fully raised. On the ship, everyone could clearly see Lucy's small figure turning to run. Before Babbitt could even open his mouth, Wright, the younger of the two brothers, leapt from the bow of the ship. "Not so fast, kid. You are not getting away." As he spoke, a mass of seawater gathered beneath his feet, forming a platform that lifted him and carried him rapidly toward Lucy. Meanwhile, the merchant vessel slowly came to a halt. Any farther in and the ship would run aground. They could only launch their attack from here. "Leave the child to my brother. Our main target is still the mermaid." Bart gave a quick explanation, then gathered an even larger water platform at the bow. He stepped onto it and looked back at the others. "Come on. I will bring everyone ashore." At this point, anyone with half a brain could see something was wrong with this job. Yet Karen, a mage from a legal guild, hesitated for only a moment before accepting Bart's offer and hopping onto the water platform. Cabe, on the other hand, waved off the invitation. Under the others' surprised looks, his feet left the deck and he floated upward, one arm wrapping around Mirajane's slender waist as the two of them rose into the air together. A faint flicker of regret and caution flashed through Bart's eyes, but he said nothing more. He simply directed the water platform after Wright. On the other side, Aquarius naturally would not sit back and watch Wright catch up to Lucy. She had already engaged him in battle. "And you dare to use water magic in front of me? Get down here." A dazzling blue magic circle lit up beneath her. Two towering pillars of water shot up from the sea, surging in from both sides and slamming toward Wright. So fast. There was no warning at all. Startled by Aquarius's swift casting, Wright scrambled to control the water platform under his feet, trying to shoot higher into the air. To his shock, The platform suddenly stopped responding to his will and froze in place. The next instant, the twin water pillars crashed into him. He let out a miserable scream and tumbled headfirst into the ocean. Idiot! She is a spirit who has lived who knows how many years, and he still lets his guard down at a time like this. Bart cursed under his breath. He quickly reached out, conjuring another water platform to catch his falling brother. Beside him, Karen's eyes lit up the moment she heard the word spirit. So I was right. A mermaid-shaped celestial spirit that has to be Aquarius of the zodiac. Lucky I did not storm off yesterday just because I argued with that brat. If I had, I really would have missed a prize like this. Smirking to herself in secret, Karen no longer hesitated. She reached into her pouch and pulled out a golden key, thrusting it forward as she shouted at Bart's back. Leo, Regulus Brilliance. Feeling the violent surge of magic behind him, Bart turned in shock. All he saw was a flash of gold before the roaring golden light beam swallowed him completely. When the dust and magic smoke finally cleared, a tall man in a brown suit stood in front of Karen, one hand braced before him as if he had just finished his attack. Karen rested her hand lightly on his shoulder, her voice full of smug pride. Idiot! I am still a mage from a legal guild. I am not stupid enough to do something like robbing someone else's celestial spirit. That would be a direct violation of council law. She lifted her eyes toward the shore, where Aquarius was watching them with clear wariness, and her gaze turned greedy. Suppressing her excitement, she spoke softly. Compared to crude methods like that, I would much rather play the hero. If I save that master and servant pair at the critical moment, asking them to repay me with a zodiac key should not be too much, right? Karen let out a low chuckle, obviously pleased with her own brilliance. In front of her, Leo fell silent at her words. He too had noticed Aquarius on the shore. He did not know the details, but just from Karen's muttering he could piece together the general situation. So I am being used as a tool in a struggle again. Looks like your situation is not much better than mine, Aquarius. Leo could not help a bitter sigh in his heart for the pitiful fate of celestial spirits. Just then, a low, strained laugh cut through the air. Heh. Quite the clever scheme you have there. Unfortunately, your strength is still lacking. What? Karen and Leo both jerked their heads toward the source of the voice. The man who should have been laid out by Leo's attack, Bart, was still standing when the smoke dispersed. His clothes were charred and in tatters, burns marring the exposed skin all across his body. He gritted his teeth against the pain and forced down his anger as he glared at Karen. Stupid woman. If you will not cooperate, then you can die first. Before Karen or Leo could react, the water platform beneath their feet abruptly changed. Two streams of water shot up and locked around their legs, holding them in place. At the same time, the platform folded up on itself at high speed, shaping into a sphere of water that wrapped around the two of them completely. Patreon Advanced Chapters, patreon.com ElvenKing20. Chapter 49. Chapter 49. Karen throws herself away. 1,331 words. Bart stood on a small patch of water beneath his feet, drifting backward as he looked at the two figures inside the water sphere, their bodies already struggling for air as the seawater drowned them. A cold laugh slipped from his lips. Hee, idiots. The moment you stepped onto my magic, you were already in the palm of my hand. The act of laughing tugged at the burns around the corners of his mouth, making his voice catch. All his smugness instantly turned into raw anger. Damn it, to think you actually hurt me this badly. Just wait. I will savor that desperate, terrified look on your face when you suffocate. Bart's confidence in his own magic was absolute. That water sphere did more than just cut off air. It carried pressure like the deep sea itself. A weak-bodied woman like Karen would have her organs crushed within half a minute and die in agony. After silently reveling in this for a couple of seconds, Bart forced himself to calm down and shouted behind him. Right, stop playing dead and get that girl back here, now. A celestial spirit summoned by a mere brat will not last long. Once her magic runs out, that spirit will be forced back to the spirit world. Right, lying on the water platform, had taken a serious hit from Aquarius and was still bleeding from his nose and mouth. But at his brother's words, he did not dare hesitate. He wiped the blood from his lips and struggled upright. I got it, big brother. This time he did not dare underestimate anyone. While he took full control of the water platform beneath him, looping around Aquarius to chase after Lucy, several magic circles flared to life around him. He began firing off various low-cost spells from a distance, constantly wearing down Aquarius's magic power. Seeing Wright carrying out the plan in an orderly way, Bart let out a quiet breath of relief and turned his gaze upward, eyes sharpening as he looked at the two brats who had been watching from the sky this whole time. Then, suddenly, he put his gentle smile back on, spread his hands, and said in an innocent tone, "Little brother Cabe, you saw it just now. That woman attacked me first. I only struck back because I had no choice. Someone who harms her companions in the middle of a mission deserves this. You can understand my way of handling her, right?" In midair, pressed close against Cabe's chest, Myra Jane was already completely lost. That woman she had found so annoying from the very beginning had actually turned on their enemies at the critical moment. Myra Jane had just started to change her opinion of her, if only a little. As for Cabe, he had been enjoying the show the whole time. Hearing Bart's explanation, he even had the mood to nod and join in. "Yeah, no problem. You did the right thing, big brother." Inside the water sphere, Karen's eyes had already rolled up in the back of her head. If she could have heard that, she would definitely have clawed her way out just to curse Cabe out before dying. But Bart was not so easily reassured. He continued to test the waters. "In that case, why not come down here and help me deal with that troublesome mermaid first? I will pass on that. However, my partner would be delighted to lend you a hand." Myra Jane blinked. Me?" Before she could figure out what he meant, she suddenly felt the arm around her waist loosen. The support under her vanished, and she plummeted straight down. "Go, Myra. Use Crazy Claw to tear that water sphere apart." Cabe, you bastard." Her panicked scream was cut off by a crisp splash as she hit the sea. The scene froze for a moment. Cabe rubbed his head in embarrassment. "Whoops. Still cannot sprout wings yet, huh? Miscalculated." Seeing Myra Jane float to the surface on her back, eyes spinning in circles, he gave an awkward smile, silently apologized in his heart, and decided to handle things himself. He raised a hand toward the water sphere and spoke in a low voice. Without any warning, the sphere exploded with a loud bang. Karen and Leo dropped straight out of the air and plunged into the ocean. Bart stared, stunned, watching his carefully crafted spell get shattered so effortlessly. For a moment, rage and fear tangled together in his chest. "You little brat, how dare you!" On the bow of the ship, Babbitt watched the tide turn in an instant and could not help grabbing the railing as he shouted anxiously. "Bart, what are you doing? Hurry and get rid of that brat and those other two troublemakers." "Shut up, you idiot. You are not in a position to order me around." Face dark as storm clouds, Bart snapped back at him. Babbitt trembled with fury, finger shaking as he pointed at him. Listening to the two of them drop all pretense like this, Cabe finally got the last piece of confirmation he needed. "So it really was premeditated between the two of you. Although I still do not get one thing. With skills like yours, you could have done this yourselves. Why bother issuing a job request and recruiting mags from legal guilds like us?" He shook his head before Bart could answer. "Forget it. Once we have you tied up, everything will come out anyway." He lowered his head and glanced down at Karen, who had already been pulled from the water by Leo, and at Myra Jane, who was finally recovering from her dizziness. Once he was sure they were safe, he turned away and fixed his eyes on Bart, who was glowering beside Aquarius. Cabe stirred the key inside his body and shot forward like a missile, streaking straight toward the shore. Bart flung out a hand, firing a high-pressure jet of water in a panic, trying to stop him, but the blast did not even graze the hem of Cabe's clothes. Shocked and furious, he shouted at the top of his lungs. "Watch out, Wright. The enemy is coming your way." Wright, completely focused on draining Aquarius's magic, did not even have time to react to the shout before a brutal impact slammed into his back. Cabe stepped on him as if he were a stepping stone, stomping him straight out of the air. The The two of them crashed heavily into the sand, kicking up clouds of grit. "That is one." His light, casual voice floated out of the dust. He ground his heel into Wright's back, pressing down until the man coughed up a mouthful of blood and finally lost consciousness. Only then did Cabe kick him aside like a broken toy. Aquarius, whose magic was almost completely exhausted, eyed the boy warily. He looked to be about the same age as Lucy, yet his strength had just crushed Wright like nothing. "Brat, who are you?" Cabe turned to face the blue-haired, mermaid-shaped spirit. His gaze was instantly locked onto the generous curve of her chest. "TSK. What a terrifying amount of evil. You little punk, where do you think you are staring?" A vein bulged on Aquarius's forehead. She clenched her fist with a dangerous glint in her eyes. Only then did Cabe reluctantly tear his eyes away. He cleared his throat and pointed his thumb back at the merchant ship. I am an undercover mage planted inside that criminal group. I will have a few questions for you later, so please do not run off. Wait here while I finish dealing with the rest of them." "Undercover?" Aquarius tilted her head, puzzled. But a moment later she shook it and turned her gaze back toward Bart out on the water, her expression hardening again. "Whatever. As long as you are not an enemy, that is enough for me." Chapter 50, The Man Behind the Keys. 1,415 words. Aquarius's shoulders loosened slightly, but the air around her still crackled with restrained fury. The crew members behind her exchanged uneasy glances, as if unsure whether to trust Cabe or run from him. Even so, Aquarius simply folded her arms, watching the young mage sprint toward the ship with unblinking focus. For a brief moment, a flicker of curiosity crossed her eyes. Just what kind of kid could move with that confidence? But Bart's heart was filled with sheer terror. What is with that brat? What kind of speed and monstrous strength is that? He took right out in an instant. No one knew better than Bart exactly how strong his little brother was. Those so-called mags from the big guilds, it was not like they had never killed any before. But never had there been a mage who made him feel this cornered, this helpless. He knew very well he was not a match either. So now, Bart's mind was already frantically searching for a way out. Wait a second, Cabe, I think there must be some kind of misunderstanding between us." As he spoke, Bart slapped himself twice across the face. "I admit it, I lost my head for money. I let the price that Babbitt offered cloud my judgment. Please, I beg you, have mercy. Considering I haven't done anything truly irreversible yet, spare my life. I swear, from today on I will never work as a mage again. I will go back home and be a quiet farmer for the rest of my life." Cabe impatiently dug a finger in his ear. "What are you babbling about? At a time like this, you think saying a few crappy lines will make me let you go?" Bart choked, completely forgetting what he had planned to say next. Cabe was straightforward. He raised 3 fingers and coldly delivered his ultimatum. "I am going to count to 3. If you still don't crawl over here, kneel down and surrender, then I will make my move. Wait, Lord Cabe, my brother and I still have elderly parents to take care of. 1. Lord, this is really my last time. I even plan to go back and get married. 2. Damn it, I fuck." Cabe did not give him the slightest chance to bargain, which almost made Bart curse out loud in frustration. Is this brat's heart made of stone? Forget that he is this young. Even many adults, faced with such desperate begging and groveling, would at least hesitate for a moment out of pity. But Cabe was completely unmoved, determined to send these 2 brothers to their deaths. So cruelty rose in Bart's heart as well. Rather than being killed by this brat or dragged before the Magic Council, he might as well go all out in a desperate struggle. There might still be a sliver of hope. With that thought, he stretched out his arms, fingers hooking together as he aimed at Cabe. "You forced me. Even if I die, I won't let you have your way. Water magic, furious sea." Dark raging surge. Before Bart could finish shouting the name of his spell, a young but furious voice roared from behind him. A familiar chill rushed up from the depths of Bart's heart. This time he did not even get the chance to turn around. Several pitch-black beams of energy, thick with a dark aura, slammed solidly into his back. "Ah, With a miserable scream, Bart was blasted straight toward the shore. He skidded across the ground and only stopped when a foot stepped down on his head. Bart slowly raised his blood-soaked face and looked up at the owner of that foot, Cabe. He forced out an ugly smile. Can we pretend nothing happened? Cabe. Aquarius. What do you think? Cabe almost laughed from sheer anger. He pressed Bart's head harder into the ground, then looked up and shouted to the one who had just delivered that finishing blow for him. Myra, nice work. Now go and drag Babbitt over here too. Out in the sea, Myra, who was still in her partial takeover form, heard his order. She made a fierce little punching gesture at him, then turned and swam back toward the merchant ship. TCH, kids these days are really hard to handle. Cabe sighed to Aquarius beside him, who nodded in deep agreement. Now then, it is your turn to clear things up for me. Talk, Brother Bart. What is the true purpose of this little operation of yours? And what possessed you to stupidly issue a request to a legal guild? The knife is on the chopping block and he is the fish. Bart was in no position to keep his mouth shut. Very soon, he confessed everything from beginning to end, the whole truth laid bare. The cause of this incident was even more twisted than Cabe had imagined. Ever since the two brothers killed a client on a job out of greed and stole most of the man's assets, they had been put on the Magic Council's wanted list. To avoid the council's pursuit, the brothers had no choice but to join a dark guild. For that, their guild master had extorted most of their ill-gotten gains right out of their hands. Just when the two of them were eating themselves up with regret over everything that had happened, the guild master who had taken their money brought them a piece of good news. To put it simply, there was a big shot in the underworld who was currently gathering rare celestial spirit keys all over the world. If they could bring back 1 or 2 keys, they would be able to earn this terrifying figure's favor. And as it happened, Babbitt, with whom they had cooperated several times before, sent word asking them to help him capture a celestial spirit. So the brothers had a sudden stroke of inspiration and came up with this plan. As for why they still needed to involve a legal guild in the middle of all this, naturally, it was because neither the brothers nor Babbitt wanted to bear the brunt of the Hartfilia family's revenge alone. They planned to pick a couple of small legal guilds as disposable scapegoats, trick their mags here, then kill them at the scene of the incident and drag the Hartfilia family down with them. Their plan was already very thorough. Anyone who would be lured by a reward of 1 million J would be at just the right level. Not strong enough to crush the trap outright, but not so weak that the Hartfilia family would instantly see through the ruse. Basically, what they expected were mags around Karen's level. With the strength of the two brothers, plus the advantage of fighting out at sea where water mags excel, if that freak Cabe had not appeared halfway through. Who knew, their heavy gamble might really have succeeded. Unfortunately, there is no if in this world. After hearing Bart's confession, Cabe's attention was immediately drawn to one crucial detail. A big shot in the underworld. Have you ever seen him, or at least heard his name? No. It is just that whenever our guild master mentions him, he cannot help trembling with fear. I see. Cabe stroked his chin and dug through his memories. Although it was not exactly useful information, he really did know of one villain who had a slight connection to celestial spirits. In the future there would be the Balaam Alliance, 3 major dark guilds joined together, and one of them would be the Oration Sice, led by a man who, with his own 2 hands, would orchestrate the vast majority of tragedies in the fairy tale world. The main boss Brain, or rather, Guild Master Zero. Among his subordinates there was a female celestial spirit mage with the codename Angel. Considering Angel's age at this point in time, Cabe had reason to suspect that Brain was currently collecting celestial spirit keys to arm his subordinates. Damn it, this stupid mission went in circles and spirals, and in the end it turns out to be linked to the Oration Sice. Even Cabe could not help complaining about how absurd this whole job had become. Bart, meanwhile, cautiously watched his expression, then forced a fawning smile and said, "Lord, since I have confessed everything, do you think that maybe?" Patreon Advance Chapters, patreon.com/ElvenKing20. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.